Hello everybody, welcome to Intel Monsters Reloaded. Sorry, this is going to be pretty amazing today. We didn't know until very recently what teams were going to be invited to this stage of the event. We have 2 qualified teams to this stage. We've invited 2, and it's not just any 2 teams. We have invited 2 of the VCT teams that we didn't know previously what their rosters were going to be. So we're going to be finding out 2 different teams from VCT, what their rosters are going to be, how they're going to be playing up against some other teams today who have qualified to this event, who have done incredibly well to get here. It's been a little while since we've seen you here on this broadcast, so I'll reintroduce ourselves. My name's Twiggy. I'm joined today by Eccles, and this should be pretty amazing. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, mate. So excited. Get to see my good old mate Starkso back on that Gentle Mates roster. So hopefully, don't know how much time the 2 had. They also have a collegiate player. I'm out here in North America. One of our rivals has now been signed to Gentle Mates, a great player in Glyph. So excited to see what he can do back over there in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little spoiler as to what we're going to see later. I do think we have some content to show you before we get started, so I'm not sure if I'm going to throw that straight away or whether we're going to talk a little bit. Yeah, okay, we're ready to get going with some content for you, so I will be back in just a little bit, but for now, you can watch some of the prepared content.
Selamlar, ben Fenerbahçe'nin IGL Bonota.
Ben FUT'tan Zeus.
Bugün Brutor Spice oynayacağız. Geçelim.
Sosyal medyada en son sakladığın kişi kim? Porupa'ya baktım en son. Hayvan gibi vurdu beni. Canımı çok sıktı o gün.
Which player do you hate playing against the most? When I was not with CGN, they took Volkan, probably.
Takım arkadaşlarından biriyle yer değiştirmen gerekirse kimi seçerdin? Büyük ihtimal Egox'u seçerdim. Çünkü arkasında benim gibi konuşan biri olacaktı. En azından rahat ederdim yani. Bir de aim'im de çok iyi olduğu için Central'i iyi oynarım yani. Bu kadar.
Buraya attım elimi. Maç öncesi kimsenin bilmediği rutin. Oo, rutin geldi. Hemen içelim, hemen şalgam içelim. Rutin paylaşmıyorum arkadaşlar. Yapacak bir şey yok. O yüzden içeceğiz. Bunu fonunu patabiliyor muyuz ya? Fena değilmiş bu arada. Beklediğimden daha iyi çıktı. Bir tane daha içeyim. Bakayım.
Kendinle ilgili kimsenin bilmediği bir şey söyle. Ne diyebilirim buna? Bunu bilmiyorum ki. Bunu içeceğiz galiba. İçeriz herhalde. Koklayalım. Değdi en azından.
Which teammate makes you the most angry? The one who is always baiting.
Oyun oynarken en çok kimi mutedersin? Slaughter. Mutelerim büyük ihtimal. Genelde de muteliyorum zaten. Çekemiyorum kendisini çok fazla.
What was the last lie you told? The whole thing? How was it? How was it?
Sour. The spice is coming now.
Tadı biraz fazla tuzlu ama olsun, güzeldi.
Şalgam kesti daha çok hissiydik ya, güzelmiş.
Alfajer and Wood.
Alfajer.
Alfajer or Kanka.
Kank? Ah, Alfajer.
Alfajer or Forsaken.
Alfajer.
Alfajer or Aspas.
Aspas.
Aspas or Devil One.
Aspas.
Aspas or Sinet.
Sinet, I love you, but Aspas.
Aspas or Tent.
Aspas.
Aspas or Durkee.
Aspas.
Aspas or Nets.
Aspas.
Aspas or Chronicle.
Aspas.
Okay.
Alright guys, I hope you enjoyed that. We're back now. Sorry to interrupt there, but that's I mean, a little sneak peek as to what we're going to see today as well. So obviously these guys are playing offline at this point, and yeah, this is going to be pretty interesting because we have injected, as I mentioned earlier, 2 VCT teams into the tournament. I'll just run you through kind of how we got to this point so far if you haven't been watching up until this point, because it makes sense, because there was open qualifiers to begin with, both in Turkey VCT and in EMEA, then an EMEA main event, a Turkey main event to decide who would move on through, where we invited 2 Tier 2 EMEA teams. CGN Esports was the team that made it all the way through the EMEA qualifiers and the EMEA main event, and then Fenerbahce made it through in the Turkish side. And now we have invited Gentlemates and FUT Esports, both VCT teams, both teams which we didn't really know the rosters of until very, very recently, and we're going to be seeing their first time playing here as those rosters against CGN Esports and Fenerbahce Esports. So it should be really exciting stuff. This is a sneak preview into VCT 2026.
Yeah, it's going to be a good way for these new teams to test themselves. Obviously, new rosters only just recently got announced. We don't know how long the trial process has gone on. I did speak to Stark, so try to get some inside information for you guys, but he's quite tight-lipped. But what he did say, the team by Paco has been built, and they feel like a family. The chemistry is good. So Gentlemates looking, I assume, today to come out really, really strong and making sure to kind of, give themselves a starting point, right? When you start a season, when you're a VCT team and you play these Tier 2 teams, of course, Tier 2 teams are really good. However, you do not want to be losing this matchup, right? You've got a lot to prove, and it really can set the tone for your entire season. So these matchups are going to be really, really important today.
Yeah, of course, the semi-finals are going to start out with the invited teams playing against the qualified teams to begin with, so we're not going to lose either of our VCT teams straight away unless there is an upset. So it is going to be Gentlemates versus CGN to start us off today, and then later on we will see FUT Esports versus Fenerbahce Esports. So basically deciding there will be an EMEA team in the grand final, and there will be a Turkish team in the grand final as well. So exciting stuff. It should be a really good matchup to get started. I can't wait to see these, right? Again, we have not really got a lot of info in terms of what we're going to see next year in terms of VCT. As of right now, teams are still being formulated, players are still receiving contracts, and these are kind of the first 2 sneak peeks we've got into that, apart from, BBL, because they picked up an entire roster from Tier 2. I'm excited, and I think we can take a look at the players on stage. Is that what I heard? That sounds pretty good. Let's give that a go. But yeah, what are your thoughts, Adam, as we move on? Oh, never mind.
Kalabilmek için beraber olacak. Birbirlerine karşı en önemli mücadelelerden bir tanesine çıkıyor olacaklar. Ben alkışlarınızla ilk kadroyu hızlı bir şekilde yanıma davet ediyorum. CGN!
Damn.
Like, I'm hyped. I don't even speak the language, so you know he's doing a good job.
Ve bir o kadar kıymetli rakipleri yine alkışlarınızla sahneye geliyor. Gentlemates!
There he is, the collegiate beast, Cliff. What does Starks have on his forehead?
Alright, well there is the map veto to start us off with this matchup here. And this should be really interesting. I mean, look, you can see how proud these players are to be in these jerseys. I think, this new Gentlemates roster very much, this is their first test, right? It's not a test that is going to be the same kind of test they're going to have next year, but at the very least, it's a good idea. If they get off to a good start here, we can expect big things from this team. So that is what we're going to start off with. Split, Pearl, and then Haven as the decider here. Split is Gentlemates' preferred map, and we're going to go to Pearl for CGNs here. I'm excited. I'm really, really excited. What are you thinking when you look at this new Gentlemates side, Adam?
It's a really good team. It is rounded out with a lot of the top talent from tier 2, right? I think it's one of those where we've seen in recent years, tier 2 players is kind of just like a label, right? A lot, like look at Mada, for example. Mada goes to NRG, world champion. Brock, Scuba, all these players who are stuck in quote-unquote tier 2, and they join like a decent team, and then all of a sudden they're world champions, right? So the talent on display in tier 2 is very, very high, and I think a lot of teams are taking this approach now. Obviously, you have Bippo, who was on Mouse Sports last year, doing very, very well. Martine, who we've seen on K-Corp in the past. Mini as well, been doing so well. And obviously reaching over to North America by grabbing Glyph. And it's one of those rosters where they are buying into the potential of these players. They know, and they've seen so often where you pick up a tier 2 player and let them perform at tier 1, they can really, really shine. So it's something where I think with a bit of experience in Stark, so coaching staff as well with Paco and Kundi, this is like a pretty well-balanced roster that the sky really could be the limit.
Yeah, I mean, look, you gained some insights, I think, by talking to a couple of the players, as you mentioned earlier, as to kind of what the expectations are, how they're feeling coming into this event. You can imagine, right, for Gentlemates, that this is a pretty big test, right? It's their first LAN as a team, obviously, and I mean, while it is not against a VCT team, while it is against CGN Esports, we saw that CGN Esports have looked really good so far. You know, we're expecting big things out of this new CGN roster as well. So do you think this is going to be a test for Gentlemates? How do you think they're feeling right now?
Yeah, it's definitely a test, because even CGN is like a similar built team, right? It's a lot of a top tier 2 talent. And like obviously we have players from CGN who have been at tier 1, like Wolfen, for example, right? So it's with these teams, a lot of the difference between tier 1 and tier 2 is actually very, very small, right? So this is why being a Valorant pro can be so hard. But I think this is like CGN's opportunity now, but they're going to be relishing it. They're like, right, we don't normally, you know, in Valorant Pass get to play tier 1 teams in official matches. Of course, you get to test yourself in practice, but no one gets to see that, right? So today they're on stage, they're on LAN. This is like the biggest test they can ask for, especially with, you know, we spoke a lot about Jamalinho, right? He came in out of nowhere essentially and performed really well. Like one of our favorite players from the qualifier, right? 16 years of age. All of a sudden he's gone from playing ranked to playing with CGN, and he takes one more step and now he's playing with some Gentlemates at a LAN in Turkey, right? Yeah. So it's crazy how quick things can go, and it's going to be interesting to see how a player like that will be able to cope with this kind of pressure in a way, because it's like a big change of environment in such a short amount of time. But if you're CGN, you have to be relishing this opportunity to prove yourself versus a VCT team, because every single one of the players on the CGN side will want to be in VCT, right? Whether that's through Ascension or proving themselves individually. So this is a big chance for them to really show what they can do.
Yeah, and I mean, look, while this is not just for, you know, proving yourself, this is not just an event to go, okay, let's test out the roster. There is a lot on the line here. $2,500 to the 2 semi-final losers, but for second place in the grand finals, $10,000. For first place, $20,000. There is a lot on the line here for the orgs and for the players to get their, you know, their new rosters started off in a really positive way. Just getting into the grand finals is such a big boon here, proving that you can beat a VCT team if you are CGN Esports and Fenerbahce Esports is going to be so important as you move into 2026. You know, securing kind of funding as an org and then moving forward and trying to push your players forward into that VCT spot, going towards Ascension. There's a lot here, right? And while we won't know what the landscape looks like until next year, until a couple of months' time, when we will see VCT starting to get underway and starting to look at the Challengers Leagues as well, there is still so much importance, I think, this off-season compared to previous off-seasons.
Yeah, and even, like, we've had it before in past, right, where players, unfortunately, have joined a team in the off-season and they've not made it to the season, right? Yeah. This is Valorant. This is where 1 or 2 losses, you know, can really change your whole trajectory. I'm one who's, you know, quite famously felt this before. So, right, there's a lot of pressure on these games. So it's not even like, oh, it's just a preseason, you know, we don't have to try. We can just show up and, you know, have fun, whatever. It's like, no, this is actually really important, especially for the longer run of things. Now, with the opportunity to get yourselves into champions from tier 2, teams might be changing their strategy, right? Maybe looking for that higher peak, that higher, you know, potential level where maybe you have to take a bit of a gamble, right? Because you're going to be playing these VCT teams in the qualifiers to make champions, right? So you can't just have a team that's good for tier 2. You have a team that needs to have the potential to beat these tier 1 teams, right? So there's a lot of different ways that go into it. And an event like this, where you are a tier 2 team who gets to face tier 1 teams, is going to be crucial information for, like I said, not just themselves as players, but org owners, investors, fans. There's a lot that goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we know how both of these orgs, in fact, have really, really dedicated fan bases as well, right? I mean, obviously, we do know French fans for being incredibly, incredibly fervent when it comes to supporting their teams. We see it all the time. And Gentlemates, there's a reason why they're still in VCT after the, the removal of one of the VCT teams, why they have been chosen to get back in here. And part of that will be due to their fan base, due to the kind of influence they had as an org. CGN Esports is also one of those kinds of orgs where they just have so much influence in Germany, in just kind of how their fan base is able to rile up this org. So it's an exciting matchup in that regard as well. We don't have to look at 2026 just yet. We can just enjoy this for the game it is. And this matchup is just, I think, one that we wouldn't really see very often, and yet I think we would want to see.
Yeah, and especially for the players, like, from my experience, you want to be able to play versus the best, right? And these isolated leagues, it's not an open format, and at times you can feel like where teams compete. Look at the Guard, for example, in North America, right? When they were in tier 2, they can only play tier 2 teams. As soon as you get into tier 1, they turn into one of the most dominant teams in the whole of North America, right? So it's something where it can be a bit of a limiting factor. So going into this more of a open structure, this open format really allows the best to show who's the best, right? You're not stuck in a league, you're not protected by franchising, you get exposed if you're not good enough, but you also get to prove yourself a lot more if you are that good, right? So a lot of stuff like that really, really is needed, I think, for Valorant to push on, and I think we're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, I've loved this off-season so far, just the amount of kind of tournaments, not just in terms of, I think the prize pools are a lot better. We're attracting more large teams into these tournaments as well, but also just the support, I think, from everybody involved. I think Valorant has had a difficult time in Tier 2. You can talk about franchising left, right, and center, but when your third-party tournament organizers are able to get involved and put up events like this, it's just a better experience for everybody. The players get to play more often. They get that year-round kind of experience. They don't have to wait 6 months into getting into things, and the fans get more Valorant to watch. Nobody is going to complain about that. Here is our agent to like to start things off on Split, and this is going to be the first look we get into how these teams want to play.
Yeah, and we really couldn't touch on this before because both teams with these rosters have not played Split.
Yep.
But it's an interesting dynamic to see. Both of them opting for the double duelist. Split is going to be quite meta. The only change is the Viper on the Gentlemate side and for the Cypher on the CGN. CGN starting on the defense, this could come into play where you want more of a solid start. Those tripwires are going to help out. But whereas the Viper, you have more potential on the attack side, right? So Gentlemates is kind of relying here on that better teamwork and coordination, right? You don't have the tripwires that rely on, you don't have the camera, right? All the gaps that are created by CGN need to be plugged by the Gentlemate players. You don't have utility that can do that. So it's going to be interesting to see how it exactly works and how well this team has, gelled together, right? I was speaking to Starkso and he was saying they feel like a family, they feel like a team, they have that good chemistry already. So it's going to really be interesting to see how that plays out. Obviously interesting on the roles as well, having Bipple and Martine both proficient on the duelist, making sure we're using, right, our players to get the most out of them, right? We see Jamalino now back on the Yoru, right? We've seen him have a good game every now and then on the Vice, but Yoru Neon is where he really shines. He, to me, looks like a much more of a natural duelist. So seeing him on this role, I think really suits him. So I think we're in for a very tasty game here.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions that are yet to be answered when we're looking at these teams, and I'm interested to see if CGN can show the same mettle that they did in the last stage of the tournament. This is completely different, obviously. They are now playing offline, they're playing on stage in front of an audience. That is a difference. Whether you want to admit it or not, I think as a player, you know that when you get on a stage, it is a different landscape to playing online. You're not as comfortable. You're not in your home ground. You're somewhere else in a foreign country for a lot of these players. And you know, you're playing in front of fans. You can lock in as much as you want. You're still going to be in a different environment, and that is going to change things about these teams. I wouldn't be surprised if, to start things off, you know, it is shaky to begin with. It's more towards the end of the series where I'm going to be starting to look at for these players as more of a true representation of what we can expect from them.
Yeah, exactly. First map can always be a little bit shaky. You're probably not going to play it optimally. It's not like you're at home, sipping on your Coca-Cola, you know, chilling at home, and then you have a few warm-up scrims before your match, you know, you're nice and ready, mum's made you tea, all this kind of stuff, right? It's like, okay, now you're on the range for like 5 minutes beforehand, then they're quickly into the server getting ready to play. Yep. It's a whole different like experience, and this is where you need to be able to adapt, right? A lot of people at home will have habits, or they'll have, you know, things that help them be more comfortable, right? But you go to a LAN event and all of a sudden they're stripping away from you. So some people, this might be a learning experience. Maybe it's even configuring the PCs, right? Some people go to LAN and they'll have mouse Excel on, right? Because they leave it on the Windows settings, stuff like that, where you're, as a new person who doesn't go to that many LANs, maybe you forget it, maybe you're not used to it, but that's where like the experience of, like, you know, someone like Starkso, who's a world champion, comes into play. And I'm talking about like small minute details, but these actually have a massive difference to the game. These small things add up over time, so it's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, you could see how, you know, excited everybody looked. I think the first time you're able to step on a stage in that jersey, right? And I think especially for the Gentlemates players, knowing that that's the jersey, as long as everything goes to plan, that you will be playing in next year in VCT, you know, on that official stage. You know, it's meaningful. There's a lot that goes into that. There's pride as a player. I think for a lot of these players, you know, getting back into that kind of that tier one system is going to be very meaningful to them. Here are some stats from earlier on in the tournament. Chinook doing a good job there for CGN Esports. I think CGN Esports, you know, they had a difficult time starting out in the last stage of the tournament, just to, you know, keep you up to date on what we've seen so far. But they really, like, at their peak, CGN Esports were the best team that I saw at all. At that last stage of the tournament, and a team that I could see doing very well against Gentlemates.
Yeah, they really put Team Liquid Academy kind of, I wouldn't say in their place, but like it was more of a controlled approach from CGN. Obviously, we know Team Liquid Academy with insane talent. GSR, for example, was hitting crazy shots. So it's like, to be able to deal with a team that's that mechanically and individually skilled is no, you know, no reason to discredit CGN at all. They can deal with some of the best individual players in the game, and obviously tier 1, everyone's going to be at that insanely high individual level, but they have more practice, they have more time together than Gentlemates. So this is something that can come into play, right, where CGN really have a point to prove, they have more time, they're more ready, they're potentially more prepared, but Gentlemates, you'd like to say, probably are the favorites in this case, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how a team with no real preparation into Gentlemates, right? Their roster got announced the other day, right? You don't know how this team plays whatsoever. So it's going to be interesting to play versus a team that you don't know how they play versus a team when Team Liquid, where they've been playing the entire year. You've got thousands of VODs to watch potentially on them, right? So interesting to see how they go into this and something new, if they can adapt on the fly, because adapting is probably the biggest skill in Valorant, right? Everything's changed. Everything happens so fast, right? You only need to get to 13 rounds. So if you can't adapt quick enough, you're just going to lose the game by default. So big pressure on them in that regard to be able to adapt to new circumstances. But as we've seen so far, I think they're a team that can do that.
For sure. I mean, it looks like the players are in the server now. We're just waiting for things to get underway. Apologies for the delay. As it stands, obviously, we know, I think, as people from EMEA, how LAN events can get delayed over the course of a tournament. So hopefully things will get started very shortly. But regardless, I mean, look, at the very least, more time for the nerves to calm for the players. And yeah, I think you made a good point, right? That obviously, Gentlemates, we don't know. We have no idea what this team is going to look like. It always depends on how, you know, the team has prepared, how the players... You can put down on paper how they play, or how they have played in rosters previous, individually, but when you put 5 players into a server together, it's always going to be different. There's always different interplay between them, and we don't know what to expect from them. We could see a 13-0 from either team, or we could see one of the best matches we've ever seen in Valorant history. But regardless, I do think that what we see today is going to really set the stage for what we see next year.
Yeah, no, I can agree fully, and it's like one of them where if you get off to a bad start, changes can still be made. That is the nature of the game. That is the nature of Valorant. If you want to be at the top level, you have to be consistently performing. So an event like this is really, really essential to get that good start. And like the problem is with practice is that nothing plays like a match like a real match, right? This is where the real quote-unquote practice comes into play. But looks like we're live here, Twiggy.
It does look that way. Things have gotten started here on the pistol round. We can finally watch a bit of Valorant, get things going. CGN starting on the defense versus Gentlemates, the new Gentlemates, the Gentlemates that hopefully, if all goes well, we will be seeing in 2026 as well. And that is a very exciting prospect. A team we didn't really know what their future was going to look like until quite recently, a few months ago, when it was announced that they would be taking that extra VCT spot. So a lot to prove, I think, for both the org and the players now, and they're off to a good start, getting things going here on the site, but Vince is holding things down for the time being.
Yeah, Vince doing well. Now Wolfen misses the shot. Starkso equalizes really quickly. 2 players all to do, Globex and Jamalino, but both the duelists. Bomb is down on the rafters, so Gentlemate's going to have to pause here, figure things out. Don't have to rush. This smoke is very annoying. Always wait out of smoke, guys, if you're in an advantage, just like this. Good composure already, but Starkso does go down. This could get tasty.
Looks like they're just going to go for a full push into heaven. Jamalino finishes it off. Well, that's a way to start things off. Established dominance as the duelist here. CGN eSports get a pistol round with a 4K from Jamalino. Sit down, Gentlemates.
What a start to the game. Oh my god, the bomb goes down on the rafters. Gentlemates have to go up the rope. They did maybe have more time. I think they could have readjusted. Starkso going down towards CT. Forces this issue. And Jamalino, we were highlighting him in the pregame. Once again, showing he's here to play. Big 4K out of him. He must be feeling electric right now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw in the last stage of the event, you know, we didn't really know what to expect from Jamalino. We'd really only seen him in co-ed teams in Project Blender before then. At least that was my experience seeing Jamalino. And now he had a very on and off, but very high peak performance in the last stage of Intel Monsters Reloaded here. Seems like that was a sign of things to come so far. So absolutely massive first round from Jamalino, but still a long way to go. Martin in the back of the site has got a bit of revenge, and Mini taking up space in heaven as well.
What a spot they're in now. CGN kind of backing away. Chinook has to get out, getting caught in a rock and a hard play. Vince on his own on the site now, stuck in a hard corner situation. The jiggle comes in. Bipple gets a trade, and just like that, Gentlemates 4 versus 2 on the full eco. What has gone wrong here for CGN?
Right now, it seems like there's only one player on the CGN side. Obviously, it's early doors. We might see them wake up a little more, but if Jamalino has to keep carrying the team on his back, that will not be a great look for this side. That's a great shot, though, from Jamalino, and maybe it could happen again. I don't think so. This time, crossfire coming through. Gentlemates aren't going to be pushing for anything unnecessary, and while they were caught off guard in the first round, they will not.
Yeah, maybe too much excitement coming in from the CGN side there. A lot of individual mistakes, taking 1v1s versus the pistols. I have no idea how Mini got into that position there so quickly, but credits to him. He does that, gets the free kill onto Wolf, and Gentlemates quickly fixing their errors, winning that full eco round. Now looking to have control of the game, hoping to avoid the same happening to them now. So let's see their approach.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, for Gentlemates, they'll be quite happy that they managed to make that one work. And I do think they know that they have, obviously, the org name, the expectations under their wing. The CGN, obviously, not the favorite in this game. So that round, very important for them. Information gained by Jamalino. He'll get back. but Gentlemate's still defaulting.
Yeah, just doing a good job here, using the Yoru's gate crash ability to be able to get out of there when needed. Poking with the Outlaw is very common, especially on this map towards middle. You're going to see a lot of teams contacting up here, just kind of how the map plays at a top level. So he's depositing this angle. They've got the A space as well, and this allows them to have a lot of options, right? Using the TP ability there very well to group as a 4, but Mini has a lot of space here on A, so I'm expecting them to allow him to make the play, and they're not going to overthink this, Twiggy. They're going to stay towards B. Mini's just going to flank, and they're just going to hit on the flank. Probably create some pressure for him, which they're doing now, and they're just going to wait. They're not going to force the error here, allowing him to cook, instead of running back across the map, right? They don't have mid-control. A player could easily be down middle, so Mini, interesting though that he's gone Heaven here. They might actually be aware of his position. I don't think this was the right decision, but he gets the kill, and the flank's coming in.
Yeah, he does get traded out in the end, and Chinook gets another one for free. Vince on the board as well. This a lot of casualties for Gentlemates, but regardless, they should have secured the round at this point, unless Wolfen can bring out 2 pretty impressive shots here. Picks up the Bulldog. You rate him with the Sheriff, however, but has to check all the corners. Glyph will finish it off. Textbook stuff. Gentlemates managed to convert their round as well. 3 casualties. Not the end of the world, though.
No, very good mid-round there. I was highlighting it before, like putting the pressure for Mini to come flank. I don't think he made the best decision in going Heaven. I'd like him to see him go CT probably, just because the smoke was up, right? And the player could be aware that he crossed maybe the stairs and coming from a different angle, right? So, small minute detail there, but you know, they get the job done in the end. Good overall macro calling from Starkso there. I'm a big fan of that. Now they have the big Yori ult coming in towards play here, which looks like they're not going to opt to use too early. Oh no, TP coming across ramp here, so we might see the common player, but gets taken down actually, so locked in their efforts on that one. Going to have to pivot into some kind of mid-round here. It looks like it's going to be a simple B split.
Yeah, it does seem that way. I think Gentlemates obviously don't want to give too much up on this round. They've invested. Have those rifles. And CGN with the same economy, looking to just hold things off. Gentlemates, they move on through. Martin in the back of the site. Depot looking for a little more. There's one, but the trade is good from Wolfen. Martin doesn't know quite where to look. Wolfen with 3 already, holding down the back of site. Vince gets taken down, but can Wolfen get any more? Not quite. Mini is up there in Heaven doing God's work, and Jamalino, it's all left up to him once again. I mean, he's pulled out a clutch already. But with rifles in the hands of Martin and Mini, maybe a little more difficult.
Yeah, he's got a lot to do here. A lot of time on the clock for Gentlemates. So once again, regroup. Looks like they might opt to get away here. Interesting approach. Mini's going to have to get through vents to cut the rotation, but he will beat this. And he probably would realistically hear Jamalino running at this point. So they're going to understand the bomb site is relatively free here. Jamalino, though, is going to be none the wiser. And his only indication is going to be when the bomb goes down.
Yeah. What are your thoughts so far right now, though, on... I mean, Mini's play as a lurker. As it stands, Wolfen has really not had his number so far. Mini has had 2 rounds where he's influenced the outcome of the round by walking up through Heaven at this point.
No, he's done really well because he just goes through that delayed timing, right? So as a player, you expect the timing, right? You have an internal clock in your head for that timing. And in that timing, like you have there, you take it a little bit delayed, right? So Mini probably waits that extra, like, I'd say 5 seconds and then goes, compared to his regular timing, and that's how he catches people off guard. Wolfen, of course, as well, went crazy on the bomb site, got free, so he's preoccupied and shooting everyone to be, you know, worried about the flank, right? That's someone else's job. So Mini capitalizes on that, and I really like his style as a player. He reminds me a lot of Magnum, which is funny enough. They're both Czech Sentinel players traditionally. So they have that traditional play style where it's like, he's just a thorn in your side. You know he's going to be there, but when he takes so long to get there, you can't worry about him, right? You have to prioritize the bomb site, right? You can't be sat there waiting for Mini to show up because he might wait 10 seconds this time or be even later. So he's going to be constantly in the back of your head, where's Mini, where's Mini, where's Mini? But then you still have to play the game. So he's quite a frustrating player to play against, and he plays at a very, very high level because he's a very, very smart player. Like, he knows what he's doing. This is not like random. He's very, very calculated on absolutely everything he does, and we've seen it already where he gets the timing, he changes it up, and a lot of the rounds, realistically, have come to him. That eco round, getting that kill into Heaven was massive. So big props to him, really showing his worth so far.
Absolutely. Tactical timeout, and I think that's probably a large portion of what will be talked about right now from CGN Esports is, okay, all right, let's chill. We got that pistol round, and then suddenly things have not gone well for us whatsoever. We have let the Viper in several times in towards our backline, and we do need to lock things down a little better. I do hope to see some adaptation here from CGN Esports. We know they're a team that deal well with difficult situations so far. We just have to see if that materializes against a team like Gentlemates, a very different side to that of Team Liquid Academy, of course.
Yeah, I really like the approach from Gentlemates so far. They're commonly prodding 2 areas at once, and they're just abusing the fact that Yoru has a get-out-of-jail-free card, especially with this Outlaw, right? So a lot of trust in Martin to walk up in areas. Obviously, this round he does it towards B, whilst Bippo and Mini are pressuring A, right? So they have 2 places at once. Now, obviously, they've given up. Yoru's been spotted. CGN might get a bit of an inkling here. Hey, Yoru was A, Yoru's B, now he's towards A. Might be a bit of an A hit, but is it that black and white? It never really is, right? But playing grouped up here versus the low buy, prodded the map well, grouped up here, making sure they're together, not giving away any 1v1s, still allowing time for Martin to cook. But now, because they've taken so much map control, this allows the mid-round decision, Swiggy. This is so important in Valorant, to be able to have this option to go back.
Globex is holding things down. He does get a shot off, but it is not a headshot, and Mini will take full advantage of that. Get themselves the first kill in the round. Wolfen holding things down. He's been so good as the anchor on site so far, but he does not manage to find a kill in this round. They would be so important kills here against the economy of Gentlemates right now, but Martin holding things down with the Outlaw. 2 quick shots will finish things off. Gentlemates, solid. Barely breaking a sweat that round whatsoever.
Yeah, barely breaking a sweat. A little bit fortunate there. Mini hitting that insane shot. The nade separated his team, but does what he does best. And it looks like Gentlemates now, big ults coming into play. Viper, Fade, and Omen could easily cook something up here. And I think this is where CGN, you're a little bit worried. You're like, okay, right, that's why the pause came in last round, because you really don't want to let Gentlemates run away with things here, because the momentum's clearly on their side.
Yeah, I think that is definitely clear to anybody at this point now, and something different is going to have to be brought out from CGN. I reckon this round is what they're banking a lot of their hopes on right now, and getting aggressive over towards A, looking for that first pick, see what they can find. How does that not find Martin? He's able to get a free kill.
Yeah, that is a little bit unfortunate there. The dog had its eyes closed. I don't know what happened. The Prowler missed him. Martin, again, 2 opening kills now for him. Gentlemate's going to be taking the A-bomb site, and this is a nightmare scenario for CGN. Jamalino going to try to bail them out now, jiggling, praying, hoping for bullets to connect. He's stuck in a rock and a hard place. Martin, Yuri diffs him, sits him down. 5 versus 2 now. CGN going to have to save.
Yeah, Martin invincible that round. I mean, despite being invisible at the start of the round, not being seen by the dog, just the quality of the shots hit there gave CGN absolutely no time to react. That's the difference at the moment. You can see why Martin was picked up here by Gentlemates. Ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, he did very well in Carmen Corp, and he's obviously a player with a lot of potential, and obviously having that tier 1 experience as well. He's coming in more into a seasoned pro at this point, you could say. But they're a great opener from him, and it just shows like the small details that can decide the game and even the half at this point. Right, 2 rifles looking to be saved from CGN. They might not get that, but if they do, then they really need to hold on to it to try and win the next round. But small detail, the Prowler just misses Martin, and then next thing you know, he's gotten 3 opening kills. The round's over. Things are spiraling out of control quickly from CGN. And if I'm them, they need to be using the Cypher more, I think, for trap players, right? We've seen Gentlemates, they're very spread when opening these rounds. They're very, very spread. They're not doing direct hits at all. We need to see some kind of trap players coming in to be able to punish these 2-man aggressions, right? Because we're never seeing more than 3. It's 2 towards A, maybe 2 towards B main, never more than that. Let's use this camera. Let's try and get this trap play in, especially with these ultimates.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we have not seen this map from CGN, so it is, you know, entirely possible that this is just incredibly well formulated from the side of Gentlemates, and CGN just don't know really how to fight back against it. we may see a completely different story on Pearl, but for now, it does really just look like Gentlemates are looking, on paper, right in front of us, like a well-drilled team. And not only that, but mechanically gifted. That's always the question, of course, when you get through, is you know your players are good. It's just whether or not they can materialize that in the server. And right now, for Gentlemates, they're starting things off. I mean, you cannot fault anything so far.
No, they're doing so well with map space. They take the main. That pressure there in middle is great. Going to pin them just that little bit longer with the Prowler and Flash coming in. Martin's going to clear out the bomb site here. They're going to realize site is clear. They can get in. Bippo, Satchel's in, takes that space. Ult is popped. He's going to chase this down. CGN in another horrible position right now.
That's a good start from Bippo to get one with the showstopper, but Jamalino has impact once again. Globex gets on the board. The trade is there. CGN still with a chance in this round, though. Viper's pick comes out from Mini, and he pulls out the shorty. Just make things a little more difficult from this team, and Starkso is holding down an off angle as well and really could take advantage of that. Globex is moving around this, looking for those kills, but everybody is playing cat and mouse with him on the side of Gentlemates. Mini and Martin moving their way through on the other side, looking to take a timing now on this player. Somehow nobody has seen anybody whatsoever in the dying throes of this round. Starkso gets a kill onto Chinook, and it is just Globex left. I doubt he's going to see anything apart from the barrel of Mini's shorty there. That's a relatively textbook way to finish for
Globex was in that Viper ult for so long, just walking in circles and found nobody. That is ridiculous. He's probably like, I have no idea where anyone is, guys. I've done 2 laps of the pillar and I've seen nobody. That is insane. But Gentlemates, once again, taking full map control. CGN can't allow this, Twiggy.
Yeah.
Gentlemates are playing in a way that is optimal, right? They're taking full map space and they're playing textbook Valorant. CGN cannot allow them to play textbook Valorant. They need to make it more scrappy. They need to fight a lot more for these positions because they're easily losing the map literally straight away, and then it allows Gentlemates to do whatever to them. Anything will be a good call at this point because they've been set up so well. CGN can't afford to continue playing like this. One pause has already come in. Maybe a potential second needs to. I'm not sure how they feel on this map. Obviously, they've not played it before. Maybe it's something that they've not able to got practice on just yet. Maybe they're still not confident in their composition just yet. But Gentlemates looking a cut above the rest right now.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a good way of putting it. Now, it's another slow play from Gentlemates and an easy kill for Bippo onto Globex, using smoke from Glyph to help him out here. Mini has already made his way up into A Heaven as well, and may have been a timing for CGN in terms of getting that information, but regardless, the map control has been gained, and that just gives CGN even less options.
Yeah, Bippo here going crazy with the shorty. Styling on Chinook. Wolfen takes one down though. Top of ramp, holding him strong. Paranoia comes in, forces him away. Cage to cover his tracks. Martin now looking for the lurk on middle. Looks like he's going to take down Vince.
He's so quick.
As ever, yeah.
And look, here's the thing. Wolfen, it's great he's able to get some kills against these Gentlemates players, but it's having no impact on the round so far. I mean, Wolfen is able to get a few on the board. Jamalino, of course, 4 of those kills were from the pistol round. Nobody's really able to have individual impact either, and that's worrying, right? Losing rounds is one thing. Not being able to win engagements whatsoever, that's a completely different. This is, obviously, this team is on a different tier to you. On in the system that Valorant has created, yes, they are in a different tier, but I think just in terms of as a team, right now, we're looking at just 2 completely separate entities here.
Yeah, I'd say that's just mainly because Martin is on this operator, right? Well, he's dropped it for this round, but on the operator, it's so hard to be aggressive and try and take these picks and try and take these fights when you know he's just going to be posted on the angle and essentially able to get one. So you need to do something to combat it. Globex picking up the operator, I think it's a good decision. However, Gentlemates now are kind of understanding, right, these guys are going to do something. They change their approach. They go a little bit more for middle control. They're using utility safely because they know an operator can be in play. They can afford it. And it's just that adaptation upon adaptation level that's Gentlemates are really showing their class here.
Yeah, I'm hoping that CGN will have an answer on the attack half, but right now, it doesn't seem like anything is coming for them here on the defense. Jamalino taken down once again by Mini, who now does have that control to either do something with or do nothing with, right? Going back into Suez is a play as well, because it forces the CGN players to take space. Wolfen once again manages to win one fight, gets taken out. Good fundamentals here from Gentlemate. Chinook has been hunting down Mini for a good 30 seconds here, but the rest of the team is who he is going to find. Has to be backed up into CT and just isn't far back enough to stop him from getting his head blown off by Starkso here. Gentlemates, again, it should just be another textbook round for them. They don't have to work too hard for anything whatsoever, Vince. Looking for something, doesn't find anything, they're going to back up and save again.
Yeah, I just need to highlight how not having a Viper affects this match so much. They're not able to control middle, right? After a certain amount of time, they will just lose middle, as long as ample pressure's coming across on the other side. And these are allowing Gentlemates to mid-round, through middle, up through vents, up through B heaven. And this is what strength it shows on this map, just to be able to pivot mid-round, back and forth. You're able to bait out utility, pressure vents, pressure B heaven. You're able to bait out utility so they have nothing left to defend it, and then you can make your decision. But Gentlemates are just allowed to do this so easily. You see Globex here, he was towards B main the entire round. Vince pulls out his knife, gets taken down by Martin. Globex has the orb, they might not know it's in play, however, not much value coming out of it because he was on a passive angle on B main, the passive towards middle once again. They're allowing Gentlemates to have too much map control, and it's going to have to take one of them to stand up and be like, guys, we need to start fighting for these map spaces. We can't keep letting them have full control of the map. We will lose. And so someone needs to make this call on this team to stand up, start fighting for the spaces. Jamalino tried it there towards A, but he's on his own. And you know, even if he gets the kill, can potentially get traded. We need to see more of a team-conscious effort coming out from CGN to fight for control here. Yeah.
I mean, you can see how casual Gentlemates look now after the nerves of the first couple of rounds.
Oh,
man. It doesn't matter who you put the operator in the hands of. Always just going to find that first pick. And again, CGN off to a bad start in this round. Globex still on that raise, only yet to find 2 kills in 9 rounds. Looking like 2 in 10 at this point as well, and that's not a good look. Not a good look whatsoever. Look, you're against Gentlemates, right? You might just be able to, in your minds, discount this one. And again, it's the first map in a LAN setting. There may be an answer in the next map. There may be an answer in the next half. But for now, something needs to change because no ults have been used in the last few rounds. Nothing. They haven't come up with an answer whatsoever.
Yeah, and this is the issue. When a team takes such good control of the game like Gentlemates, now they're changing up. Like you see there, Bippo just holding an off angle. He's not looking to get the pick. He's looking to punish because the mentality changes. Especially when you're already on 8 rounds on split, you know teams are going to be getting desperate. So he reads the situation perfectly. And this is probably the level of adaptation that I'm talking about that separates the tier 1 and the tier 2. At least on this map, in this current game, we've seen the absolute difference here between adaptation and how things need to work. So it's really looking brutal for CGN, and they're stuck on a loop of saving, looking to potentially get something done here because realistically, you're running out of rounds.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it will get to that point where it is just like, okay, what can we even do now? We can't make a single mistake. Bippo and Glyph, they find their kills. They've not taken a single point of damage. It's getting more and more dominant as we move on. As they warm up into this game, there's a kill from Chinook, but once again, it is an isolated kill in you know, otherwise a complete ether, a complete vacuum of success for CGN. They have not found anything significant whatsoever apart from that pistol round. And let's be completely realistic, that was off the back of a completely, you know, standout play from Jamalino, where he was just able to find 4 shots in quick succession. Apart from that, Gentlemates have had the run of everything so far.
Yeah, I think it's like one of them has a double duelist, but they're not exactly using the composition as they should. They're not getting aggressive space, they're not taking fight. They're spread out thin consistently across the map. It's another 1-1-1-1-1 setup, right? And Gentlemates, they can also counter this by starting in this set setup, allow Martin to go poke and prod around the map, look for looking like he's getting here onto middle. Nothing. So maybe mid. It might be finally a need for CGN, but Martin just abusing the Yoru so well.
Yeah, I mean, Martin is unbelievable. We've seen so much Yoru from Martin, and whether that was the agent that he wanted to play or not, it is what he was playing most of the time for Karmine Core. And it seems like that is going to be the story as long as the double duelist prevails in the current meta. He's doing a good job on it. You can't fault it whatsoever. Jamalino, however, has managed to slow things down once again. An instrumental player for this team. Will be hoping that he doesn't have to do all of the work in this map. Starkso stops Wolfram from getting any value in this round. It is going to be a 3 versus 4 retake here for CGN. One that they will want to go for, and yet one that they won't find anything on. Apart from that, there it is. A good amount of distraction from Jamalino allows Globex in. Martin! With 2 quick shots. 90-degree angle. Boom! Boom!
Throwing it back to the Call of Duty days there with the quick scopes coming in from Martin, showing what he can do, showing why Karmine Corp was silly to let him go, but now he's showing himself on Gentlemate's side.
That's unbelievable. I mean, look, we were kind of talking about it just a second ago with Martin's absolute dominance there on the boomsticks, right, with both the Outlaw and the Operator, but just not making a single mistake so far. A shot not missed. So, hey.
Finally!
Yeah, I'm sorry. I cursed it, but regardless. The impact has been made.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating watch. Finally using the double duelist as you should, getting aggressive into middle, taking early fights. This is what it's about. This is the reason for this double duelist, right? You're not playing double duelist to sit back and play passive. You're playing it to duel people, right? The key is in the name, so you have to use what your composition is designed for to get the most out of it. CGN having enough, but it might be too late here. Jamalino misses the shots, gets taken down, leaves Vince on his own, takes down 1. And then it's a 4 versus 2.
Yeah, Glyph holding things down by his lonesome for now. Jamalino there. Oh, and it almost worked out okay for Glyph. But CGN managed to get themselves a second round. One at the open of the map and the second right at the close of the first half. It at least gives them something to work with. And maybe there is going to be an answer here on the attack. Maybe that is their side. Again, we haven't really seen Split from this roster so far. We haven't seen Split, obviously, from either roster so far because it's completely new from Gentlemates, but at the very least we have some data to work with on the CGN side, and we know that Split isn't really their first choice of map, so we'll see if they have anything to say here in the second, but they don't really have much room for error.
No, but it's going to be interesting to, obviously, the sides flip now. Both teams running that double duelist, seeing if they're able to, you know, use the same strategy that Gentlemates do, allowing the Yoru to prod up on his own, taking multiple positions at once. But I feel like this is something where Gentlemates, obviously, they understand why they're doing this, right? They know the strengths as to what they're doing, so they're going to understand the counters much more easily as well. So I think this is one where it might be just a little bit too little too late for CGN, a bit of aggression there towards the end, but that's how they need to start the half. That's how they need to be playing every single round. If you're running a double duelist, you need to be aggressive, especially on Split. You don't have that Viper to block things for you. You only rely on the Cypher, and Cypher's pretty self-sufficient, but it's not enough to keep control of the whole map.
No whatsoever. Ooh, a little bit of time for CGN to calm down after that one. I think things ran away from them quite quickly. I think that's fair to say. But there is an opportunity still to get something done here, and at the very least, I do think... look, CGN are in a good spot here, right? They've qualified themselves to this stage of the tournament. They've guaranteed themselves, at worst, fourth to third position, as it were. And they're playing against a team that they're not expecting to win against, right? Unless Gentlemates had somehow put together a roster that did not work whatsoever. It was always going to end in the way that CGN were the underdogs, and that is a nice position to be in. It means that your expectations are low, and if something goes well, then you're going to be incredibly excited. But so far, definitely the former.
Yeah, I mean, you can always be happy, you know, if something goes right. I think CGN will probably give themselves a better account for what this matchup is showing anyway so far. Definitely something where probably disappointed in themselves now, but they have it all to do on the attack side. There's definitely a way to get back into it, and that does start with the pistol. Bippo, though, taking the first. Nade in hand, going to block the lower push. CGN going to have to pivot here. Starkso gets found out. Takes some chip damage away. Will back off. CGN looking to play together here as a forward, try and get this well back up.
Yeah. Well, here we go. And last pistol round, obviously, was great for CGN, but Gentlemates were in the driver's seat for most of it, and once again, that is the position that they find themselves in now. CGN are going to have to come up with something special once again, and right now, the attack is really not looking quite as confident as we wanted it to, but they have made their way on towards site, and that is the end goal. Either way, the spike will go down, and now it is all up to Gentlemates to retake, and if their attack was anything to go by, their retake ability should also be pretty impressive. We will find out right now, though. Globex is holding things down to start off with towards screens. Is going to be backed out towards site. Gentlemates playing a bit of a death ball, managing to get that blind off, and now they'll run in towards site, look for those trades. Jamelinho coming out on top for the time being, but the trades are back and forth. It's a 2v2. Glyph, time running out. They need to get these kills right now. There's the first, and it is just Fintz left. Glyph will find both of them, and it is a pistol round for Gentlemates. They make it 11. They're almost done with this map already.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick one, I think, today. Bippo just getting the defuse there in time. Got a little bit close, but Gentlemates really showing a lot of class here. Like, I expected the Gentlemates roster to be good. I think a lot of the roles do make sense and really gets the most out of each place, but I didn't expect it to be this good this early. Right, they're looking so dominant.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I was thinking, I think. You know, when I saw the Gentlemates roster, I was like, this is a good roster, this is good. You know, obviously Gentlemates, they have the kind of backing that they need to put together a roster that is show-stopping. But they took a few chances here, right? Look, they could have put together a roster that was much more tested and much more kind of on paper, like one that the fans would love even more, one that would guarantee them some really, really good results in VCT. They've put together a roster that I think combines some of the kind of untested, new, exciting players and obviously players that we know from Tier 1 already, and I think it's working out really well so far. They're only playing against a Tier 2 team at the moment, but that's what you need, I think. This is the proving grounds.
Yeah, it's the proving grounds, even for like new roles as well. Stark, so obviously he's always been a vocal player, right? But now leading the charge, being the team captain, and taking on the full responsibility of IGL, showing so much effort and time has gone into it, because looking right now, they're playing fantastic Valorant. So credit to him, credit to the coaches so far. Everything that's been on display right now is at the top level. Obviously, CGN have not been testing them as much. It's going to be interesting to see how that develops throughout the tournament, maybe throughout the maps, right? We've not seen CGN on Split yet, so it could just be one of them where, you know, they don't have the practice and they don't have the reps, and it's kind of just a free hit for them. Okay, the free hit misses, we can go again on the next map. So I think it's going to be interesting to see here. Anything happens, this is going to be desperate buy for CGN. They need to get something done here, some momentum, a little bit of hope maybe needs to come from this round.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, going in towards your own map pick, a Pearl, you're going to want something, some kind of confidence in this series. You don't want it over straight away. It's you know, just not a good look. It will not be a nice way to kind of end out the off season here. Chinook finds one, but again, the lion's share of those kills go directly to Gentlemates with absolutely no ifs, ands, or buts. Martin is just going to walk on through, get another few. The only player on double digits for CGN is Jamelinho for the time being.
That was a big contribution. So that was the 4K in the pistol, right? And that was kind of, you could even say, a bit of a blunder from Gentlemates. Had 30 seconds on the clock, going up the rope. It's never a great idea, is it? So really showing like how much, I guess, control Gentlemates have had. Even in the rounds that they've lost, they probably should have won them. So this has been absolute domination so far. Probably showing their experience a little bit here, but yeah, really a non-starter for CGN, which is quite disappointing to see. But it can happen, right? It's the first LAN event of the off-season. no
Yeah.
experience on probably a lot of these players, not been to LAN before. Like there's Jamalini, obviously only 16. I don't know his background, but you can only imagine. But funny enough, he's the one who's performing the best.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? The team, the org, well regarded, right? Made it deep run into Ascension. But still, you know, this is a new roster for them once again. And this is a map that we have not seen from this roster. There's a lot of question marks still. A lot could change into the second map, but for right now, this really is just the Gentlemates showcase. At the moment, it is just showing what this new roster can do, and it's looking really good. It's looking ridiculously good. That's a start that Gentlemates will definitely be happy with. A start that CGN Esports will not be happy with whatsoever. They're going to have to think of something very different there on Pearl, our second map. It is their map pick coming up next, but Gentlemates start things off with a 13-2 on Split. And I think, I mean, they barely even look happy. That's textbook for them. That is exactly what they came out to do.
Yeah, honestly, I think you'd call that a bit of a coaching session. They gave one out there for free on CGN, how to play attack side Split. Yeah. And yeah, I think that's going to be one there. You see CGN, none of the players stood up, sat there. Not a good look for body language, I'd say. Wolfen looks like he's cracking a bit of a smile, but interesting to see they just sat there. So interesting to see how they took that one. I feel like it's one where it potentially is a free hit, but it wasn't really coming across like it was a free hit. So obviously disappointing. You fly all the way out to Turkey and get absolutely battered on your first map. Not ideal, but you're still in the game, still got a lot of time. So hoping to see a rejuvenated and revitalized CGN for the next one.
Yeah, of course, best of 3. They're going to have another opportunity to get into this one, and I'm sure Gentlemates, they picked that map for a reason, right? They are going to be well drilled on all of the maps that they know and love, and hopefully for Pearl, that is not one that they know and love. At the very least, on the side of CGN Esports, they will be hoping that. I highly doubt that is completely the case, but regardless, there's not even much to talk about, right? 13-2, and strategically, it was just well drilled from Gentlemates, right? There was nothing incredibly special. There was a lot of default rounds and just a lot of individual fights won. So I think we have a break ready for you guys, and then we will be back with the second map, Pearl. Hopefully CGN Esports can come up with something a little different.
Çok yakınlar. Flash'te çıkacaklar. Starzon'dan bir kill var. Bir pop flash'tan Starzon'dan içeride bir de Şili buldu. 2-2 getirdi pozisyonu. Oradan çözer. Yakındasında yok. Yakındasında yok. Çözer.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Intel Monsters Reloaded. Thank you for bearing with us on that one. We're right into the agent select here for Pearl. It's CGN Esports' map pick this time around, and Gentlemates are the team that are going to have to... Well, I mean, look, I mean, how can we spin this and make it look like Gentlemates aren't still the favorites here? These guys absolutely dominated CGN Esports on map 1 of Split. 13-2 was the scoreline to start things off, and now, yes, this is not their map pick, but they still have the gun shooting skills that they had in last map. I'm sure that did not leave them in the break. I'm Twiggy. I'm joined once again by Eccles. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, mate. Hoping to see a new CGN coming up in this map. Obviously, Pearl, they have some experience on only a 50% win rate, 1-1, lost 1, but looks like now they're opting for a different composition. Globex coming out on that Phoenix. We've seen him do that on Haven and had great success in the past. And obviously, Jamalino on the Neon, as we know and love. Gentlemates opting for more of a standard composition in a way. Double duelist with the Yoru and the Neon. Fade, Asher, Killjoy. Interesting to see opting for a Sentinel this time, not relying on that Viper that did them so well on Split. But hopefully CGN now looking to really get into things, have that defense start. Generally a little bit easier to start with defense, right? It's more individual, more less reliant on an IGL coming up with a call. It's more individualistic, so that's going to help them out a lot and hopefully get into the swing of things a little bit more.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, Gentlemates looked barely even like they had to put... Yeah, you know, like 40% of their final power into that first map, right? It felt like after they were done with that, you know, they just... This isn't us, by the way.
No, this is me in the left. Hello.
Yeah, the lip sync is just really, really bad. No, it felt like they really didn't have to put much effort into that map whatsoever. You know, they got up from their desks. They looked... Yeah, they looked fine. You know, they didn't look happy.
Chilling.
There weren't smiles. They were just like, yeah, nice one, boys. Let's go.
Simply business. It's like
off to the
sending
break
an email
room.
at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. And CGN Esports, they were sat in their chairs afterwards. They were looking at each other. They had a lot of words to say, I think, about what happened, about what they expected going into Map 1 and what actually happened in Map 1. I think now they understand what they're up against. We're going to have to see something a little different here.
Yeah, going to be a little bit different. Like, it was too little too late. We saw some aggressive plays come out towards the end of defense Split, but when it's 10-1, like, you kind of ran out of options. Yeah, like, you've essentially just gotten to the point where that's the only option left. So hopefully now they understand, okay, guys, double duelist, we have to fight, right? I'm not asking for too much here, right? So it's something where hoping they get a better start, man. I'm really, really hoping they get their foot on the ground, they can stand firm, maybe win the pistol. Don't get eco, because they won the pistol last time, but guess we're just going to have to see here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, I think everybody wants to see what both of these teams can do when they're really up against some proper pressure, right? I think even if you're a Gentlemates fan, you want to see a good game out of this one so you can see your team shine when the going gets tough. But right now, CGN really haven't put up much of a fight. That's what we're hoping to see here on Pearl. And regardless whether this does end in map 2 or goes to a third, I think that would be a good outcome here. And of course, the winner of this will be up against the winner of our next game, FUT versus Fenerbahce. I think obviously Gentlemates versus FUT would be a wonderful, wonderful game for the grand finals, but for CGN, still one more route into there. 2 maps in a row would be able to get them through on that one, but it's a tough road. Long uphill battle. Gentlemates have made their way in towards A site. They're taking space. Right now, not finding Mugshot, but people will get one done on the slide.
And Vince goes down in the pit. Another passive approach from CGN, and this puts them in a back corner, allows them to get split on. Martin now, nice shot onto Chinook there. And 5 versus 2. And it's the same story again. Ooh, yourself. But Wolfen answers back with how he knows best, hitting his headshot. 3 versus 2 now. CGN, a lifeline into the round. This cage will be massive here. Glyph takes him down, though, takes the time in. A collegiate beast from North America jiggles down Klobex and hits another nice shot. Glyph good display from him. But Gentlemates, once again, CGN giving up so much map control, Twiggy. I'm getting frustrated here. They're just sat passive backside. There's a massive gap in art, and it gets to the point where the gap's been there that long. They're worried about CT. They're causing issues for themselves, Twiggy. What is going on?
Yeah, again, it was the same story that we saw, 15 times on Split, basically, where Gentlemates just overran the CGN side. And once again, Wolfen does a good job to get those kills, looking really snappy with the pistol in hand, but it's not enough. The round is already over. It's a 2 versus 5. You can't really get much done from that situation, no matter how warmed up you are, no matter how good your aim is looking. Wolfen did the same thing on many rounds on Split. Seemed like really the only player getting involved, but again, when you're the Sentinel, a lot of the time when you do get involved, it's towards the end of the round anyway.
Yeah, I've seen some interesting positions coming out from CGN, and I noted this on Split. Oftentimes their Omen and Cypher would not be in the anchor position. It would be the duelist, so they're kind of in like a swapped way of playing. And like even there with Wolfen, he was more of like off the site than he was the main anchor. So I don't know if it's something they're experimenting with, or it's just like just by nature just happening in the server right now. But when Wolfen is put on the site, we've seen him time and time again able to hold it down strong, but he's not always on the site. And I know you got to change things up, but there's certain fundamentals in Valorant. If you have a Cypher, he's got 2 tripwires, 2 cages, and a camera to play with, he's gonna find value on these big executes, but he's not getting into these positions that often. So I'm wondering what CGN can change here. This technical pause might be a bit of an issue. You know, maybe it helps them if anything, because that round was a little bit same story as Split. So really allows them to sit there and think like, guys, we need to be doing something different here.
Yeah, well, again, I think you can see the difference in the way these guys are approaching it. Stone-faced on the side of CGN, looking very, you know, like they need to come up with something here. Gentlemates, very, very casual right now. I don't think they thought about the game from the second that technical pause started. I don't think they looked at their monitors once, you know?
Eventually, they're having fun. And then this is what Starks will mention, right? They're looking for that family type feel. And it looks like they're doing. They're all like little brothers, you know, having a bit of fun with each other. Big day out in Turkey, having a good time. Where CGN, Wolfen, staring into space thinking, did I leave the stove on? Do I need to get some groceries? Like, what's going on, right? You know what I mean? Like,
tomorrow?
yeah. Do you want to go see some Istanbul, guys? Or do you want to play tomorrow? Could be the questions coming in. Vince as well. Yeah, the body language on the CGN side, not looking too great. Not looking, you know, the best. But they do have a mountain to climb. And how do you climb a mountain, Twiggy?
I feel like you're going to tell me.
One step at a time. Right?
There you go. Okay.
So there you go. It's like how do you eat elephant? One bite at a time, right? So they got a massive task ahead of each other. They need to really rally. This is where you have this, you know, camaraderie able to develop, right? You're able to get through this and have a, you know, a great story, a great comeback. You can really connect, create bonds with each other.
Sure.
As well, in fact. So this is something where, you know, maybe it's a little bit frustrating, a little bit of tech pause, things aren't going your way. Maybe you spilt your coffee this morning, you know, something like that. But CGN now, hopefully, can turn things around here, because if it's going to be the same as Split, which okay, we have a small sample size of Pearl, but it was the same issue that I'm seeing, like lack of map space, right? Lack of early information. Bit of a gamble, potentially. Maybe that's how they're feeling. Maybe they think, okay, we just need to take risks. But risks, you know, don't always pay off. And so far, they've not. So looking to see something out of CGN here. And I think if they make these changes that I'm saying, we're going to see a much better game, because they have the individual skill to back it up. They can shoot Gentlemates. They can out-aim these guys at times. They can win their fights. But they just need to have the confidence and the braveness. Bravery? Bravery, there we go. Forgot how to speak English there for a second. The bravery to do that.
Returning French.
Yep.
Who wouldn't? It's,
Bonjour.
This is a wonderful performance from these guys so far, obviously. Apologies for the long wait. Guess I'll land him. Starks has already fallen asleep.
I love it,
That's
man.
how
He's a
we're all
funny guy.
feeling, Stocks. That's how we're all feeling right now. Oh man.
Oh no.
I think he might actually be asleep. He hasn't moved a muscle.
He's doing it well. Yeah, he's doing it very well. Maybe feeling a little bit under the weather. He did mention to me beforehand, Bippo a little bit sicky. He does have the mask on, but maybe that's what Starkso uses the thing on his head for. Maybe it's just a pillow. It's like when he wants a nap, he just puts his head down and he has a portable pillow. No, that could be the meta.
Sure. Yeah. Why not? I think that's definitely exactly what he's going for there.
Need the Gentlemates PR team to start selling Gentlemate head pillows.
Yeah. Start selling. You know, we've got a player in a mask. Get some Gentlemates mask going. Yeah. You guys need to
Head
capitalize
pillows as well.
more on this. You got great jersey colors, man. I'd love a pink and white mask or something like that.
I'd love a
There's
pink
many
and white jersey.
communities that would love that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a nice jersey.
We know where we are. Yeah, great jersey, guys. CGN also great jersey.
Yes, CGN
you know.
also. Yeah, we love both of the teams so much, guys. Please don't send anybody after us.
Yeah, I'm a fan of both teams equally.
Yeah, I love both.
Depending
of them
who I'm
so
speaking
much.
to.
Yeah, exactly. If a Gentlemates fan is speaking to me, I love them so much. They're my favorite team in the world. If CGN fan is speaking to me, they're my favorite team in the world. Yeah, it's exactly. We got to be very careful. Got to be very careful.
But no, man, another tech pause. This is what happens. This is where, you know, the best comes out of us. No, but,
oh yeah, for sure.
As a player, you need to keep focused, right? So obviously, quite famously, you see Aspas leaning back in the chair. Maybe Starkso now has the, you know, the frontward lie down. Wolfen looking a little bit active, trying to keep things going. Keep yourself occupied, right? You don't want to lose the focus when you're sat here for too long, right? You can't go on your phone. You can't go on TikTok. Can't be looking at Twitch chat.
Starkso's awake. We might be going.
Awake. Oh,
recession indicator. Yeah.
Here we go.
Okay, we're good. Apologies, guys. We're back. We've got some Valorant left to play, for sure. I mean, we're just trying to extend this series as much as possible, considering it looks like it's going to be about 26-2 in the favor of Gentlemates for the moment, but we're back underway. CGN once again. They did lose that first round, so pistols for the defense here on the second, and we'll see if Wolfen can get anything a little more than just 2 towards the end done this time, because we've seen flashes of good play from CGN, but not quite anything yet that would give any trouble to Gentlemates so far.
Yeah, nothing really to contest them. Martin, same story as Split, walking up on his own, has that teleport in hand. He can take these risks, prod him with the Outlaw, looking for that opening opportunity to make the round much easier from Gentlemates. Put good B pressure, took the deep space, broke the camera, all that fun stuff towards B, so that's going to create a question mark towards that side, enable him to rotate over back towards A now, where even if there are 5 players from CGN, they will execute as a 4 or a 5, depending on what min he's feeling. Looks like he's a little bit worried towards middle. So a big execute here onto the A bomb site, regardless of the situation, is going to be very fruitful.
Yeah, and again, textbook stuff from Gentlemates. Good angles all over the place, pretty easy. And it is just Jamalino and Wolfen left to clean things up, and they put up some good numbers in the last map. Well, for having 2 rounds, definitely these 2 players had good numbers. But apart from that, difficult time for them. Jamalino manages to find one. Still a lot of work left to do, especially when Martin is still standing there with the Outlaw in hand. He has been absolutely immense with those scoped weapons. Wolfen finds one more, and again, it's decent stuff. It's a good start to a retake, but there was no chance they were ever getting it done.
Yeah, it was just too easy there. Even Mini with his trademark lurk at this point, coming in from Art with the Ghost, really there to clean things up if they do go south. Bippo, little 180 into the bomb site. Not too bad, but I'm not going to overhype it. It was versus the pistols, and especially what we've seen from Gentlemates so far, it is to be expected. Great shot from Wolfen, though. Wolfen and Jamalino have been hitting shots like you said. They've been really there to stand up, and it's like, I feel like they're just not in positions to do that more, because I feel like if they get these opportunities, they are taking them. They're just
Yeah.
not getting them that often.
No, exactly. These are two players that are mechanically gifted. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. They are good. Oh,
Ooh,
Vince managed
there
to
we
find
go.
one as well. Again, these are good players. They put up numbers consistently. It's just that Gentlemates are not giving them many opportunities to at this time, right? There were not too many rounds where they could capitalize off of, you know, misplays by Gentlemates. Not many rounds where the trades weren't coming through consistently for Gentlemates, and therefore, you know, the summation of what we saw from these players was a couple of 2Ks, a 4K in one instance, and there it is, another 2K coming out from Wolfen. He does get taken down eventually. Maybe CGN can get back into this one. Now they have some rifles in their hands. It is just Bepo left. He put up numbers in the first map as well. Can he get a little more? Knows there's a player around the corner, manages to hit that headshot. 2 left to deal with. Spike not yet down. It is on the ground on site. CGN know not yet where Bepo is going to come from, so picks up the spike, a fake plant. May just be able to get one free off of that. Nobody will stick it in the end. We'll have time left to deal with. Going over towards long. Gonna have to take both of these on at the same time, and it's a shot from Chinook, and there you go. They can hit their shots when they have the right opportunity to do so. CGN on the board, and that's really their first proper, you know, by-round win, right? Like,
Yeah,
apart
in the
from
whole series.
the last round of the half on map 1, that's pretty much it. That's all they've really had in terms of buying rifles and winning a round. That's really hopeful for them. Maybe they can work off of that now.
Yeah, Vince showing a lot of confidence there, taking that fight towards A main, lands a shot, opens around, then the Wolf, and like I said, doing what he does best, allow him to have his full utility on the site, sit in a corner, and he's going to provide the goods. Gets 2 there. Could have got 3. Bippo, though, in the tripwire, does take him down, but much better from CGN now, playing how they should be. So hoping to see them really build on this, but Gentlemates aren't going to allow this up too easy.
No, I don't think so. Now they get their full bite in turn. They're looking more towards A this time, but again, so many defaults on split, and once again, I think you can see that they're really not a fan of just rushing in towards a site, going with a massive commitment of abilities and a commitment of space and pressure. They don't want to give anything up. They want to try and find an opening kill before they enter towards a site, and this time around, they look towards A, managed to get in towards the orb, and then didn't want to put any more into that one. Didn't get that opening kill, so they moved back round towards B.
Yeah, did a good job, though. Put enough pressure. Recon comes in towards A main now, so CGN probably likely know that it's going to be a B hit. Don't opt to take the space, though. Martin's going to clear the site. Globex looking to get something done here with the Phoenix. Gets in front of everything, but this Astra Wall going to conceal him, but he gets taken down. Globex 180s onto Martin. Great shot. Stuck in the corner now. Sarkso fighting his way out. Bippo out of heaven. Wolfen up down with Chinook now. 4 versus 2.
Immense stuff. Mini coming round now from Link. Oh, Glyph just can't quite find the shot. Mini stuck in his own nano swarm, is taken out in the end, and well, CGN level things up, and here we go. We thought maybe their own map pick, they might be able to bring something to the table, and this is looking a lot better from them. Gentlemates, it's not like they look lost, but suddenly we are looking at 2 teams that are on similar ground in terms of their preparation for this map.
Honestly, I think a lot of it could be down to the comp difference. They're going to struggle a lot more now versus the Cypher. They don't have the Raze in play to break those trips, right? So this is something where they have to be a lot more conscious in how they're going to approach everything, because they have literally nothing besides a clone to be able to bait that out. They use it towards A there, so it's probably something where Martin now is going to have to be conscious. He's going to have to start saving his clone more for the actual hits. Otherwise, they can potentially get punished.
Globex lying in wait here in art. Beepo's the one looking for these picks, isn't able to find anybody, is being pushed back as much as possible, but in the end, Jamalino is just going to have to run away, give that space, look for a retake. He's taken down in the end by the Sheriff, and Vince having to hold down Graveyard here, finds one. Vince is there on the board as well. CGN not letting them run away with these pistols. Globex does not manage to make much use of the ult, but at the very least, they are in a position where they have not given any rifles away. Apart from that Guardian to Gentlemates, and that's the important part. Still making the Sheriffs work, though. They brought it to a 2v2. Gentlemates with much worse economy, and now they're on either side of these CGN players, stopping them from getting in towards site. Starkso with the first, backs around the corner. It's Chinook versus Starkso, who still hasn't picked up a better weapon at this point. Chinook doesn't know where he is. Shooting out towards Graveyard. Out comes the reveal, but it's the headshot in the end that'll get things done. And CGN, they made it look like a meal, but eventually get that round win.
Yeah, CGN doing much better now, really fighting their way back in. It was a low buy from Gentlemates, however, they will take absolutely everything at this point. Really good opening there from Bippo, but Vince doing so well in the pit to survive for so long, allowing his teammates to come in with the rotation to bail him out of a bad situation. Chinook there wins the 1v1. Nice little risk there with the reveal coming in, just opting to take the fight instead. Take an unexpected time, and 3-2 to CGN. Much, much better showing.
Yeah, I mean, look, from an eco round, being able to get 4 kills and a plant, wonderful stuff from Gentlemates, but if you can't get over that finish line, it is the point that is going to be going to CGN, and they can build up their economy just a little bit. Every round they get right now is a massive boon for them against a team like Gentlemates. They're hoping to get into that third map. Just give Gentlemates something to think about here, but that'll be a quick site take from Gentlemates, and Bebo misses his shots. Uncharacteristic from a team that was looking as good as we saw them on Split. The fake plant, and they're walking back over towards Arc, trying to clear more space before they try and get the spike down.
Off-angle prime position here. But gets taken down. Great lurk from Glyph, allowing Gentlemates to get out of it. Globex though pops up from out the box, runs away, finding his way out. Doesn't know where the players are. Using all his flashes, trying to delay as much time for his teammates to come in.
Yeah, that's so massive. Wolfen comes in here in Link and gets those 2 kills. Suddenly, the plan has not worked out for Gentlemates. They wanted that fake plant. They wanted to rotate quickly over to B, but with the spike taken out, it's now left up to Martin. He has been immense with the operator. Let's see if he can do the same thing with the Vandal. 1 versus 3. I mean, he's got these amount of kills before in this kind of situation, but it was with a different weapon in hand, and he doesn't get any this time around. CGN make it 4.
Great work there. Wolfen again with another 2k to kind of seal that mid-round chaos. I swear, every single time we watch Wolfen, he gets 2. Every single opportunity. He never gets 1, he always gets 2.
Always.
Great work from him. I like the mid-round there from Gentlemates, going into the ARC position through the smoke. Glyph there, enabling that with the lurk. Maybe could have hightailed out of there, run towards B, but unfortunately Starkso got caught off with the bomb, and then chaos did ensue. Interesting approach so far from Gentlemates. Very direct towards the mains, looking to apply this heavy A main pressure. This time opting for the hit with a fade ult to enable that. Gonna see if they change their approach here now. Maybe a little bit more work into middle, because the lurks have paid off. However, CGN have been able to lean more towards the bomb sites, because they're quite, I wouldn't say obvious, but this map's a lot harder to kind of mask where you're playing, right? It's a lot harder because obviously towards B, you have to commit a fake star towards B every single round, or even like a full star, full smoke towards B, just to deny that angle. So there's a lot of stuff and a lot of boxes you need to check on Pearl to be able to run an effective default, compared to Split where it's much more easier. But Chinook gets taken down, Martin opens it up, Wolfen all on his own now towards B, could be under some real trouble.
We'll have to see what he can make happen. But that's where things may fall apart for CGN. So far, what they've been relying on is a lot of good mechanical play, just being able to hit those headshots at the right times. And just being more comfortable, right? Just being a little more confident on this map than Gentlemates. I get the impression. Not a map that Gentlemates will be implementing into their strategy later down the line. Unless they just haven't got around to this one in terms of the practice just yet. Definitely not the same as Split. Either way, Martin, he tries to make it work. He's not fooling Wolfen for even a moment. Takes him out. Starkso is there though. Bring things back in their favor just a little, but Wolfen again, he always gets 2 and then he gets taken out. It's down to a 2v2 at this point. Mini has picked up a weapon. That could go absolutely massive. Time to plant the spike. CGN are going to have to try and retake. Oh, gets it down on the ground before that pull comes through.
That was so close.
Well, It's going to be incredibly difficult now for CGN to make this retake happen with those 2 rifles in the hands of the Gentlemates players. He's just going to walk on through Glyph, though, and finds himself taken out. It's just Mini left, and he can't find the kills. CGN make the deficit 3.
Yeah, much better from them. Got a foothold in this game now, in full control. Wolfen again with another 2K, by the way. Can I just say, might as well call him Wolfen 2K at this point. So solid on this Cypher roll. And once again, it just shows how much pressure happens on an actual execute, Twiggy, because there's so much utility down there for the Cypher because they're not able to bait it out, because they're not able to default both sides of the map like they were able to on Split, right? So maybe it's changing this approach, getting a little bit deeper on both sides, because CGN are a team that so far have not ran a single trap play, right? So if they're not running trap plays, this can enable you to be a little bit more risky with your defaults like we saw in Split. Split the sides of the map and then put pressure onto both, because the main contributor to your losses so far is this Cypher, whether that's him getting full space towards B or him holding down B itself. So either way, we need to start dealing with this utility. We need to start dealing with it quicker. Otherwise, the history is going to keep repeating itself over and over again.
Yeah, and right now, look, this isn't worrying for Gentlemates for the time being, but definitely I think a timeout required here just to get level heads once again. Talk about how 5 rounds have gone there to the CGN players. It's a difficult situation to be in. Of course, look, here's the thing. Any small amount of, failure, right? We'll call it failure. Any small amount, whether it is, just a few rounds for Gentlemates, is something to worry about, right? You're going into VCT next year. You do need to clean this kind of thing up. You're playing against CGN. You're not playing against Vitality. You're not playing against Team Liquid. You're playing against CGN at the moment.
Yeah.
So when they get 5 rounds in a row, you do need to talk about it.
Yeah, and I think it's one where, to be fair to them, a lot of the rounds have been close. A lot of it, 2 of them in particular, were decided very much in a mid-round, but just unfortunately didn't go their way. But like I said, this is the difference maker. This is what you need to be improving and getting better at. And even if it is just like map theory, and we see a little bit of it here, of the adaptation that was needed, they've kind of sped up their A main control to go back into something else, right? They've put the pressure here. I would like them, to be honest, deposit a player towards A main, because this fade is commonly thrown of Recon, Chinook, over A main roof into the A main area, and this essentially tells CGN, okay, they put A pressure, but there's fake. There's nobody there left. So, not opting for that. Looking to go into another big hit now. They do have the ultimates for it, though, so I do like this adaptation, but Jamalino now going to be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's a quick sight take. Oh my lord, Martin. In a big fight with Jamalino, close quarters. Jamalino is the one that comes out on top, but he's taken down to low health. He's just fighting him off, finds a kill through the smoke. He'll take that one. And uh-oh, suddenly for Gentlemates, difficult time getting in towards that. Lockdown comes through. And out comes the Cosmic Divide as well. That'll give them the freedom to get the spike on the ground, but it's still a 3v5, and the retakes for CGN so far have looked pretty solid. So maybe some ults are going to be used back in their favor. Starkso with the first, but Jamalino makes it 3, taken out. Chinook is on the board. It is just Mini left, though, and he has to get round the corner. He does not get round the corner. The spike is defused. Gentlemates, the timeout does not work out.
Yeah, it did not work out, and they threw a lot of ultimates at this round. I think I count 3 there in particular. Jamalino doing very well versus the Euro. Comes out with the shorty, comes out on top, allowing to get himself out there and gets another one through the smoke. Again, you could argue it's quite unfortunate on the side of Gentlemates, right? Yeah. Martin there should get the kill. Bippo there maybe shouldn't die, and then the entire round could be a completely different story, right? So this is something where as Gentlemates, you just got to keep persistent. You got to keep chipping away. The rounds are pretty close. Sure, you've lost 6 in a row now, but they're quite close. Yeah. So it's nothing too alarming, I would say, on their end. It's just a little bit fine like details that need to be changed. That last round, I spoke about, changing up the defaults and how things are going. They really can't afford that versus an operator, right? So they have to play that in a certain way. And this is the issue becoming an IGL in Valorant, right? Because they have 3 ultimates. If they do a split default, like I was suggesting, and someone goes down, now they have less firepower to back up these ultimates, right? And that's going to put you in maybe a potential worse a situation than if you had 5, right? So they play a safe default, they come back, do a B hit, they do everything right fundamentally, but the small details don't go their way, and there's another lost round. It's kind of brutal, but like I said, I'm still seeing good things from Gentlemates. I'm not too worried about them, but CGN, what a turnaround they've done since Split. This is a completely new looking team almost. Wolfen's doing his best to, you know, put the team on his back with the vibes, with the energy. Seen him on who's smiling the most. He's been there during the tech pauses, having a good time. But yeah, CGN really stepping up here in all aspects, I'd say.
I mean, that's exactly what we want to see, right? And hey, silver lining for the Gentlemates fans, if you're up against a round like that, is Jamalino is French. So
yeah,
I mean, maybe that's even worse. Actually, maybe you know, that's sacrilegious that the French player would be getting a 3K against the French team. But hey, maybe you can poach him. Who knows? It's good from CGN Esports. I'm happy to see, you know, them able to come into their own on a map which they're comfortable on. And right now, obviously, it's just the first half. They still have a lot of work left to do. But for Gentlemates, no answer just yet. And while they're still winning out fights, they're still showing us, you know, that they belong here. Something more needs to be got, right? You can be as gifted mechanically as you want to be, but you still need to be, I think, strategically on top in a game like this if you want to have confidence moving into next year.
Yeah, and it's like hard. Like I mentioned, the composition difference, right? Not much utility that's able to counter this Cypher right now, and it's really, really showing. So it's, do you factor your entire game plan around this? Okay, guys, they have a Cypher. We only have a clone. What are we going to do? Do we just save the clone, like I suggested? Are we going to change up the defaults? Are we going to try and prod more? Are we going to try and go more heavy? And they've done that. They've gone heavy towards A at the start, but a simple smoke can just block them, right? So we can take this A main pressure. They can't really get much done with it. And with a map like Pearl being so big on the rotation, running from A to B as an attacker is so far, that you only have so much time in a round to get things done. So this is where you really need to start opting for different solutions, maybe working in for a middle here, maybe causing chaos in that way, because as we've seen twice now, and they've seen it themselves, where Wolfen is fully anchored towards B, he has always utility towards there. Can we affect B from different positions, right? Maybe not B main, can we do it from B short instead, right? And through middle, and we have other solutions that come through that. So a lot to be thinking about here for Gentlemates, a lot of options, maybe too many options, if you will, right? Maybe too many things that you can think about in this case that can work, and it leads to maybe indecisiveness or maybe a little bit of doubt in your head because there's other things you could be doing. But tech pause now, maybe just to let themselves think, let it simmer, consider what's happened in the past. You know, the rounds haven't been that far away. We just need that little bit of quality in the chaos right now to get things over the line.
Yeah, well, good timing on the end of that thought there as we get back underway, and Gentlemates again have another opportunity with a full buy to, close to a full buy, to take this one. They're going to get aggressive once again. And Bebo once again does not get any value out of that push. Taken down, gets a space at least, and Saxo is going to capitalize off that to get the first. Martin on the board. But until he gets an operator in his hands, that value has to come from the Vandal. That's good so far, but Starkso is going to be caught out in the middle of no man's land. 4 HP left for Martin, and he can't get anything done with that. It still brings it to a 2v1. Globex. Scary situation. Round the corner, gets the first, and the spike is on the ground. The reaction isn't quite there onto Glyph. But he has time now to play with. Fake plant from Glyph. Globex anticipating either a rotation or looking for a different angle. It's another fake plant from Glyph. Really wants to try and figure out exactly where Globex is before anything happens. He's taken the long way round though, going all the way through mid.
Yeah, this is crazy. I thought maybe he's overdone it. Maybe Glyph figures this out though.
Another
opting
fake
for a smoke. Yeah, he's worried now. This is the problem though. He took so long to plant. Globex can be anywhere.
Finally, he's going to get that spike on the ground. But Globex has repositioned fully, and Glyph has no idea. He could be flank now. He could be coming from main if you're not careful at this point in time. Glyph gets himself into flowers and is just going to lie in wait there. Down goes the star to pull away Globex as he moves in towards site and maybe taps the spike. Here it is. He is pulled away. Now exactly, he knows where he is. They're not looking at each other at all. Globex, the last place he looks to check is Flowers. Finally, something goes in the favor of Gentlemates.
That was the most cautious 1v1 from both sides I've ever seen. Globex opting for the flank of the flank. Glyph going for 3 taps to try and bait out the Phoenix there. Obviously knowing he has that flash in hand, so looking to use it. But good round from Glyph. Good composure, getting dinked out here. Uses his star well, puts Globex in a bit of a difficult situation. Just takes advantage of it there. And Gentlemates really, really, I think, needed that, but I'm really happy to see Martin back on the operator here.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, never mind. He's not. I'm so
Sorry,
happy
Martin.
to see Martin back on the operator. I wonder what he's going to get done in this round. Oh, he's gone. Fortunately, I mean, if Beepo is able to find that, he is comfortable on the operator as well, but that is an unfortunate loss to start things off. And Jamelinho has warmed up into this one. Again, we've noted Jamelinho as a kind of unreal player on his day, but still untested so far, right? Still kind of going through the motions in terms of being on a new team, having to prove himself. Has had off days and on days in this tournament so far, but when he has an on day, there is something special about Jamelinho, and that's a good start. Needs to do a lot more in this series, I think, if they want to get a win out of it. But yet, Gentlemates have been severely hamstringed by that first kill and almost finding themselves 3 players down off the back of that spray through the smoke. Orphan is stuck on site, but somehow managing to avoid any kind of damage. Orphan finds one. Chinook unable to get that, and there's Jamelinho to close it out as well. 7-3. Gentlemates, their success very short-lived.
Yeah, pretty brutal opener there. Obviously, we were having fun with the Jamelinho pick onto Martin after I was hoping for him to get a lot done. But when an operator is in play on the defense, it just limits you on what you can do realistically, right? You only have a certain amount of utility. CGN coming in with attack pause. Interesting. Maybe they saw something as of late here. Maybe really looking just to convert this half. That is quite unexpected there, but hey, they're doing well. Maybe they need to keep the momentum up. Maybe the coach has seen something. So in the coach we trust as always. But yeah, CGN is they're in quite a difficult situation for Gentlemates, sorry. Because the operator is in play. You have so many things that you need to do. You have like a checklist in your mind as an IGL of what you want to get completed on this map to set up the round to be in a good position. But there's so much to do, and an operator just slows that down so much, and you have to take the risks there. Martin gets taken down 4 versus 5 early on. Going for a B hit where you can't really break Wolfen's utility. He's in this new box location, sat there, holding strong consistently, and you have nothing really to counter it. So pretty brutal matchup right now for Gentlemates. I think if they can get the last 2, they can really get back into things. But I think even on their defense, they're going to be fine. But CGN looking to maximize here.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we don't really know, unless you got some insight on this, how long this roster has been cracking as a team for. They were only announced a few days ago. Jamelinho narrowly misses a whole crowd of players moving through in mid. That will not slow them down whatsoever. Can he find his second shot? Yes, he can. Tracks Beepo around the corner. There's a second too. He'll get out of dodge. Oh, look, regardless of the utility and the economy on the Gentlemates side, those are 2 clean picks. And I think that will just give them this round once again. Globex sprays down 2. Vince is there on the 5th player. CGN make it 8.5. They're looking comfortable on Pearl. I'm loving this map from them.
Yeah, when they win the rounds, it feels so, I don't want to say easy for them, but they're not really being tested here. They're never in doubt, besides the pistol round, they're never in doubt for where Gentlemates can be. They're always in full control of the round, having good map space, all this kind of stuff. Complete opposite to what we saw in Split. So good to see that they've turned it around, but Gentlemates, yeah, not really getting much going on this map. Only 1 buy round converted so far, and obviously instantly got reset. Really struggling to get things done. Looks like they're opting for a bit of a different approach now, going towards middle. try and get something done here, as they did on Split, going back and forth, kind of what suits this team.
CGN looking for a 9th. Oof. Gentlemate's lying in wait there. People find the first, and is once again going to be a full retake for CGN. Something that they have had a lot of success with so far, but for Jamalino, this is an important first pick. I mean, he definitely makes himself known. I'm sure the barrel of that operator was peeking well out of the Cosmic Divide there, but regardless, he's going to back up and not go for that fight. I think maybe talked off the ledge by his teammates. Now is the time to go for things. The Cosmic Divide is down, and they are going to go for that retake, clearing parts of the site one by one here. Jamalino trying to walk through the smoke. He's itching for a kill here. Wolfen finds the first, and ult goes out as well. That'll reveal all the last players, and clean from Gentlemates, unless Mini can do something here. Spraying down members. He runs out of bullets.
No.
It's all over, and CGN make it 9-3. Look, I'm not going to make a comment about a curse, but I'm sure Gentlemates are hoping that that is the case.
No, CGN looking so good there. Even opting 4 versus 5, trusting in the retake. Jamalino thinks better of going through the Cosmic Divide. That wall to get out into backside was so crucial for them. So CGN looking like a completely different beast on Pearl, showing the reps are coming into play. Starkso maybe needs another nap to rejuvenate after this one. It's been a bit rough so far for them, not getting much going, but pistol round is where everything can change. Win the pistol, win the consequent round, 9-5. All of a sudden, the game looks a lot better. And you can start to build momentum once more, but Gentlemate's really falling flat so far on Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit of both, right? I think CGN, first off, they look a lot more comfortable now. We know that first map nerves are a real thing, and obviously for Split, we have not seen Split from this team either, so it might just be a map that they really will avoid from now on. But for Gentlemates, I think there's also an element of this is not good enough for this team right now. This, you know, we're still in 2025. There's still a lot of time, still in the off season to make changes and talk about these kinds of things. This is, after all, a proving ground for this team. They are moving into VCT. It's you know, we can sing the praises of this tournament as much as we want, but after all, Gentlemates are going to be focusing on the main tournament for them in VCT next season. And you know, there's a lot to learn. I think this is a good opportunity to learn, regardless of whether or not they get a win here. This is not just a showcase, hey, look, here's our new team, we're going to win 26-0 and move on to the grand finals. Fans praise us. This is a moment for the team to learn.
Yeah, especially even with the new changes on Pearl, we see Wolfen well adapted to that so far. Nice little fake style here from CGN, but Martin back doing what he does best, gets the 2, double Sheriff here, doubled up on the pillar. Bippo and Martin running around trying to chop down the CGN players. Oh. Nice shot out of Bippo. Much better from Gentlemates, and Bippo giving it large, slides on them. Wolfen a 1v5. We've seen him do it in the past, but can he get it done? No, he cannot.
Much more like it from Gentlemates. Aggressive. It's exactly what they needed. It's exactly what they were missing running into the side of CGN there when they're on the attack. This time around, they can flip the script and find those kills there themselves. Take matters into their own hands. And look, this had been a bit of a non-starter so far for Martin and Bippo, but that is a good way to build up a bit of confidence, get back into this game.
Because I'm trying to think back to the attack side, Twiggy, where when did Gentlemates ever get like an opening duel like that, where it was just a straight-up gunfight? Besides maybe, you know, Jamalino picking them off with the operator, they never really had straight-up gunfights, which on Split was so fruitful for them. But now in the defense, they're able to have these fights that worry less about the utility on hand for them, because they're more individualistic. That's a hard word to say. Yoru and the Neon are able to take a fight and get out or dodge. We see Bippo here showing exactly that. Dancing around the box. Gets 3. Gets 4. Last one.
Go on!
The ace.
No,
Martin,
you ruined it! Oh, it was a great round regardless. It was a great round regardless. I mean, Bippo, he only had 10 HP anyway. Maybe he said, Martin, come save my life, but regardless. Good round. Good way to close that out. Not letting them in whatsoever. Confidence building from the duelists again.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to mention, where now the confidence is flowing. They realize, oh, you know, if we take our fights, we actually win them. You know what I mean? Like, why don't we just take more fights? And it can just be as simple as that when you're playing Valorant, where you're playing too tactical, too together, maybe too much of a game plan. We saw, like, too many A main controls as a team, right? Apart from, you know, A main control and a double lurk somewhere, or fake A main control into an instant B hit. We weren't seeing this from Gentlemates. We would have seen very structured and orchestrated gameplay that CGN was able to read into and not give them the early fights that they wanted into these main areas. So now they're on the defense, they're able to make things happen as the mid-round goes on. Because as we see, Glyph already deep in A main on the Astra, getting this deep line with the Outlaw, takes a shot, gets spotted for it, but contains the position now. And just look at the gap that's been left in Art. Stark's going to have to jiggle it down here to make miracles happen with the Spectre.
Yeah, Jamalino is going to be taking first contact, but they give up that A push and instead head towards mid here. Jamalino finds the first. They're just going to run it down onto B. Mini can't get away whatsoever. Martin has gone insane. There's the first onto Jamalino, the second onto Globex. He's not missing a headshot now. That's more! Can he get 4 already? Oh, he's blind. You got to shoot him. 6 bullets left. He's going to get taken out by Vince in the end, and Wolfen gets on top of it too. Martin did so much work. You can't let this one go to waste. Glyph is left alone. Outlaw in hand. First kill is found. Gets back around the corner. That is not the weapon he probably wanted in this situation, but it would take too long to reload that Outlaw anyway, so Spectre it's going to have to be. Wolfen rotates round and their headshot is hit, but no more than that. CGN, oh, they were crawling around for that round, but they get it done and double digits is theirs.
Yeah, they survived the bonus. That could have been really, really bad for the CGN side. Martin does great work there, but not able to get it down. How many bullets did he have left here? I don't think he needed to swap to the Sheriff Twiggy. I'm not too sure, but couldn't hit Vince here. The unpredictable movement while full blind makes it pretty brutal. Wolfen cleans up once again. Another 2K from Wolfen to finish out the round. Glyph, unfortunate, left with a Spectre, gets the dink in play, but not much to go on. But CGN now, 3 Sheriffs on the board. Gentlemates have the much better buy here, looking to convert and get a foothold back in this game now and build some momentum.
Yeah, exactly, precisely. You never thought that was really going to go in Gentlemate's way. It was off the back of some really impressive hero rifle kills that they got that one done in the first place. It was a bonus round after all, and it does mean that it hampers CGN's buy massively into this next round. And so, you can be careful now. Beepo is caught up in the corner, but it's a good wall to get him out of dodge. CGN left occupying space where Gentlemates players do not exist.
They do not, but they've been pushed back across the map now. This is what I spoke about before. CGN now have all the space to work with, opting for the A split. Glyph on his own in the site, in the smoke. Gonna have to get something done here. Comes out, gets 1, spams through the smoke. Globex gets 2 with the Sheriff. Glyph back site now, all the press is on him. Takes down Chinook, bombs down on the site. Glyph opting to try and sneak away with his teammate in the pit. But the round's gonna slow down here behind the smokes. Have to regroup and rethink.
Yeah, plant goes down. Vince takes a little bit of damage there through the smoke. Martin lying in wait is so quick on that headshot. Sheriff's doing so much for this team. Globex is facing the other way, but Wolfen is good for 1 always. Beepo needs to get this kill. Cat and mouse once again. Wolfen finds it with the stinger. CGN, a surprise round in their favor, and every one of these that they get is going to be so good for this team. You can see the smiles are slowly starting to light up the faces of the CGN players, where we saw only grimaces after the first map.
I don't even know Twiggy. I think they're just that cold. They win a round like that, 1 versus 1 for Wolfen, and it goes to the player cams. One of them's fixing their headset. Like, there's no emotion there. They're just maybe robots. They're just that cold, bro. I don't even know what to say, but oh, maybe it's because there was another tech pause. They were just sick of it.
Oh. Timeout again in the favor of Gentlemates, and another one that they need, right? This is now starting to get a little bit worrying. Again, learning experience, not the end of the world. If they go to map 3, they go to map 3. I'm sure they will be okay with that. But there's a lot to play for as well, right? Getting into the grand finals by itself guarantees you a prize pool bonus of $7,500. Well, I'm sure for Gentlemates it's more about the trophy than it is about the money. It would still be nice to have.
Oh yeah. Also for the fans as well, though. The Gentlemate fans are some of the most passionate in the world, I will say. So giving them something to cheer for is always going to be something to do. You know, as a Gentlemate player, you're going to put on that jersey with pride. But they have to take down a very good CGN side now that are coming into their stride. Wait, sorry. Who's holding their mouse sideways? What was that?
I've given up trying to... People play this game in such a weird... If it works, it works, I guess. Hey. Yeah, who knows? Wolfen, first kill there. It's a good opening as well. It's one they needed.
Big spam coming in.
If the Sheriffs went big for CGN, maybe they can go big for Gentlemates as well. Beepo finds 2. But it's already looking a lot less likely that they make this round happen than the last one. It's a great headshot from Mini. Does not get the kill from that distance, though. He's going to have to back all the way up. Vince is lying in wait on site. The wall kills Stock, so Globex will finish it off, and we're on to max point already here, or well, map point for CGN Esports, the team from Tier 2, who, yeah, did make a good Ascension run, but this is a completely new roster once again. Still, as of yet, just about as tested as the Gentlemate side.
Yeah, doing great stuff on this map. Playing it, I think their approach to this map is so much better than Gentlemates so far. They looked like they were kind of running out of ideas on the attack, but CGN instantly working this mid position. They're creating opportunity, right? And this is what Valorant is about. You can't always have a way to finish the round pre-planned and preset, right?
Yep.
Things change, things happen where you're not really sure, but this heavy mid pressure with the Phoenix especially is so effective, and it just gives them so many options after they push Gentlemate back on all sides to allow them to essentially do what they want, right? Gentlemate's a spread Finn, and they ended up in a situation where CGN on split was also sat back and playing Finn, and at that point you can do anything. You can fake, you can hit, you can split, and all of them are going to be effective because the defense is going to have a much more passive line, so they're not going to get that information as soon, and then also in weaker positions. So it allows the attack to do a lot of things, and even here now, we're seeing a bit of re-aggression from Bippo, walking up into Art. This is what we need to see more. We need to take the risks, especially with the double duels. We need to be more brave.
Martin finally has the operator back in hand. But he's on A this time around, and that's not where CGN are going, so it's going to have to be a retake with that, which hasn't worked out so well for him so far. Regardless, CGN going to move in off the back of the Cosmic Divide. Look for the plant at the very least. Gentlemates waiting here, and Glyph gets run into. Stops them from being able to get anything, but hey, a kill neither direction is not the end of the world. In comes Beepo, but he's taken out by Shinnok. Globex is there as well. Mini finds 2. Martin comes in from behind with the shorty. That'll be good enough. It's just Wolfen left. He's always been good for 2. This time around, he can't get it done. Right in the nick of time, Gentlemates managed to get their 6th on the board. And while that may not be a confidence booster, they can keep themselves in it.
What a crazy round. They did so well there. We see Globex trying to knife through the smoke. The confidence is definitely back on the CGN side, but Gentlemates hold firm. Big plays coming out from all players here. Wolfen, like I said, not able to get things done. They expect the lurk to have that awareness, that presence of mind to understand who's left, where they could be. So good stuff there from Gentlemates to win it. Operating hand from Martin is going to be crucial for this comeback. 6 rounds now, 6 opportunities to get something done. But CGN, a lot to work with.
Yeah, plenty of time to get this one done. Martin this time playing B with the operator. Again, he has picked incorrectly. Last time he was holding up. Which exactly, where CGN want to go. Beepo taken down. He's been so instrumental in just getting 1 or 2 kills at the start of every round on this defense side to give his team a chance. This time he overextends just a little too much, gets taken out. Again, Martin does not rotate round. He's staying on B, waiting to see if CGN will change their minds. Eventually, maybe they will. They've got no info to work with. They're not pushing for info, but It's going to be art in the end that they go for a peek on. Sarkso playing very passively here.
Yeah, a little off angle here, hoping to get something done. Shinnok posted on the angle. If he walks around here, it's going to be rough. Gets taken down. Great start there from Vince. The stun comes into play, forces Starkso out of position, but opting to go
Now
back
they move.
towards B. This is what I'm talking about. Tuki. This mid position is so pivotal.
He's right there waiting for them. He sees the knee there of Jamalino, but he's going to get stunned up and he can't find a shot. He doesn't even
movement.
click. Jamalino finishes him off, and it looks like that might be it. 2 players remain on the Gentlemate side to try and retake this 2 versus 5 here. It's Mini and Glyph. Mini had such a good first map, but when put back on this Sentinel role, hasn't found as much success. Out goes the Nightfall. Now they have no audio to work with. Jamalino kills 1 with the ult. It's not a flawless round for them, but it's a very good finish. 13-6 on map 2, and we will be heading to a decider between Gentlemates and CGN Esports. Not where we thought we would be at this point in this series, but hey, that's how the test works.
Yeah, they've done so well to come back into that. The preparation difference is so easy to see. CGN playing so well, approaching the map in a completely different manner to how they did on Split. The difference there is night and day, and kind of looks simply business for them, you know, not too hype, not too crazy. They're just looking, you know, normal day in the office, kind of how Gentlemates approach Split. So now we're in a weird position, right? We've had 2 absolute blowouts on 2 separate maps that play completely different. So it's all down to the 3rd map. Who knows what we're going to see, right? Gentlemates point to prove now. Maybe caught himself napping. Literally, Starkso was taking a nap at the start of the game, but then doesn't wake up for the rest of it. So not sure what's going on there, but looking to regroup and hopefully come back into the next one stronger.
Yeah, of course, Haven is going to be where we're ending up this time around. And for CGN Esports, a chance to take down Gentlemates before they even get started here. And that would be a statement piece, right? More than anything else, the performance that they have had in tournaments over the course of the offseason so far has been really, really good. I mean, they got into a best of 5 against Team Liquid Academy, made it 3-2. They've been in another off-season event since then, and now a test against the first kind of big name, Gentlemates. If they make a win against this team happen, then CGN Esports are going to be a real name to look out for in the Tier 2 circuit next year. We're going to head to a break before we get on towards Haven, but we will be back shortly and we'll find out what happens in this final map of the series.
Okay, I'm Jamalino. I'm 16 and I'm from CGN.
Hello, I'm Globix, I'm 19, I'm playing for CGN. We are now going to do a 1v1 and we'll start off with Classic.
It's impossible. Oh no. What did I think? My mouse like
Let's
is...
go.
Okay, let's go. Whoa. I was close to kill you. I don't know how you can...
We're now moving on to Stinger.
Bro, I don't know how you can kill me every time. Oh bro, I can't, it's too hard. Bro, we go. For what? good job. Why every time? No!
Am I allowed to do that?
You cheated actually.
Yeah.
We will do a reround without all.
Oh, I cannot move. What the? I never kill you. You kill me 10 times.
Thanks for watching, guys. Make sure to support us in the IMR tournament that we will be playing today.
Karanlık çölde bir de Şili buldu. 2-2'ye getirdi pozisyonu. Oradan çözer. Hızlı yok. Hızlı yok. Çözer.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Intel Monsters Reloaded. We're on to our third map between Gentlemates and CGN Esports. The first went very much in the favour of Gentlemates. We thought this is a team that looks like they're ready for VCT, and then we moved on to Pearl, and things were not the same. CGN Esports looked confident on Pearl, Gentlemates looked lost.
Yeah, it was complete polar opposite. It was so surprising to see. We were talking about it during the break, seeing Gentlemates play such great fundamental Valorant on Split, but then seeming to lose that on Pearl. Maybe, maybe things got a little bit too easy. Maybe they took the eyes off the prize there, but looking to redeem themselves on Haven now. Interesting composition coming out from them. We're going to have Glyph on the Sky, not a natural initiator, most commonly playing controller, especially in his stint in North America in Winthrop, where he made that Ascension run. So interesting coming out here, maybe putting people in different roles. Maybe it's more of a tester event for Gentlemates, but CGN, once again, repping that Phoenix. Globex is something where he is so impactful on this agent. He makes it look viable on almost every map. So exciting to see what he can get done there. Jamalino on the Neon, Wolfen on the Cypher, as we know and love. Consistent for him throughout the series. So going to be interesting to see if Gentlemates adapt to this once more, because now they have the Sova. They can potentially counter that Cypher a little bit easier. So that's going to be a big role for Starkso to think about in the upcoming matchup.
Yeah, Martin finally out of Yoru jail, playing on Omen this time around. Gentlemates have forgone the double duelist meta that is ongoing right now in favor of a double initiator, harkening back to 2023 kind of era stuff here in terms of their composition. Neon is going to be the solo duelist for Beepo here. He's had a lot of good times on that role over the past two maps, but yeah, I'm interested to see how that works out for them. Obviously, also going with the Killjoy instead of the Cypher. They seem to be very much avoiding the Cypher, which obviously, I think nowadays is definitely kind of the way to go. But CGN have been really holding on to that Cypher over the last three maps.
Yeah, and it's like a potential versus, looking at what you are going to be facing up in the meta. Obviously, maybe a Phoenix is not quite the meta, so having that Molotov there to guarantee a block, as we call it in pro play, like guarantee a block in the choke point by activating that molly, but a tripwire can always be broken, right?
Yep.
So you're not always going to get that guaranteed value. So it's like positives and negatives to both sides, but interesting to see them go with a double initiator. The Sky and Sova is something that's not been played for a long time. Back when Sky was so broken, it was so common, but it was so strong, mainly because the amount of information that you get, right? We spoke about this before with teams being passive, teams getting forced back. And you can potentially play like this a little bit more just due to the amount of information that you can get, right? So you don't want to be taking these straight up duels. If you're more passive, you can then flash, you can drone, you can dog, you can recon. These areas where the other team pressures, and you can potentially find out if it's true or false, right? So you're going to be able to work out your opponent a lot better with this double initiator combo. And I feel like CGN are going to be forced into more of a direct style. However, that seemed to suit them a lot more on Pearl, right? They were taking a lot of space towards middle. They were taking a lot of fights. They were being aggressive in the early round. And that's where they really shone. So hoping to see more of that from them here. We know from the qualifier tweet, they love a B hit. They love a B hit on this map. And it's something that I think is so strong, especially with this Phoenix. So a lot of reps that come in here and a lot of games where it actually matters, right? So there's a difference between practice and then practice in tournaments. So practicing in the tournaments is completely different ball game. They have the reps, they've gone through the qualifiers, they've had real officials, whereas Gentlemates, they're brand new to this. This is their first real match as a team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a big part of this, I think. Obviously, the test, we say it time and time again, the test on a real matchup, on a real server, in front of a crowd or, online, is so different from scrimming, from pracking, I'm sure this roster, obviously, as Gentlemates has had plenty of opportunities to prac and to scrim, but coming up against an actual team who is playing for everything on the stage is very, very different. This is their first foray into that, so it's not ridiculously surprising that we see them lose a map straight away. I think anybody who went into this looking like, you know, Gentlemates, they should be winning 2-0. This is a tier 2 team they're playing against. I think you're delusional if you think that is going to be the way things work out in reality. Gentlemates, they're going to be going through the motions. This is a testing ground for them. This is always going to be way more difficult than anything they have encountered as this 5-man roster up until this point. So the test is whether or not they can bounce back, not whether or not they can win immediately 2-0.
Yeah, and it's going to be a good testament for them for the future. Like, you know, having that they can always go back into this game. It's something that served teams so well. So, looking to see what kind of reaction we get from them. Hoping it's a positive one.
And that's going to be a quick C hit to start things off as Pipo, the solo duelist for the team, makes his way in towards site. Taking all the space very, very quickly here. One lurker in Mini who had absolutely instrumental value on map 1 on that lurk, but Jamalino gets things started. Shinnock as well. Pistol round working out well for CGN once again. In fact, it might just be a flawless one to start things off for CGN. 2 headshots for Bipo, but you need a lot more than that to get the round done. CGN start things off with the pistol for the second map in this series.
Yeah, great execute there from Gentlemates. We saw the Sova coming into play already. Those double shock darts, making sure the tripwires are down, enabling the Neon to scale into sight. But Jamalino, he's a funny little player, and I say that in the most complimental way ever. He just gets in these annoying little situations, jumping in and out of smokes, getting picks here and there. It's so fun to watch him. But great retake from CGN. We've seen them have great retakes in the past, showing once again they can do it versus these tier 1 level teams, but Gentlemates, big force buy here.
Indeed. Funny little player there with the Guardian holding down that mid position. Nobody coming up through window to find anything, and CGN going to be holding down the C push once again. Wolfen is tagged up in towards the back of site. Jamalino is holding it down, can't quite find that first pick. This is a good attack from Gentlemates, who invested into this round with the Stingers, and so far it's working out for them.
Yeah, great set play there on the C split. Tried and trusted. That recon bouncing 3 times backside can be so frustrating to deal with now. Looks like they'll be playing off Mini. He is low HP, but Shinnock, Vince, and Globex combine all together. Bippo misses. What just happened, Twiggy?
By a matter of seconds and it was over. You blink and you miss that one. CGN suddenly come back. I mean, look, yeah, they're Stingers. Long range, they're not going to be working out quite as well, but there's dispatching of Gentlemates like a SWAT team there.
Yeah, that is crazy. Just when you think double entry on the force buy, this round is ours, it all falls apart so fast. But we see the composition coming into play there. The double sky flash doing so much damage, but the trades just don't come in from Gentlemates. They get caught lacking. Starkzill's dancing around on the site. What? I don't even know what happened. I'm speechless.
Yeah, that's going to be a shell shock one for Gentlemates. It was a great start to the round, wonderful start to the round, and then it all just goes downhill so quickly there. CGN are looking way more drilled in this third map than they did on the first. I mean, look, yeah, they've been building confidence over the course of this series, and maybe that is the problem area here for Gentlemates, is if you let them in, you leave the door open just a crack. CGN are going to take full advantage of that. That's a good shot from Starkzo to get things started. It's more about how they close out the round, though, I think we have found.
Yeah, but Jamalino able to get one, poking and prodding as he always does. Getting some good damage in here. He has the Outlaw, so he's able to take these players down. Out on his own, though. Where is his team? Not backing him up. Allows Martin to get the kill. Globex out of heaven now, looking to get something done here with the flashes and the walls. Gets one, gets two eventually. Wolfen as well combines. Mini with all to do with a Marshall.
Yeah.
Gets one, but gets taken down. Gentlemates, again, getting a good opener there, but not able to convert it. This time they were on the lesser weaponry, so I can't understand that. But I guess good signs, you know, good signs potentially, right? They're getting the opening picks, they're getting into advantageous positions, so they're just not able to close them out.
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously they invested into the second round. This one was always going to be a tough buy, so it's not surprising that they don't manage to get much after the spike is down on the ground, where CGN can take the fights that they want instead. But still, a lot to be taken care of here for Gentlemates. I think, you know, just going through the motions once again, right? They're getting the spike on the ground. That's good. They need to get those picks. And this is the first round where they can really try and do that. The full buy for both teams. For Gentlemates, I think the most important round of the series so far.
Yeah. They got the Globex test coming up as well. Phoenix all online, nice and early for them. Able to get this, I'd say bonus round, but they have full rifles already. Economy looking great on the CGN side, so I wouldn't say it's much of a traditional bonus, but obviously they do have that bankroll to fall back on nevertheless, but a bit of a passive start from them so far.
Yeah, look, Gentlemates, I think we can tell already their playstyle on the attack is very defaulty, very slow. They like to gain information, maybe get a first pick, and then they move in off the back of that. I don't know. It feels like there's been, you know, they're not trying anything different. They're just going for that, throwing it at the wall. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, which a lot of the time so far now it hasn't, they just take it and go again. I would like to see an attempt at a full-on snowball round where they're not forced to, right? Where they're not using stingers or pistols. You know, going in with the rifles fast, not just sending Beepo in. Yeah, good paranoid to start things off, and they will get that sight position. But now they, again, need to hold off the CGN attack, and so far it's looking okay. The trades are there. Globex doesn't have his ult anymore, but he's still got his life. Back on full HP. Jamelinho looking for an opener as well, but they back up and they go for it again. Mini holding down. Oof, Cubby here and knows exactly where the players are. That's a good shot from Mini. And it's just Globex left. Voila! Gentlemates back in the swing of things.
Yeah, right back in the swing of things. Good round from them. You mentioned that default style. That is what they do best, and it's so complementary with this composition they're running. The double drone, we used to call it back in there. Obviously, it's a drone and a dog, but you're able to get so much information, so much map pressure just from these two abilities alone, but allows you to do a lot of things. CGN there opting to be more passive. They really wanted to value Globex's ultimate, which is a valid take on the round. They want to get it out there too early, so rather allow Gentlemates the space, let them make a decision, and then you try and counter it with your ultimate. Doesn't pay off in this case, though. Well handled by Gentlemates, and I don't know.
There you go, Jamelinho, though.
As I say.
Over the course of the series, he's really been warming back up into that role that we saw him when he was playing against Team Liquid Academy, doing so much work for CGN Esports to make that series go in their favor. And again, he's back on that role and just hitting shots. And when he's warmed up, he's confident and he's hitting shots. He's a difficult player to play against, right? I mean, him and Martin have a lot of similarities in their play style. And therefore, I mean, now that he's, you know, able to take on that second duelist role where Gentlemates do not have a second duelist, I think they need to be very careful of Jamelinho now.
Yeah, he just looks so confident. To say he's 16 years of age, first real team that he's playing on. He looks so good, but unfortunately his teammates now getting taken down on this. A bit of a half buy now. Jamelinho looking to make another frag happen with the Marshall, but looking for the mid lurk. Mini, he's often there, but this time he won't be. Gentlemates playing off the site, allowing the other opponents to force them to tap the bomb. Molly down on the spike. Gets taken down, though, so maybe they can make something awkward happen here, but it's going to be a spam battle coming in.
It really is, yeah. They're just going to go for it. I mean, look, the defuse is halfway done. Chinook does get taken down in the end. Just Globex left. If he can get himself some space, maybe he can just try and stick this one. It's not going to happen. He is going to be taken out. Gentlemates, I think if they'd lost that round, that would have been a big worry. That would have been a big worry. That was textbook stuff. Just make sure they don't defuse.
Sorry to the fans tweet comes out.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But no, they get it done.
Can only blame
and
ourselves.
it's honestly, Good decision from them, getting off the bomb site, just playing the spike.
Yeah, the good stuff.
Nothing too much about it. Yeah, just good fundamentals from them, which we kind of need to see
Yeah,
more
exactly,
from them, and that's where they excel, especially on split. It was just the fundamentals. There's no crazy set rounds. Don't get me wrong, they've shown great execute so far on Haven. Looks like it is a really drilled composition from them. We didn't see that too much of that onto Pearl. There's little gaps there, but Skyult, Seeker's coming into play, revealing the positions now. They're trying to get in through Garage. Globex, though, the molly comes into hand, and I think this is something that is so understated, Twiggy. No one's used to playing versus a Phoenix.
No, yeah, again, it's kind of sat on the outskirts of the meta when it comes to Haven for quite a while. Some teams love it, some teams really, really, really don't, and yeah, it's still difficult to know exactly how to play against it. This is great timing here. Gentlemates could be really caught in a corner, but Glyph fights the way out, and here is Starkso coming in with a timing of his own. Background C. I think they know. Obviously, there are players in Garage. Now you can take him on. But, oh, Jamalino just pushes his way out. And now they're ready for that flank. The shots don't land for Vince, but can Jamalino get it done? Not quite. Oh, he misses the first shot, and it's all over from there. And oh, it was a good start from CGN. Good reaction from Jamalino to make his way out of Garage there, but it's just Wolfen left. He's usually good for 2. This time around, nothing going. Starkso finishes it off with a 3K. They're a little happier now. Suddenly, now it's not so easy for them to get rounds. They're starting to see some smiles on their faces.
Yeah, Mini standing up there, giving it large to the opponents. I can only respect it. But, like, what a peculiar round. Starkso gets the timing up C, but then Jamalino pushes through Garage, so the flank doesn't come in. Crazy, crazy round, but Jamalino, was it the story of Icarus who
flew too close to the sun?
Flew close to the sun, got a little bit too excited there, and got a bit of egg on his face. Dropped his spaghetti, as they say back in the day. So, timeout though from CGN, a little bit of a pause, bit of a breather, maybe. Recollect themselves here. Losing 3 in a row. Obviously, looking like it's going to be 4. They are in the eco. They can accept that. Of course, they're going to fight for it, but it allows them and enables them to take a look more into the gun rounds of the future. What plans they're going to make as the coach, giving them set rounds for the next upcoming buy rounds, potentially. Maybe setting things out for them, getting them back on track, or maybe just getting them more on the same page once more.
Yeah, I think so, right? I mean, I think already CGN have proven themselves a formidable opponent with that win on Pearl. Now, closing it out, different story, but doable at this point, you know? Both teams have had their go on their favoured maps, and I think, you know, this early in the pre-season, in the off-season, you know, your favoured map is going to be even more strong compared to the opposition team than it would be during the season when everybody's had more time to prac and to get together a good look at what their map pool is going to be like. People need to get out of there. Oh my lord, he just about manages to as well. Back up into garden. Starkso is trying to bodyguard as well. Jamalino may have gone a little too close there, but he gets out with his life too. Somehow both Neons survived that engagement. I don't know how.
We're watching chaos unfold in real time. This is crazy. Nice try there from Jamalino with the ult. Gets taken down. Shinnick though with the shock dart converts it. Ult coming into play here now to clear out the C bomb site, enabling the speed up from Gentlemates. They know it's clear, but Wolfen isolate the fight. Martin though takes a bullet to the head, but survives to tell the story another day. Mini using the Killjoy ult here just to secure things. This shows the pressure. Gentlemates are under. They're just wanting to convert this round no matter the cost. And I think it's a wise decision.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, you're up against an eco, but you never know what's going to happen here. Investing that ult is probably a good idea, just to make sure you can equalize out the rounds and just not give anything easy over to CGN. Good shot from Bipo again, holding things down. Can't quite hit the second there onto Jamalino, who's Ferrari peeking around that corner. The site will be taken back by CGN, but the time is ticking down, and once again we're in this situation where defusing really not going to happen.
Yeah, no chance there really, to be honest with you. But well handled again from Gentlemates, showing their experience. Even there, by not being in the cubby versus the Phoenix, that's something that's not come into play in so long. We saw Scream back in the day being so fruitful on these little lineups that obviously Sliggy created back in the day. these set retakes were so strong, but even having that in mind to not play these positions, to be mindful of that, it just shows the experience of Gentlemates, where that could easily, if they're in a wrong position there, could change the fortune of the round. So good stuff from them. Silver online for Starkso, but Jamalino looking to get aggressive on short, misses the shot, goes again, maybe even a third time. This boy is not afraid of these seasoned veterans.
No, not whatsoever. Holding down A-Long here. You can see the Gentlemates are respectful now, way more respectful than they were on the split of CGN. Knowing what they're capable of, knowing that this is not a steamroll series, it's not that easy for them. Mini. Oof, ouch. Couple of shots through the wall is going to back up. But in the meantime, to push up, help Sewers.
Yeah, you see here how the initiator util complements their playstyle, right? You have the dog towards Garage, Jamalino being the funny player that says he is, gets the pick. Somehow, every single time, he just finds opportunity all the time and makes it so frustrating to play against, because when you have a person on the operator who's this aggressive and this consistent at getting opening picks, it makes things so difficult for you to play against.
Yeah, gets back around the corner. He's feeling himself right now. You can see in just the way he's moving around. Martin fakes out Globex's ult. Vince and Wolfen move in, though, and that just gives more space for Jamalino to post up with the operator. One back in their favor, Gentlemates, but oh, that's such a good flash, and Starkso can't do anything against the full force of the CGN retake. It's well-drilled stuff. It's another round for them, and this is not going to get any easier for either team at any point.
No, they're really going to have to fight for the CGN are looking so much better. And this is similar to what we saw in the Team Liquid Academy game, right? There was 2-0 down. It was a full reverse sweep. They started slow, but when they came into things, they looked so consistent, right? They really play well as a team, and it's a great testament to them, the IGL, the coaching staff, because this roster still, don't get me wrong, it's not been around too long, but it looks like they've got something really special on their hands.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. I think obviously, you know, we talk about Jamalino a lot. He's a hot prospect moving into 2026. Obviously, as you said, turning 16, you know, you want to pick up players that are this promising when they're this young. But also the rest of the roster is working well together. You know, towards the ends of each series, as mentioned, they have really been coming into their own. And yeah, we can frame this from a perspective of Gentlemates should be winning this. They're a VCT team. We can also frame it from a perspective of CGN are outperforming themselves massively here. They're playing so well.
Well, it's getting to the point where I don't even know if they're outperforming themselves. Maybe it is just their level.
Right.
They're a team that has a little bit of a slow start, but we've seen them play this well before, and they're doing it again, and it's definitely something to look at for the season. But the execute comes in as we complimented CGN, of course. They lose the bomb site. A player gets taken down. Gentlemates in a good position here. This deep smoke is fantastic for Bippo to play around, but needs to make sure he doesn't get hit down by this Aldro, and it could cause issues for him. And two of them get taken down. The lineup, Twiggy, what's going on?
Yeah, that's an unforced error, and Starkso peeks around the corner to try and gain back some pressure, but it's not going to work out, and there's only 2 players left, but if they can hit their shots like Mini, then that's absolutely fine! Glyph takes Wolfen out of midair, and it's stabilized for Gentlemates. You have to remember that at the end of the day, this team will have your number left, right, and center if you're not careful. CGN get a little bit too comfortable.
What a roller coaster of emotions there. The double lineup through the smoke, but then the 4v2 goes the other way. Great stuff from Jamalino and Vince here, spamming down. Not sure what was going on the Gentlemate side, but they have that quality there. Mini, great shots, holding down the lower position. And that's kind of what bails you out, right? This is why these players have been picked up, because they're able to have rounds just like this.
That's exactly what they needed. Unfortunately, you know, it does come off the back of a standout play. It's not quite the position you want to find yourself in. I mean, you look at map 1 and all of their round wins were off the back of well-drilled kind of, you know, we weren't taking any casualties stuff. This time around, it's a lot more scrappy. They're having to come out with that individual prowess that we know them for. And
what?
I don't even know. Where
did he come from?
yeah.
I didn't see it.
I didn't see him at all. Either way, stuck in garage now are the CGN players, and this is more like it. This is exactly what they want. Well-drilled stuff, and yeah, it's against pistols, but at the end of the day, whether by an inch or a mile, these kinds of rounds are the ones you want, where you're not having to work for anything. Chinook manages to get one down, but that's absolutely fine. Gentlemates make it 6.
Yeah, it is well played by them. They are a lot more comfortable on this style composition. Be interesting to see how this plays out for the rest of the season, how the meta goes, because Sky is kind of in a weak position right now. As a team playing character, it's great, but as individual, it is so weak. And a wise man existence, who used to coach Gentlemates actually, once said to me that you can be a perfect teammate, but you still have to play yourself. And Sky is kind of in that position right now where it's a perfect teammate, but for yourself, you got absolutely no chance. So interesting to see how the meta develops around that. But Glyph doing a good job on it so far, and Gentlemate's better off for it.
Yeah, definitely. You can see that. And Gentlemates, I think, still just shaking off the last map, right? Getting back into the swing of things. And I think those first 8 rounds ending 4-4 is definitely a sign of that. But regardless, Hunter's Fury comes out from Gentlemates. He doesn't find anything, but that in itself is a bit of info. Yeah, going to use that from the shadows to get Martin placed right under heaven. Does he know that Jamalino is waiting down here in long? Does Jamalino know that Martin is behind them? I don't think so. Jamalino is stuck in the corner now, and here comes Martin. Still doesn't have an angle. Oh, that was close. He gets the kill in the end. It does allow CGN some time to reconvene, but regardless, they have the site, or at least one side of the site down, that they can get the spike on the ground. Beepo gets one, Mini taken down, and CGN is starting the retake well before the spike is fully down on the ground. Martin gets one. You know what? That's textbook stuff from Gentlemates in the end. I think well worked. It was a little all over the place, but they didn't really take too many casualties there.
I'd say it's controlled chaos, right?
Sure.
Obviously, it's a unique situation there for Martin. Be behind a player, sees gun barrel, right? These actions happen so fast that obviously some things can go away, but they did well there, and they seem really comfortable on this A site. Obviously, when they're not lining up for a smoke and getting spammed, but once they have this A site, their post plant seems so solid. They're always taking space under heaven. They're always having that crossfire ready to play off each other. So the fundamentals coming in from Gentlemates is really good to see. Even there, we saw at the start of the double drone C-split, dog into garage, run up C-long, gets so much pressure and so much rotation that it enables them to set up Martin, because, if someone has the A-line, you don't need 2 people to hold the A-line. So it pulls the rotation, enables the Omen ult, and everything they're doing is so conscious. It's always thought out, it's always planned, and we're seeing high-level stuff here from the Gentlemates.
Yeah. Last round of the half now. Both teams just about with a workable buy. CGN, again, holding things down as passively as they really can. Every time they've gone aggressive, it's worked out well for them, but the risk versus reward right now, while Gentlemates are getting back into it, just might not be worth it. Jamalino holding down B there with the ult, trying to make sure they're not making their way in, and he is going to get aggressive now. Split decision, had to go for it, and Wolfen finds the first. Down onto their heads. Wait, Vince with the timing here could come in absolutely clutch. You can hear the rotation at the very least. Glyph doesn't have his gun out as he turns around the corner. Can he find a second here? Beepo is there with the trade at the very least. Now they can move in towards site, get the spike on the ground. 20 seconds left on the timer.
Yeah, good pivot there, Vince. Only getting one. Maybe should have opted to fight forward there instead of escaping, but Chinook very aware, showing the experience on the side. Jamalino gets one. Mini once again going huge here. 1 versus 2, ult in hand. If he needs it, does opt for it.
Okay, slows them down, but they're just going to go in for this one here. Can he find that first pick? Yeah, one shot onto Wolfen will get it done. It's just Chinook left. Lockdown is destroyed. 1 versus 1, and Chinook is looking at the ground, trying to get rid of that well-placed nano swarm. It's well played there. That's exactly what you want to see from Mini to clutch things up.
Like a moth to a flame. Chinook staring at the molly as it lands. Mini takes the time and good little lineup there. I'm not sure if that was pre-planned or he just
Kind of seemed
just
in the
knows the
moment.
telemetry. Yeah, good heads-up play for Mini there. And he's so mechanically strong. I think it's something that's like we touched on before where we say how smart he is.
Yeah.
But he also has the mechanics to back it up, and maybe the personality. He's giving it large every single time. He's standing up and he's shouting. Maybe the personality of Gentlemates, more to look into on that for him, but they are back in control now, playing, I'd say, to their level. And it's kind of the same situation as Split, where CGN now are getting pushed back. They're not getting this early information. They're losing map control. And then Gentlemates are able to have these mid-round pivots that enable them to get into advantageous situations. We see there, the fake towards B. The player on A short has already walked away up, has no pressure, no contest, expects the Cypher. And then in the mid-round, they're just able to adapt so well that it really benefits them. The chaos, the control chaos that Gentlemates get into really suits them as players. And I think especially Starkso, who's been a mid-round caller for a majority of his career, this kind of style suits him, right? And we've really seen him shine with the calling so far this game.
Yeah, I'm not surprised he stands up every time he has a good round, because he's so close to his monitor that I feel like he needs to create some space every now and then. His eyes will start hurting, who knows, either way. 8 rounds for Gentlemates in the first half. It's more what we wanted to see from them. It's more what the fans wanted to see from them. It'd be a very big shame if everybody from Gentlemates was backing their team into this one and all they got to see from this new roster was one best of 3. A loss against CGN. But if they keep this up, they'll be heading into the grand finals against one of the Turkish representatives. And then will be the real test.
Not to say CGN haven't tested him so far. They definitely have. Jamalino, once again, getting his customary kill in the pistol round. Starkso, though, great shot on the Frenzy. Annihilates Vince. Gets the information for his team now. Shock battles are going to come provide massive damage here. Jamalino goes through backside. Glyph gets taken down. Martin, though, gets one. Stuck backside on his own here. Mini nowhere to be seen. Has to hold strong.
Yeah, it's not going well for them now. Martin couldn't quite hit that shot and he's taken down. It's just Mini left. He just came off the back of a 1v3. Almost a 1v4. Gets the kill. Spike is down. Oh, Mini!
Oh!
He knows!
Stand up, Mini. Stand up.
Like the back of his
Yeah,
hand.
there he is.
There he is. Absolutely clutch stuff. 2 rounds in a row where he's managed to make the 1vx happen. Your new player, I mean, everybody is looking on the Gentlemates fans side, I think, for somebody to get behind and be like, this is the player. This is the face of this new organization. If Mini keeps this up, that's exactly what he will look like.
Well, I'm happy for him. He's loving it. I love it when players show personality on stage. He's definitely having fun, and 14-6 on the scoreline. You don't blame him at all, but CGN got to be kicking themselves there. Not really protecting the planter. Chinook gets taken down, but such a quick flank from Mini once again. Catching them off guard and really setting himself up for that round. But Gentlemates now back in control. Bippo on the Outlaw. Gets taken down low HP. Martin jiggling here on B. Could easily get overwhelmed. Not many teammates in a position to help him. Mini has to be focused on the C side now, but it's a good timing on the smoke.
Martin sprays down into it to try and get some damage to start things off. Mini not quite able to find the shots this time around, but does damage. Oh, Globex moves in with the classic and gets 2. Wolfen there gets the trade as well, Sheriff in hand. It might just be all down to Mini once again. It is, in fact, 1 versus 4. I mean, how many tests do you need as a player? He's up against a mishmash of weaponry, but there's the first. And can he just do it again? Can he keep doing it? Team on his back at this point. Cries of Je t'aime, Mini from all around the camp, but this time I think he's just going to have to let it slip away from him.
Chinook takes him down. No chance for Mini there. No time. Get some consolation kills. But I love this play from CGN. This is one of my favorite things to do. Get into the A-Link smoke, flash out of it on a timing. Once you get the bomb down on B, you catch teams off guard so often with this. This was the win condition CGN needed. Paid off beautifully. And once again, just not used to the Phoenix. And it's like such it feels like such an easy thing to think about, right? The Phoenix is in play. You know it's in play. But you're just in this pattern, this routine where you don't have to think about these situations as much. Then all of a sudden, these default situations are now completely getting countered by a Phoenix, and you have to change up your playstyle. So catching them off guard there by Globex, going huge for his team. CGN still fighting for this one.
Still plenty of opportunities to get it done here for Gentlemates, but they've been burned once. They're on Pearl. They're aware that CGN can come back into things if they're allowed to. So they need to be very careful here, especially with the 4x from CGN.
Good mid-trap coming here, though. This could be brutal. The setup is insane from Gentlemates. Does it let it rip? They do.
Oh, but they don't manage to get anything. Wolfen finds one blind and maybe unblinded for the second, but regardless, the kills are there. That's all that matters. And Beepo trying to play round the corner here. Gets his face blown off by Jamalino. They're going to be picking brain matter out of the woodwork for weeks after that one. Starkso moves his way in. He's just walking in. Whatever, that's fine. And Mini can't do anything in the end this time around. And CGN make it 2 in a row.
I feel like, I don't know what that was there from Starkso. It kind of felt like it was Daisy. You're just shifting up behind like an enemy, trying to get up close to him, jump out of the bushes to catch him off guard. But great trap there from Gentlemates. I really like that idea with the player jiggling for the information, 2 up close, Paranoid and Skyflash. I feel like the potential there is massive, but they just weren't able to convert. The guns were too powerful on the CGN side, and 9-6 now. Things are getting a bit tasty. Globex has that Phoenix ult, could do some massive damage here against Gentlemates with this one.
Critical round here for Gentlemates. You win it, you get onto double digits. If you don't, you're back in the trenches with very, very little economy to work with. So, while they can't dictate the pace of play, they can decide exactly how much they want to invest utility-wise into the early stages of this round.
Yeah, and CGN now opting for a little regroup towards C here. Potentially got information as to where Mini is hiding. Sky solo towards C. You're asking a lot of Glyph here to do anything to slow this down even, never mind hold the bomb site. And they lose the space completely.
Beepo's
no
moving
ult on the
through.
Gentlemate side. Yeah.
Wolfen needs to find this kill. Oh, if it happens, but Beepo's going to run away in the end. Vince and Chinook on the board. Beepo moves in, but the trade is good. And it's Starkso left, 1 versus 4, and Gentlemates will have to wait just a little bit longer, I think.
He sees him, he sees his foot.
To get his 10th round.
Yeah, and just there, like I mentioned, what can Glyph do there? As a solo anchor on C as a Sky, he has absolutely no chance. And you're essentially giving up the bomb site for free at that point. Maybe out of position there from Gentlemates. Obviously, Mini and A-Link. Bit of a gamble towards the A side here. Early turret coming in as well, but leaving not much for that C bomb site. And then CGN walk on up, overwhelm the site so easy. They didn't even have to use the Phoenix ult there, so this is going to come into play for the future. Mini has his ult online now, but CGN really getting a strong foothold with these ultimates. They come online, they're 1 or 2 away from a few more. They could really be in the driving seat and have full momentum towards the end of this half.
Yeah, it's a timeout for Gentlemates now, and I think there's a lot of questions on everyone's mind. I do think now, maybe for the fans, it might be starting to get to that point of, is this okay? Is it okay for us to be losing this many rounds and you know, this handily to a tier 2 team? What is on paper a team that we should be beating every day of every week? We're a VCT team now. We need to be getting these. I think it's not quite as simple as that. in the end, but regardless, they're valid questions at this point, and Gentlemates do need to come up with an answer.
Yeah, maybe a little bit forward, a bit flat there. And from what I've seen so far from Gentlemates, it's just a small decisions that are really deciding things, right? I've mentioned it a few times now, but the Sky Solo towards C, you're kind of asking to lose a round at that point if it gets found out, because there's not much to do. Maybe you can stay on the site, go for a flash peek and go crazy, but with the Sky Flash in the current update, it's not effective at all. So CGN are going to realize these things. They're going to take advantage of that. They're going to find these things out, and it just makes their decision easier, right? It almost makes the decision for you at that point. So Gentlemate's looking to potentially mask things a little bit more on their defense. Don't make things that obvious to where people are playing. Keep CGN guessing, because right now, been great control. Nice shot out of Vince there.
Yeah, taking Mini out of the equation straight away this time around. Really the only problem player for CGN in this half so far. Martin gets one on the board, but traded out. Consistent stuff from CGN. Wolfen once again lying in wait there on the lurk. And while those two kills do, well, one kill.
The rewrap could be massive.
It could be. Chinook finds one, and it is only Starkso remaining. Could have been a good shot there. Milliseconds too early. He does not find Wolfen's head, and that is going to be another round to CGN. That brings them within one.
I'm thinking they're missing the operator out of Martin here.
Sure.
Maybe something to look for. His money is not looking too hot. I think this is something where obviously you don't have that Yoru to hold the line. It's more on the Neon. Maybe Bippo as well could bring it up a little bit, but makes your life so much easier on Haven if you do have that operator. Obviously, Wolfen, the Cypher toward A, denying information, but more favorable to get towards that short angle. Potentially why Mini can put, you know, his Killjoy turret towards A, leave Bippo on his own. Wait, sorry, Vince, just shooting, pre-fire and shooting through the wall. Check his PC, maybe. Yeah, but yeah, the operator can make things a lot easier and just enable that solo player towards A and still be strong. But they have 4 ults coming online now. Must have talked about it in the attack pause, what they're trying to achieve here. So let's see what they cooked up for us.
Ooh, Bippo now with the operator. That's where things could change here on the defense. It's where things need to change here on the defense. Regulation time is over. You need to get it done at some point. If you don't, it's not a double elimination bracket. You're out. Going home straight away. And while CGN have worked to get into this position, Gentlemates is their first game in the tournament. That's an important pick for Bippo. Takes the lurker out of the equation, and probably the call goes they are heading to the other side. They're on A right now. Starkso holds it down from under heaven. Globex looking for the trade, gets it done in the end, but it's too late as Martin has got on the board. Maybe it's not too late. CGN have control of the site, but it's a 2v2 retake, and it looks like Gentlemates want to do it quite quickly. The wall goes up, but Martin is taken out straight away. Globex can't quite find the kill. 1 versus 1 now. Bippo is not going to opt for a Vandal, and he pays the price for it. Chinook gets him down as his head barely peeks through the wall. CGN, another round, which we didn't expect them to take, but they're back.
They're fully back. I did not expect that. 4 stack towards the A bomb site. 5 versus 3 goes away. Globex, great flashes once again. Chinook, nice shot there. Big 3K out of him. He's so solid for the CGN side, and he's probably someone that we don't give enough credit to, because Chinook is just always there. He's always chipping away, always playing consistently well. Don't get me wrong, he's not going crazy on the highlights, but he's just a consistent player, and it's kind of what CGN's built up upon.
Oh dear, oh dear. Gentlemates want to go a bit aggressive this time around. It does not work out for them. And whereas at the end of the first half, we thought Gentlemates, definitely the team getting onto double digits first. It's looking like CGN have no qualms about being the team in the lead, moving into the final throws of this map, of the series, in fact. Spike goes down.
Yeah. I'm just looking at it now, and aside of Gentlemates on the defense, what can they do? Because we're seeing Mini play a little bit unorthodox, right? Having the turret towards A, Starkzell playing towards Heaven, because they don't really have many places that they can actually hold strong. Vince here gets one, gets taken down. The Wolf and maybe could get beat by the timing here, but thinks better of it. Waits for Starkzell. 4-1 for Martin now, but I'll go back to my point of on the Gentlemate side, realistically, what agents can block a bomb site in a way? You have the Paranoia and Martin. The Molotovs on Mini that the Neon can beat, right? And they're being taken down quite easy. You have the Neon Stun. You have like 3 big abilities that you can realistically use. I'd call it more of a 2. But 2 abilities to stop a hit in a choke point is not enough. So they really need to come up with different ideas here. Bippo on the Operator, I think, is essential for this team. But he, on the Operator, is something where he can already stop a hit with his stun, right? So maybe someone else picking up the Operator, maybe a little bit unorthodox, could be a good idea here, because they really are struggling and they'd get left in consistently. Drone coming in early on A. They're going to find out this default might be a bit of a fake, but they don't get full information. They've gambled C with an early turret now. But the drone spots are out, and I think CGN here are going to capitalize on it, but looks like they're hesitating slightly, and this could cost them.
Real questions have to be going on in the Gentlemates camp right now if they cannot make this comeback happen. Even if they do make this comeback happen, win this map, win the series, go on to the grand finals, still questions need to be asked. This is a team that, yeah, sure, the announcement happened a few days ago. They've probably been practicing for a good month at this point, where CGN, sure, same kind of thing, but it's a mix. Mini finds the first there. Wolfen not finding anything from the luck this time around. And for Gentlemates now, the most important round that they have had, and I've said that a few times, but this time it really does come into effect when you cannot let CGN get on to 11, but Jamalino has other ideas. Starkzell finally manages to shut him down, and there's Mini and Glyph. And again, it's Mini who does the lion's share of the work for Gentlemates on the defensive side, and maybe that's what they need right now. They just need a hero. That brings it to 10-all.
Yeah, he's doing so much. So much work for them. That's so crucial. He finds Wolfen on the lurk, gets the ultimate in hand, but Gentlemates, it's not looking clean right now for them, right? This is not what they expected. This is not what they anticipated. I think they had such a good foothold into the game. It's got away from them. Body language on them looks a little bit frustrated in a way, right? They're not looking too happy with what's been going on. But even there, Twee, I just want to highlight, they do well on A. They find out the A pressure's fake. They get Bippo on the line, but then they're still not determined where they're going to hit. They're still indecisive. The Seekers comes out, finds out the information, and kind of speeds CGN up, but it kind of shows a team that's like a little bit low confidence right now, where they're not sure, they're a little bit hesitant. Things are getting close. Obviously, they are the team to beat. They are the VCT team. It's not over, but the pressure is high and it's mounting fast because CGN took great control so far in this map.
Man, difficult situation here. Obviously, very important from Gentlemates to get that round, but the work is not over. Not whatsoever. I mean, with the last few rounds on the board, it's difficult to find yourself in that situation where everything hangs on the line here. 3 rounds for either team gets it all done. And it would be an upset. Look, yes, this is off-season. It's still a test of kind of... things are still at the drawing board stage. But you need to have come up with something at this point in your season, Gentlemates. Otherwise, the rest of the off-season is going to be a mad scramble to fix these problems.
Yeah, they had to burn 3 or 4 ults there. I'm not sure if Martin got his up in the round, but CGN opted to save all of them. So in a great position here. Phoenix ult could really create a lot of space, a lot of pressure. I like this approach though from Gentlemates. This 1-3-1. They're quickly able to react to whoever the Phoenix is hitting, able to get that flood in, because when when the hit comes in, Phoenix is going to teleport back to his original location on the ultimate, right? Potentially players planting, and you can quickly flood into that. So this is a nice little play from Gentlemates here. I'm going to expect a fast retake, but Jamalino is going to get into heaven here, which is such a power position. So Gentlemates need to make something happen.
Yeah. Looks like they're lying in wait on this one. They want to go for that retake. High risk here on that. Last time around, it did not work whatsoever. They did not manage to get that retake done, but players revealed. Starkso can't find the first, and Mini doesn't get anything done either. Beepo, it might all be up to you in this round. Glyph will join with the operator in hand, but it's already a 2v4. Make that a 1v4, sorry. And CGN, it's just clean. Gentlemates cannot let them in towards site, cannot let them plant because their retakes are not good enough.
The crazy timing there of Wolfen to break the turret on C pulled 4 players instantly, started moving towards that C side, so they were out of position. They was not able to flood, like I said, would be like the optimal time to do it, just instantly get in there. They weren't able to do it, and then out of position versus a strong post plant from CGN with full utility, because they've essentially been able to get onto the bomb site uncontested. It's such a hard position to get yourself back from, but they can't afford to keep putting themselves in these positions because they will end up losing Twiggy if this carries on.
Yeah. Of course, it's an off-season tournament. Still time to change things up. It's still going to be a bit disappointing, I think, for Gentlemates at the... that's maybe generous as well.
Wow.
Oh, man. Oh, they've just been run over. It's Mini left. He's got the 1v2, he's got the 1v3 under his belt. Didn't quite manage to make the 1v4 happen, but maybe we can just skip one and go to the 1v5. But somehow, I don't think that's going to happen. And it is going to be map and match point for CGN. And now, there is no room left to work with for Gentlemates, no rope left to try and climb back up. It is now or never. And yeah, very different expressions right now than when they walked onto that stage.
Yeah, reality's kind of set in. Nothing's free, everything's earned. CGN earning their plaudits so far. They're playing so well. Such a well-structured team. They play off each other in an amazing way, really. And Gentlemates have no answers for it. Are falling really, really flat here. Mini's the only shining light right now. Obviously, a little bit of change. They've gone off the double duelist. Martin on that Omen. Not able to get as active, because realistically, we go back to Split. Sure, they played the map in a tactical way very well, but Martin still went 24-4. Something ridiculous like that. And he was doing that on the operator, on the Outlaw, finding these opening picks. But then you go to a map like Haven, where he's on the Omen. He's not able to get the operator up. We're leaving it more on Bippo. And then that's kind of costing them in a way, because Martin's not getting activated. Bippo's stock holding an angle that CGN aren't going to. And next thing you know, you have Glyph, Mini, and Starkso trying to defend everything with a Killjoy, Silver, and Sky. That's not a recipe for success. That's a recipe for a hard time, especially on a free bomb site map like Haven.
Yeah, I'm sure Gentlemates would love for the map pool to just be split right now, because it looks like that's the only map they're good at. Because this is not what we want to see from a team that is going to be in VCT in 2 months' time.
But 2 months is a lot of time.
It is. But there's a lot of work left to do, it looks like, so far. Whereas, on the CGN side, they look ready to compete. Already.
Yeah.
They are happy
if I'm a
to
tier
get
2
going.
team,
Yeah.
I'm scared of CGN. I'm looking at these like, okay, we can probably win the first map, but after that, ugh, they really wake up and get going. They're a team to be, especially so momentum based. I feel like Jamalino, when he's in that flow state, he's moving differently in the server, but then backed up by the consistency. Vince, Chinook as well. But as I say, Martin gets taken down. The smoke doesn't go down in time, and it actually cost him his life. Glyph now, once again, solo towards the seaside as the Sky. Not much he can get done here. Cypher was going to reveal his position. Recon comes in, not able to get any spam through. Opting to group up with his team, but the locations are known from CGN.
It could all be over right here, and Gentlemates know it. They capitalized off this position plenty of times in the last half. They know exactly how difficult it's going to be to retake here, especially if Mini is taken out by Vince before they can even get towards
Great
the spike.
decision.
2v4 now, and the reposition comes out. Vince lying in wait. Time is ticking down. Gentlemates need to push. They need to clear out these positions. It looks like they've laid down and just let it happen. There's one for Starkso, but Globex is there for the trade, and it's all but over. Glyph can't find the kill.
Wow.
It had to be Jamalino to close it out. And who's going to go on to the grand finals? It's CGN. They fought their way in as the invitee from EMEA main event, and they dispatched of Gentlemates in their first game.
There we go. Finally showed emotion. Vince, look how much it means to him. Obviously, they failed short in Ascension last year. Didn't get the chance to go to VCT, but now proving themselves versus one of the new invited back VCT teams must mean a lot to him. A big sigh of relief. That confidence and belief is going to be there now for the rest of the season, regardless of the events of tomorrow, whatever happens. Great performance from CGN, really showing they're not a team to be understated.
Yeah, I think Gentlemates are going to be going back to the green room here and, well, the airport, and having a few words. There's definitely something to be talked about there. And look, while it doesn't mean that we're going to see roster moves and changes and people getting dropped, at the very least something needs to change there. But it's a good learning opportunity, right? That's exactly what they need, I think, in the preseason as a team that is kind of rebuilding their roster going into the VCT season, scattered in the wind. They're gonna need to just learn from that experience. CGN, on the other hand, yeah, as you say, that's something to springboard off towards the tier 2 split, right? They were an Ascension team. They got quite far into that tournament. They did well for themselves. It looks like this season they might even be looking even better. So I'm excited to see what CGN can do. Obviously, tomorrow we're going to see them in the grand final. But before then, we will have one more game to decide who that other grand finalist is between the two Turkish representatives. That is going to be, once again, a VCT representative of FUT Esports versus the invitee, or sorry, not the invitee, but the team that made it through as an invitee in the Turkish qualifiers, Fenerbahce Esports. So exciting stuff still to come. Another really, really impactful game for that grand finals. Who are CGN going to be up against? We're going to find out very shortly. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back with our next series.
İçinde zor bir clutch pozisyon ama Berk'teki oyuncuyu vurdu, arkayı da vurdu, son kalan bir anda. Rooney mesafede ve crossları 4 kill'le beraber harika bir clutch oynadı ama
Alphagen mi Wood mu?
Wood.
Wood mu Kankang mı?
Wood.
Wood mu Forsaken mı?
Forsaken.
Forsaken mı Aspas mı?
Aspas.
Aspas mı Demon One mı?
Aspas.
Aspas mı CNET mi?
Şimdi biz Cino ile oynadığımız zaman Aspas'ı yendik, o yüzden Cino.
Cino mu Tenzi mi?
Cino.
Cino mu Dörke mi?
Cino.
Cino mu Nuts mı?
Cino.
Cino mu Chronicle mı?
Chronicle özel bir adam. Cino.
Kazanan Cino.
Cino her zaman.
Merhaba arkadaşlar, bugün challenge'li bir ev yapacağız. Fareyi ters çevirip oynayacağız. Ben Krostali.
Ben Mepezi.
Başlıyoruz. Başlat.
Başlat, go go.
Başlat.
Başlatma. Buraya
Ben böyle... Oğlum. Body atıyorsun ki ama. Ben eşe atmaya çalışıyorum.
Ya yürü git oradan.
Gel bir daha, bir daha.
Tutacağım. Oğlum eğilemiyorum. Bu kadar.
Heh.
Tamam, Caps'te eğiliyorum.
Dur ya. Oğlum. Dur. Ben çok kafam karıştı benim.
Gel Okan. Allah. Patladık.
Cross koyup bekliyorsun ama.
Vandal 3-1. One tap atacağım, izleyin.
Bu çok zor. Çok zor bu.
Evet. Ben çok iyiyim. Gel Phantom Okan,
mi?
son. Phantom.
Gel.
Oğlum ben böyle mi
Ben
oynasam?
yürüyemiyorum.
Oğlum ben böyle mi oynasam?
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz.
Hoşça kalın.
Kendinize dikkat edin. Görüşmek üzere. Bay bay.
Şimdi zor bir clutch pozisyonu ama Berk'te oyuncuyu vurdu. Arkayı da vurdu. Son kalan bir anda. Rooney mesafede ve crossları 4 kill ile beraber harika bir clutch oynadı ama
Hello everybody, welcome back to Intel Monsters Reloaded here, and we've got another big game up for you. I mean, a shell shock game already happened. If you missed it, CGN ESPORTS won 2-1 versus Gentlemates' new roster. The curse continues over into 2026 here, and we're just going to have to see how they recuperate from that one. But now we have for you FUT versus Fenerbahce, their affiliate team. There's been some changes to both of them. FUT has poached one of their affiliate players, so this should be an interesting one, I think, Eccles.
Yeah, interesting matchup going from one team to another, then facing the old rivalry. You know those players so well. You know them in and out of the server. So going to see how this could come into play here. Obviously, up against his team. Maybe he has some reads. Maybe he has some information he can give to his new teammates. So interesting to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it should be a really, really good one as well. Obviously, the winner of this will go on to play against CGN tomorrow in a best of 5 for the grand finals for $20,000 for the winner. And yeah, so this, I mean, look, based off of last game, I don't really know what to expect, right? FUT is looking completely different to the last time we saw them. They've got 3 new players joining them from what we saw in 2025. One of them from Fenerbahce, from, well, a couple of months ago, really, was the last time that we saw them on Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce have only got 1 new player to replace the player that was poached from their team. But yeah, another kind of, I wouldn't say quite as untested as Gentlemates, but another kind of untested roster, I think, here for FUT.
Yeah, I mean, they have that experience with Fallen, Zeus, and Yedaje, all VCT ready and, you know, experienced. So much bigger test, I think, for Fenerbahce as well, for obviously not knowing as much about these players. Obviously, the core 4 stay together. However, these players don't have the VCT experience. They don't have like a Wolfen that, say, CGN did, who's been there, done that, been around the block. So it's something more of an untested team compared to a more experienced team, more VCT recent competitors on the FUT side. So I think that's going to be very, very interesting to see how it plays out. But one prediction I do want to make, just in general for Valorant, I think a lot of these tier 2 teams are going to be beating tier 1 teams. We're going to see it a lot, especially on the way to qualify for champions. I expect that to happen a lot because these teams, they play more matches, they play more officials, and this is the officials where you learn and grow as a player. And I think that's why we see so many players who go into tier 2, they play so many matches, and then by the time they get the chance at tier 1, they've played way more competitive matches than the tier 1 players, right? So you just have more repetitions under your belt. So it's kind of like a backward system. It's like the better you play, the less you play, in like a weird way, unless you're, you know, fanatic and you go to every single event. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic here. Obviously, a bit of a rivalry coming in. So I think we're in for an exciting time.
Yeah, of course, and actually the top frag. I mean, look, last series we were talking a lot about. Of course, I've already forgotten all of the players in the last series. We were talking a lot about Jamelinho in the last series, the young talent for that tier 2 team in CGN who had been brought in. This time we've got a very similar kind of, what would you call it, like a parallel kind of player, in that WTEX dropped 100 in the finals of the qualifiers to get to this stage of the tournament versus Eternal Fire. That was a best of 5, so that's an average of 20 kills per map. But still absolutely ridiculous stuff from him. And again, it's a player that we're looking at as another young talent to come through these teams, that a lot of these VCT teams are going to be taking a look at, right? These are players that are making a name for themselves, and that everybody is keeping their eyes on, right? I'm sure Jamelinho, again, is somebody that people are keeping their eyes on, especially now that they're in the grand finals of this tournament, has taken down Gentlemates in one of his first forays into competitive, organized competitive Valorant, as it were. I think we're going to see something similar here from WTEX. This is a big test for him.
Yeah, and obviously did it versus Eternal Fire in the qualifier in a 5-map series versus Izzy and Sturban, 2 players we've seen in VCT before. So it's not like he's doing it versus unproven players. He's doing it versus the tried and tested former professional Valorant players. Well, not former, but former tier 1 professional Valorant players. So this is something where you really get to showcase your skills. And this is what I love the most about the offseason. But something where they can really get into a game like this, where they see CGN beat the tier 1 team, they are thinking now we can do the exact same as this.
Belki de ikinci
Well,
finalistimiz
I'll
sahneye
let
geliyor.
the walkout speak for itself for just a moment.
ESPORTS!
It's Fenerbahce to start things off on the left side of the stage and looking confident.
I do love the kits.
Yeah.
Football S kits with the stripes, the Fenerbahce colours.
Ve rakipleri bir o kadar kıymetli bir başka takım. FUT ESPORTS!
Of course, both of these teams are playing in their country home ground here. The Turkish representatives in terms of organizations, I think you can tell that just from the reception of them here. And this is going to be a grudge match. This is going to be so much more personal than the last match we saw.
Yeah, it's going to be a much better experience for them in front of the home crowd. Obviously, Gentlemates have a lot of fans wherever they go, but doubt that many in Turkey for this event. So these guys have that home ground advantage. Friends and family who are close by can come in, support, give them that boost. Maybe a bit of crowd advantage coming into play if it's more of a footballist fan house or Fenerbahce. But either way, it always means that much more when you play at home ground. You know, you play in front of your friends and family. It means so much more. So the passion, even if you're in a bad position, you want to play for that pride. You want to show everyone what you can do and show how much it really means to you.
Got a completely different map pool this time around. Abyss, Corroded into Bind for our decider. Three completely different maps to what we've seen already today between CGN Esports and Gentlemates, and hopefully FUT can get off to a better end to the off-season than we saw from Gentlemates with their new roster. Of course, there is a core to FUT Esports that they can work around, but there's still moving parts to this roster that need to fit into place, and this is the opportunity for that to happen here. Fenerbahce, however, of course, with only one new addition to the team, have been really playing with each other for quite a while now.
Yeah, and they're going to have that better experience, like we said with CGN, that more official readiness. They've gone through the qualifier and kind of tested themselves. Yes, they went through the qualifier with a player who now plays on FUT, but the other four are in that match-ready form. They're ready to adapt. They're ready to play to win games, whereas footballists, this is their first competitive outing of the season. So this is new to them in a way. Obviously, two new players coming in. How are things going to go when the pressure gets tight? It's a lot different to practice. So hoping to see them get off to a better start here than we saw in the past. So hopefully can make some things happen and show really why they are, the tier 1 team. Why are they in VCT and why they picked up, of course, the ex-Fenerbahce player in Kristali.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, right? I think obviously with an affiliate team, you look at the players, and if somebody fits your team, you're gonna go ahead and pick them up. You can do so. So it's a big call up onto FUT. Going to be, if it works out, playing on that roster in VCT in 2026. It's big, especially when you're looking at Fenerbahce Esports, which, while it is a very good Turkish roster, is not one of the ones that we have seen right at the top of the kind of Turkish. What do you do? Right at the top of the the Turkish tier 2 scene, right? I mean, we're looking at other names. We saw BBL Pacific doing well towards Ascension. Obviously, Eternal Fire is another team that we expect up there this time around. Fenerbahce win 3-2 versus them in the grand finals of that qualifier. So finally getting their time in the spotlight.
Yeah, and the time in the spotlight is well earned. Like I said, a bit of a rough part in the Turkish split 3, not winning, and then going into the going in a streak, taking down Misa, but falling to Fireflux and Ulf in the end. But once again, through the qualifiers, they're really building momentum, taking down, Papara Supermassive. These are big names in the Turkish scene, and for them to be able to do that and go on and to have this opportunity now just shows that you trust the process, especially in these affiliate teams, right? Things might not always go well at the start. However, you can build it up over a season, over time. You allow these young players to thrive and really get into things, and now they're reaping the rewards.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, as we saw, I think, at the start of the last series as well, these players are walking onto that stage, and I think there is a little bit of nerviness going on. This is, for a lot of these players, their first real kind of big LAN test. And yeah, for CGN, obviously, it was a slow start for them. Although CGN have played on LAN quite a few times before this point. The German scene does tend to have quite a few LAN events as their grand finals, but I'm not quite sure how prepared these players are for the same eventuality, right? Not quite as intimately knowledgeable about the Turkish scene, but regardless, it's still a big test for both of them.
Yeah, no, for sure. But like going through the open qualifier all the way through the close, they are riding a wave right now. They have so much momentum on their side, and there's probably so much just belief in themselves as well. But also a bit of like, I don't want to say jealousy, I'm trying to think of a better word, but one of their players got picked up, right?
Sure.
And it wasn't them. So now they've got a point to prove that team, like, hey, I should be the one you're looking at. I also want to play in VCT. I also want to show what I can do. So a little bit of chip on their shoulder potentially from the Fenerbahce side, really able to show FUT what they can do in person. Obviously meeting with the people, speaking to them in person also counts for a lot, you know, interacting with people, how are you socially, all this kind of stuff that comes into play now.
Yeah.
So I'm really thinking this is like a big day for Fenerbahce. They can really do some damage, and like we've seen before, the tier 2 teams and the tier 1, the gap is so close. So if they get a good start, you know, they're not too jittery on the LAN, they're not, you know, scared of like, you know, playing versus like a massive organization like Futbolist who, you know, they've seen in VCT, they've probably watched and looked up to some of these players, but to come out here and have a chance at taking them down is a big, big opportunity.
Yeah, I think as it should be, right? The tier 2 scene and the tier 1 scene should be close together and should be competitive up towards the higher end of tier 2 where teams are coming in through Ascension. That sets people up very well, obviously, to be injected into the VCT system, but also it sets up players to care more about their performance. In the, you know, they don't have as much job security. While that sounds horrible, but you know, you having a target on your back and being, you know, closely watched by everybody in your organization, having an affiliate team where you can really swap out players at any point, it does mean that you're pushed to perform to a much higher standard day in, day out. And for FUT esports, it's an important one. They know that they may have players who are looking at their jobs at any point here, and I do like that we have the
great artwork on show.
Yeah, exactly. Plenty of great artwork on show.
See, the Turkish
Clearly
fans
some
always
home
go
fans,
crazy. Yeah, no, I love that. I love that. And it's a time for these players to, you know, celebrate and enjoy what you do, right? You put thousands of hours into Valorant, and this is what you play for, really. You come here to play at these events. You come here to play in front of your friends, your family, in front of your whole region, and let your name be known. Really cement yourself into the scene. So great opportunity for them to do that, where in these off-season events, if these weren't around, this might not be possible. So really, really happy to see this. Like, the direction Valorant's going in is definitely more open circuit, more opportunity for these teams, because we should not be denying players, you know, the opportunity to showcase their talents, because so many people, especially in Valorant, people these days coming up so young, 16, 17, who are amazing at the game, who've played since they were so young, played on FPS games, made up of Valorant, but get to such a high level so quickly now. But we're really seeing like esports go through a generational shift in a way.
No, you're absolutely right. This is going to be a big test. As we saw in that last series, a lot can be learned from a series like this, and of course, while these two probably scrim together quite often as affiliate teams, you have that privilege of being able to you know, have those links between the organizations and play against each other a lot more often, be more organized. It's still going to be telling if FUT esports are not looking really up to scratch at this point. There's plenty of time still to learn and to grow as a team and mesh together as that roster, but you know, you do need to care a lot about how well you do in this kind of event, because as we've seen, I think, great FaceTime to watch the match. You look, you need to know that your roster is capable of playing in VCT, and if you're losing to a tier 2 team, it quite simply means that there's stuff left to do.
Yeah, there's always stuff to do, there's always ways to improve, but I guess it kind of exposes you, maybe humbles you.
Yeah.
Keep yourself honest. That's what always ready and waiting to take your place, and that's why I think academy teams can be so valuable in Valorant, because if you get caught lacking, if you're to take your place, so it forces you to do more, forces you to keep working, and overall we're just going to see better Valorant for that, a better ecosystem, and a more sustainable career path. So everything is going in the right direction in that regard.
Well, here is the player we highlighted earlier, WTEX, in the grand finals of the Turkish qualifiers for IMR. Performed incredibly well over the course of 5 maps, getting himself 100 kills. And we're looking forward to seeing something special from him out today, some highlights, and clearly having a massive impact on that team.
Yeah, and he's just one of those players. He's so aggressive, so fluid and dynamic in the way he moves on these aggressive duels. It's something where you look like you have a bit of a star in your hands, right? Like WTEX 21, maybe gets rid of the 21 for the Brandon, but still a great name. You see him there on the Waylay, looking very, very comfortable, and that's something where being adapted towards a duelist is such a unique thing. We see him take on multiple roles for his team, where it's at an advantageous spot for him to be able to showcase, like, hey, I can play multiple roles, I can do a lot of agents. Sure, I might be comfortable on the Waylay, but I have other skills in my pocket, and that's kind of what is going to open himself up more to, you know, VC teams in the future, right? If they're going to look for a duelist, you don't want someone who can only play one agent, then you're so limited. You need to be able to adapt, and adaptability comes from a large agent pool.
Even bringing out the flags. Start things off here.
The one-man army with the flags, I do respect it.
Go on. Might as well.
Need some more help, guys. Come on. Support him in the crowd.
Players. There's Lothar again.
ISO and Viper. Glad to have Lothar out
I don't know whether that's a
Istanbul.
compliment to Lothar or I don't want to.
I think he loves it. I think Lothar loves it, and I respect it in the most loving way.
Yeah, well, great cosplay anyway. I didn't mean to. Didn't mean that as an insult. Didn't mean that as an insult. But yeah, this is a. Oh, okay. Hold on. I've got an update. We're gonna go to a quick break. Some tech issues before we get started, but we'll be back very shortly with the first map of this series here. See you in a bit. Hello everybody, welcome back to Intel Monsters Reloaded. Apologies for the break. An issue with one of the PCs, apparently, but we are back into things. And we can get underway with our final matchup of the day. Fenerbahce versus FUT Esports. Here, another test for what will be a VCT roster here for the FUT side. And I'm interested. I'm intrigued to see how this will work out. They've made a pickup from the Fenerbahce team in Krostali. And yeah, Fenerbahce have had to replace him with a team they came up against quite recently in the... we got another pause. In the Red Bull Homeground qualifiers. They lost out to them. It's a keyboard issue now, apparently. So
we were paused for that long. The keyboard deteriorated.
Yeah. You know how when you buy like a mouse or a keyboard, it's like, oh, it has this many presses. It's been rated for this many.
Someone just overwent the limit.
Yeah. It's just what happens.
How do they determine that? How good a keyboard or a mouse is like good for so many clicks? You know what I mean?
I think they just
is this
they
the
set
one
it up
guy
with a
out
machine.
there?
Like they just put a machine
No,
on it.
but
that
it's
just
more
goes
fun. It's just,
you know.
Yeah, but I'm never clicking that fast. You know what I mean? You got to
True.
like do it like click, click, click. Like, does the intensity of the clicks come into factor? Have they thought about this, guys? This is the important question that we are asking.
Yeah.
Same with a mouse pad. Theoretically, there could be a mouse pad that got so worn down it like
Right,
evaporated.
through to the desk,
you know what I mean? Yeah, go right through to the desk. Yeah, there's like a hole in the middle.
It's possible.
It's very possible. Something we need to consider. Maybe that's something. What about? Ooh, we can think about business ideas. What about a recycled mouse pad?
Yeah. Oh, I
Could
like it.
that take off? A green mouse pad.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm copyrighting that. No one steal that.
Are you sure
Get
that
to
hasn't
work right after the
already?
stream.
Are we sure that isn't already like normal practice?
It might be.
Sorry, was that like jarred water or like a yogurt pot of water?
I think that I don't know. I don't know what that was.
This is interesting packaging.
We've lost our minds at
We're
this
back!
point. We're back. Yes!
Fortunately, keyboard's slightly easier to fix than whole computers, apparently. All good. Well, here we are. Abyss is our starter map. This is FUT Esports pick. Of course, the stats on the screen only valid for one team since FUT have not played in the tournament yet. Invited here for the on-stage semi-finals. This is going to be their first test, of course. It's a good start from Zeus. Send Fenerbahce back towards the site. WTEX again dropped 100 kills in the grand finals of the qualifiers against Eternal Fire. This time around, starting things off with 0 for the pistol.
Yeah, if he gets 100 kills again, it will definitely be lighting up on everybody's radar. A little bit overzealous there to get to the 100, though. 3 peaks into 3 people. Gets punished for it. Football has shown a lot of patience here. Fenerbahce a little bit eager to get the fights win, a little bit uneasy. With Baha, one of the recent pickups, beating up the 5-4-A, doing a pretty good job here. To enable footballers to go back into the A bomb site, but they're doing a good job baiting out utility, trading dog for rocket. But very, very slow start here. Sky Flash coming in, but not great utility. Maybe looks like a bit of a bad fake, but Baha is snuck in towards the A site. Slaughter trying to get a bit of a timing here, but opts against it.
Waiting for a repeat here, maybe just giving info to the team. Obviously, one player in towards site isn't particularly notable as long as you keep an eye on it, but down goes the star, and they are going to plant on A eventually. Zeus still just causing problems over towards B. They made their way in towards site without the duelist. They've posted up the chamber in mid. Oof. Doesn't quite hit the shot, but still slowing down that rotate and just giving the players on site as much time as possible. And you can see the FUT are already well drilled, it looks like. That's not a kill for Yetige, but does a lot to just slow down the rest of Fenerbahce. And it does leave them in a 1 versus 3 here.
Yeah, good fight there from FUT. All three fighting towards heaven as one in unison. Yugos going to get a consolation kill onto Krasali, his ex-teammate, but Baha sits him down. Good round there from FUT, but it's a very slow start, and once again, that is going to be quite common here with this double initiator setup. We saw Gentlemates do a little bit towards Haven, and something where the playstyle on attack, very default heavy, very slow pace, you eventually just get more map space over time, so play into their strengths right now. Good start from them. Fenerbahce there, looking a little bit eager, a little bit chip on their shoulder with something to prove here.
Very possibly. Again, as you mentioned earlier, 4 of these players passed up, as it were, for that spot. Well, I guess technically there were 3 spots available. 1 was filled by a Fenerbahce player, 2 filled by alternative sources from the Turkish Tier 2 system. Got to be running out of players over there, surely. I mean, seems like most of the good ones should already be taken, yeah. Zeus. Oh, 2 for Zeus. No scoping with Marshall in hand. He does get taken down by Ibanata in the end, but there's a lot of work done already here for FUT.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about this general approach that teams have into eco. A lot of it is duelist on a scoped weapon, walking up, taking fights. I think teams on their ecos just try to start adapting in a way, maybe a little bit of a trap setup, looking to punish this type of player. Because right now, you're just getting picked off by a Marshall or an Outlaw, so playing more grouped up, maybe a bit of a trap setup could work good here for teams, but not seeing that adjustment just yet.
Baha gets it done in the end, and bye-bye. Disrespectful to the game.
Disrespectful.
They'll never die. They'll never die. They'll never die.
No. We've got too many Lo-Fi references in the stream so far.
Yeah, that is 2,
That's
which
2.
isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Yeah.
It's like, you know how they say, how many owls would you have to see in a day?
Yeah, for it to think
there's something weird's going on.
Yeah.
It's like 1, oh cool, 2, oh wow, that's rare. 3, you're like 4, then you're like, wow, something is going on.
Something's happening here. This is what happens when you have 2 people that were very active in the Valorant esports community in 2021. I think you're gonna get references from back in the day. I guess, you know, the disrespectful to the game isn't from 2021, but still,
it's a recent addition.
It's part of the zeitgeist from that kind of era of Valorant. But regardless,
probably the golden era.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Raise.
Oh no!
Execute onto bind. Yeah, that's why I'm waffling to you. That's why I'm waffling.
I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming.
Raze back in the day used to, you know, if you got hookah control, double nade, double satchel, you essentially clear out the whole bomb site on your own, right? That's what we were playing back in the day, but now the game is completely different.
We're in the same boat as you. We're just playing it as it comes here. Another technical pause, but hey, look, based on the 2 rounds we've seen so far, I think FUT look very comfortable.
Yeah.
Obviously it's their map pick, but at the same time, I think definitely stand out for Zeus, and comfortable so far is what I would call it. I don't really know what the I think in EMEA we do expect the gap between kind of the teams that we see in VCT and towards the top of Tier 2 to be quite small. A lot of the time we do see that, you know, some of the worse teams, as it were, in VCT tend to, you know, kind of be on a similar level to some of the best teams we see in that the upper part of Tier 2, yeah. But when it comes to Turkey specifically, there are a lot of big names in that Tier 2 scene. I have no idea what that overlap is like.
Yeah, it's a common thing, I think, in Valorant, because the skill level is that similar. You have players who can easily come back and forth in between tier 2 and tier 1, but the tech pause is over. We are free.
Finally.
And we're back in the server.
I'm getting hungry.
A little set default there. Yeah. Nice little flash, fake star. Sets up Baha to get the angle. And now look at this instantly. FUT with so much control on the map, B and A. Baha doing great job baiting out that Vice Wall once again, but Zeus all the way up onto the B side. I don't know if Fenerbahce are going to be aware of this.
Yeah, no, this is actually really well played to get there. Ibanata gets the first. Zeus there with 1 kill. Has to be pushed all the way through and does manage to get that into his own smoke. And he takes yet to really make an impact so far, but with a rifle in his hands, you would hope he's able to find something. But Zeus is able to come out on top this time around. And 3 in a row for FUT. Could be really, really difficult for Fenerbahce to reconcile with here. Zeus is just walking on through. He's already done a lot of work. 30 HP. He does get taken down eventually. That loses FUT one of their rifles, but they'll have plenty of money to buy a new one in the next round if all goes to plan here.
Paranoia coming in. Doesn't connect though. Forces the fight. Cristale takes down his ex-teammate. Slaughter though. Nice little one-tap. But Baha on the lurk, secures around, star down on the bomb. He just wanted to play that slow. Took his time there. Came out when the opportunity arose, but nice little round there from FUT. Zeus just walking up onto B. Fenerbahce kind of playing a little bit too passive. Maybe thinking this is going to be a normal game, but footballists look like they're not going to be respecting their opponents at all so far.
Yeah. I mean, look. With the hero rifle, he had enough money that he didn't really need to save it or spend too much time, worrying about losing that weapon. So, might as well make good use of it. But for FUT, this is a wonderful start. Exactly what you're looking for to prove yourself in this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, double initiator coming into play. Sky Flash A main, recon middle, instantly getting this double area on the map now versus the low buy. Really abusing the fact they got the better guns, they got the better utility. But Fenerbahce, nice little stack towards A here, but will it bear any fruit? They know Baha has been aggressive. He's consistently tried to bait out this wall, but they are an eco. I don't think he's going to go for the same thing, but could fall into the trap here.
Let's see. They make their way on out. Cristale isn't able to find one, but Baha is there. Takes down the first and the second, blinded up, sprays down, and doesn't quite find that kill. Oh, yeah. Fenerbahce definitely coming out on top here in this round. Yegos doesn't quite get the work done onto Yetige. Oh, but he will eventually get it done before he's traded out. Mr. Fallon, one of the 2 original members, or well, maybe not original, but 2025 members here of FUT that has survived from the VCT season. Can he clutch up this round in the 1v2? There it is with the first. The spray isn't quite there onto Slaughter, and Fenerbahce get their own back in an incredibly important eco round.
See, that's what I spoke about. Have that trap play on an eco. You invest that utility, you're able to get something done. It goes 2 for 2. They get the guns, then the guns are then able to win them the round. It's a step-by-step process winning an eco round, but Fenerbahce doing great work there. Nice shots from WTech, shooting at his teammates even at some point. Perfect paranoia comes in, but Yetige got to be kicking himself here. Not hitting the shots, allowing Yigo to get the trade in. But yeah, Mr. Fallen not able to clutch it out like we've seen him do so often in VCT. He is a bit of a clutch master here in Turkey, so not getting that one done there, but Fenerbahce now looking to regress once more.
Oh, close range from Zeus to get that first. Stunned up. Yigox can't do anything against the Stormblade. And Stormblade? Blade Storm. Same thing. Third for Zeus. Operator in hand, and this guy loves to play aggressive. I mean, it's maybe an overdone thing, the Turkish jet, but Zeus very much making it work. Slaughter, again, has a good impact on the round, but now they need to retake 2v3.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a Turkish overpeak there. Both players going down as well. Looking like Mr. Fallen's in trouble. One Wade in a smoke, jumping up and down. What is going on? Slaughter gets one. doesn't show what's going on. Mr. Fallen secures it, but nearly an overextension there from FUT. Well, not nearly. It was an overextension there from FUT. Nearly got punished by it, but managed to see it out in the end. But one thing I love to see in these, you know, national matchups, right? Turkey versus Turkey, you always see the slight differences in the players. Like in Zeus, he's such a strong, confident player, but you really see it shine versus his fellow countrymen, right? Because he knows these players. He knows he's the one who's been chosen for VCZ. He knows he's the duelist for FUT. So you're going to see him take these fights, no hesitation, full confidence, and he's going to win them the majority of the time. Just for, like, putting himself in these aggressive positions, it kind of catches you off guard in a way.
Yeah. I mean, he's been in that position for a while now, obviously. Picked up by FUT before the 2025 season, around this time last year. And has been doing good work for the team. Of course, didn't quite make it work in the Red Bull Homeground qualifiers this year, but this is their next opportunity to make something work out. That one, slightly different team in this tournament. And Zeus gets the first before he's traded out here, and again, every kill that Fenerbahce get in this round is incredibly important. Oh, Krostali moves through, sprays down 2. Got a little more than he bargained for with that spray. Takes down most of his fellow team members from, well, only a month or 2 ago now.
That's the new recoil update coming in there. A little bit closer bullets coming in with the Vandal, allowing you to control things slightly better. Ibanada, though, gets spot out. Hits the trip. Runs away. Gonna try and get this orb down. Honestly, decent value. FUT opting to leave the bomb. Not gonna plant, but no. Krostali is gonna get it down eventually. Probably looking to hunt it and maximize. Krostali is the one who you probably want the ultimate to go on to, so opting to see here if Baha opts to get the kill. No, looks like he's gonna hide, is he? Yep.
Yeah, Krostali is hunting for it, but he's taken out.
Shot.
Oh, FUT will get the round eventually. Baha with that trade, but not quite able to capitalize fully on that one and won't get the ult. Krostali. One away, though. Not the end of the world. On the attacking half, obviously, you're just going to go for an orb.
But that's the difference maker between these top-level teams and Tier 2. You can say, like, the small difference that can make. Yeah. Especially in Tier 2, when you're trying to prove yourself, you're trying to get the stats, you're trying to, you know, look good on VLR, you might chase down that kill. But realistically, you need Krostali to get that, because now he's only 1 away, and you can have 3 ults in a round instead of 2. So it's a big difference maker, and it can, you know, really scale in the long run.
WTech still being kind of not even shut down, just they're not really giving him an opening so far into this one. You know, obviously, FUT are aware of how immense WTech's impact can be if you let him awaken into this one. The Hunter's Fury will find the first kill. Mapizi in the back of sight, looking for something, but Zeus is there. Once again, confident as ever, finds that kill this time. Is he going to get quite as aggressive? Doesn't look like it, because his team are heading elsewhere.
Kind of is a one-man army at this point. Just send him onto B, he gets the kills, he can fake it himself. Seekers go for a middle, the C2 towards the B side, going to speed up towards A now. Obviously now Zeus is going to be on a different wavelength. He's going to be on a late lurk on the jet. But this is crucial now, because realistically, Fenerbahce have nowhere to go. A bomb site's already lost. Bomb's going to go down, looking to fight their way past this tripwire, but not really sure what the game plan is here. They're looking kind of lost, but
yeah,
they've got opponents on both sides.
If they choose to save, of course, they'll be walking directly into Zeus, but it doesn't look like that is the case this time around. Or at the very least, they're not looking to move. They're going to try and make their way onto site, up through heaven here. Smoke goes down, and Mr. Fallon is going to spray one down, get a bit of damage as well. WTech picks up the Vandal, finds the first kill, but there's a lot of work left to do for him to close out this round, and not a lot of time left to do it. He'll be sprayed down in the end. Interesting interaction between all of the planes there. But yeah, he had no chance.
Yeah, you mentioned WTech said not getting anything done at the start, but realistically, Twiggy, they've done that flash every single round on that exact same timing. So for him, either to be there for the first time and get caught off guard by it, or his teammate to be there, not relay that information of that instant sky flash is pretty poor. And like I said, that's the difference maker between these players. Individually, mechanically, they're all there, but it's the team play, it's the communication, it's like what's important, what's not important. That's what matters there. And that simple ability, just a simple Sky Flash, can then force your AWPer off an aggressive angle. Now your whole round collapses. The whole macro strategy of where you're going to hold strong, where you're going to hold deep, where you're getting all information can fall apart. And that's what we saw there. And FUT just looks so in control right now.
Indeed. And in a different way, I think, to what we saw from Gentlemates on their first map, of course, a 13-2 against CGN on Split. But that, I don't know, didn't seem quite as drilled as this is currently looking from FUT, right? FUT are only giving away kills when they overextend, it seems like, which is happening, of course, but their actual game plans in each round look very, very well drilled, which is, I think, something we didn't see forced out of Gentlemates in their first map. They had no reason to have to implement anything ridiculously, you know, well drilled in that first map because it was simple for them. CGN didn't really put up a fight on Split. As soon as CGN started putting up a fight on maps 2 and 3, Gentlemates fell apart. This is completely different, I think.
Yep, I think it just comes with the preparation. Like, I've watched Mr. Fallen since the start of the game, really, and I really like the way he prepares his teams, like the game plans that go into things and the structure of the rounds that complement each other, right? And it all just kind of makes sense. It's kind of like a theory and style of playing. And like I said, the double initiator, when they get into these deep positions, they can have these set openings, but then they have these, I won't even say protocols, but these like ways of playing with the getting the deep information with the drone and the dog allows them to get into these advantageous positions that allow them to get into spots where it just makes sense for what they're doing, right? You get so much information that the answer becomes clear to you. And FUT right now are being given all the answers by Fenerbahce. Early pick goes down once again, 5 versus 4 versus the Sheriff by FUT, looking to make it 7-1.
A non-starter so far for Fenerbahce, but of course, Abyss is well, some teams like it, some teams don't. So it wouldn't be surprising if Fenerbahce had something else to say on Corrode. I mean, we saw it last time around. That 2 different maps had very, very different outcomes. Oh, Mr. Fallon just about gets away from all of that utility and will survive. Ibanata and Yigox, the only 2 remaining players. Sheriffs in hand, they have not been able to get close enough to pick up any extra weaponry.
Where's Yigox going?
Somewhere. I suppose
Maybe a little bit late.
Yeah, wondering
if
they were gonna back out of that and just head towards B. Didn't happen. Ibanata looking for info now. That's one bit of info, but yeah, time is going to tick down very quickly here, and they don't really have the weaponry to stage a push out of these players. You might as well fight for it, but it's unlikely that they're going to get anything out of this round.
Yeah, Yenajay's already celebrated, bro. The round's not even over. And then he hits the 1-tap. Yenajay's loving life. I think that was his first kill. That's why I'm pretty sure he's having a bit of a stinker up until that point. So good to see him have some fun there.
I had no idea.
They even got planned celebrations.
It was like, there's one person left. My team are going to let me go for it. Wonderful.
Falling there. Great kill, honestly. If that didn't go his way, they could have been in trouble there. Bails his team out. Yenajay, there's a running headshot as well, by the way, to get his 2nd kill of the game. Double things up. But they all count.
Oh.
There we go. Finally abusing that time, and maybe one too many times from Footballist. Yigox as well, shutting down Zeus. His normal B-lurk, but this time it was Yenajay. And Fenerbahce here to play, walking up, won all 3 of their individual duels. This is much better from them. This is what you want to see. When a team is running double initiator, they're running that split default like we saw Gentlemates do before on split. You have to punish them. You have to take the fights. And their nice little timing on A main, on the start and flash combination. And Footballist now asking where it went all run.
Well, it's not over just yet, though. That's a good start from Mr. Fallon. Knows where WTEX is as well. Little bit of damage there with the shock dart, but of course, currently just waiting for Zeus to come join him. Or try and gain some map control, very possibly. I mean, there's no reason not to invest into this round. You have the bank to be able to do something, but Ibonata is going to come around from behind at some point shortly, so they haven't really played the time too well. Another shock dart gets more damage onto WTEX, but again, time is ticking down, and you've got a player flanking you at this point. I don't think they're going to get anything out of this round, and oh, there comes Ibonata. All done there. FUT didn't really seem sure whether or not they wanted to go for that one, but in the end, doesn't matter too much.
I think it's one of them where it's like, we need to go for it, but I don't think we actually can win it just off the utility
really
alone,
no
right?
way.
So you're kind of like, well, what do we do? Maybe just hope they give us something, but Ibonata comes through the back line there and takes them down. But yeah, good adaptation there from Fenerbahce. Footballers maybe running that set play, maybe too many times that set opening, no adaptation onto that. Baha gets caught on an unfortunate time and picking up that star animation on the go. Not able to shoot back, but Yigox now looking to get the Viper's ult down, potentially off of WTEX's contact.
Yeah, it's a bit of confidence they sorely needed at this point after so many rounds didn't go in their favor here. Fenerbahce. Oh, but Zeus is so quick. And just
the confidence, by the way,
lets WTEX know that no, sorry, what the impact you had in that grand finals against Eternal Fire is just not happening. It's just not happening. Not this time around. You're against somebody completely different here. I think you can see that Fenerbahce know that this is just a completely different level of opponent. Mapizi able to hold down mid. Zeus, his impact will be marred in this round.
I think as well, even like the style that FUT are playing, Fenerbahce aren't going to be exposed to traditionally this slow of a setup.
Sure.
Bit of a meta change as well with the double initiator, right? The Sky and Sova is something that you don't really see often. Obviously the Sova you see, but not the combination, right? And it completely changes the dynamic. This was meta back in, I'd say, 2022, 2023 maybe.
Yeah.
And then this is something where Fenerbahce players, I don't know how far back their experience goes, but I imagine they weren't playing at a top level at that time, but Mr. Farland was, and he's one who, you know, did very well in that meta from what I can remember. So this is something that probably suits him, his team, and the style. And Fenerbahce just unfortunately don't have exposure to that.
Yeah, very possible here. Slaughter has been relatively consistent in getting important kills through these early rounds, but this time around taken down. It is just Mapizi, and the bankroll on him is okay, but the rest of his team, definitely not. It would be a good idea to keep this weapon. I think he knows that.
Yeah, he can do a lot with a Vandal, especially giving it off to a teammate, or even himself just being the hero. Oh, unfortunate to get taken down there. Mr. Fallen shifting around the angle, quicker to it. Yeah, Fenerbahce, after a great round previous, now completely changes up. Look a little bit flat on their feet. Viper ult coming down, but not getting much done with it. Mr. Fallen, hidden shots, leading the team well in both the shooting department and just calls in general.
Yeah, this is a impressive team. Completely different way to how Gentlemates looked impressive in map 1 of last series and how CGN looked impressive in the last 2 maps of last series. This is a I mean, this is a level of confidence that just screams we're ready for next season. Whether that'll translate onto map 2 is a different story, but right now I'm very impressed by FUT. You know, there are always question marks when you make a change to a majority of your roster. This looks really good from them.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of strictly business from them because they're just getting things done nice and early. They're not doing anything too fancy. They're running the set default. Baha there with the adaptation, playing the off angle outside of the space. But like I said, they're just kind of prodding, letting Zeus walk up. He walks up, he hits the shots. Fallen now on a massive flank. Visalt coming in from quite a passive location here. Quite questionable, but Yedeje gets one. Doesn't get the second though.
Yeah.
Still struggling a little bit there, but it doesn't matter when the rest of his team are playing like this.
Yeah, feels incredibly textbook from FUT so far. And yeah, look, they've given away more rounds to Fenerbahce than our other VCT team did in their first map of their series, but it's in a way that you would expect a team to give up rounds, right? None of them have felt like FUT has been slipping away from that lead at any point. They have not let those rounds phase them in any way, shape, or form. And yeah, I mean, there's not really a massive amount to talk about, is there? I mean, it does just feel like FUT are playing Valorant against... I don't know. It's just one of those situations, right? There was so much to talk about in the first map of our last series because they were playing such dynamic Valorant, gentlemates. They were really pushing themselves to just be impressive. FUT are not trying to be impressive here. They're just playing.
Yeah, I think it could honestly come down to composition, right? Because you look at Fenerbahce, right? They have the Teo single initiator. They're not able to get much information, and they're really relying on being passive, right? That is the Viper, the Vice, the Omen. These are the very passive roles, but Footballist Cop is double initiator. They thrive on teams being passive versus them, right? Their counterplay is if teams be aggressive and catch off the initiators, catch off, you know, the split defaults that they're doing. But right now, that's just not happening. They've done 2 A main pushes, and even here, they've taken A main space, but the double initiator allows them to deal with that much, much better compared to like the double duelist that we've seen as of late. So it's in a really hard position for Fenerbahce to get much done just simply off a composition basis. So they're going to have to play a little bit unfundamental. They're going to have to try and make some plays happen. Otherwise, they could be struggling here.
Yes, indeed. Crosali, another on the board against WTEX this time. Plant will go down. We could be looking at another 10-2 half to start things off. Zeus hunts for more. Finds one with the operator. He's more than happy to just leave that space this time around and not go for anything extra because, well, I mean, Fenerbahce are going for a flank anyway, so I'm sure they'll be ready for this now. Crosali will have given the info. There's been no noise on any other side of the map. Zeus holding down the angle, finds the first, gets out of dodge. Textbook stuff from Zeus, and Fallin makes it happen as well. I mean, FUT really not giving Fenerbahce an inch right now.
No, it's kind of, I guess, remarkable the way FUT are playing. Like, it's so controlled. Like, nothing ever looks like it's out of their control. We had that one round, right, where all 3 duels went, you know, Fenerbahce's way after they caught them off guard. Like, that was good, but still, even then, that's like, okay, that can happen. You can get caught off guard by something, but then the reaction to that is just more domination. Like, it really looks like, you know, 2 teams on completely different levels right now, and Footballers kind of showing why they're the big dogs. They've earned the right to be in VCT, and really showing, like, the level that's required to some of these tier 2 teams with, like, hey, I can do what these guys do, but they're showing now you really have to prove that.
Yeah. A lot of question marks in terms of how Fenerbahce can improve, especially on this map. I don't think there's really a way to answer back against the way FUT are playing right now. I don't see any weaknesses, at the very least not in their attack. It's just going to be down to what they can come up with on their own attack, if they can have any set plays that will take FUT by surprise, but I'm sure they will adapt to that eventually. It may just be go next in terms of the mentality here for Fenerbahce.
Yeah, I'm looking at the previous Abyss from Fenerbahce, and Crostali, when he was still playing for Fenerbahce, was on the KO, right? And the KO Teo makes a whole lot of a difference, right? You have that extra utility cycle, but obviously with the new pickup, potentially maybe not as comfortable, right? Maybe we have to change things around, right? So that is really what's causing, I wouldn't say the issue, but the Vice now completely changes the playstyle. It goes from a dynamic double initiator to a very static, essential double sentinel with, you know, the Viper, Omen, and the Vice.
Okay. This is a completely different half now for Fenerbahce. It starts off good. WTEX getting the first, and Mapizi gets in there with the second. They have site control, and that's very big boon. They're
Well,
just
they're
going to
going.
move in and take a little more control, and Zeus is not ready for that. Mr. Fallen finds one, but they're getting run
They're
over.
going B.
Yeah, maybe. They might just go all the way round, and I think that is exactly what Yetegje is expecting, but they've head back to A.
Yeah, at this point, Yetegje left guessing. No bullets in. Chamber's special gun. He's going to be pretty upset when the bomb goes down in a few seconds. He's got a smile on his face. I think he knows it's happening. A lot to do here. 1 versus 4 out of position. Viper towards middle. Yigox is probably going to hear him. But also going the wrong way. Fenerbahce looking like just getting super aggressive now. Maybe over-aggressive in ways, but probably something that they need to get back into this half after that last one. It's like, boys, let's just run it down. Let's just focus on shooting. Play together, play strong. We'll be fine.
Yeah, confidence plays are important. WTEX, I think, sorely needs that after a tough round against Zeus. Or tough half, sorry, against Zeus. So, good start to the half. A little more of that needed. And, you know, it's a long battle. 10-2, not an easy scoreline to come back from, but at the very least they can set themselves up for map 2 with some confidence.
Yeah, and it's needed, right? You have nothing to lose at this point. You're 10-2 down. You have to, you know, gain some momentum, have some fun. Obviously, you still want to come back, but there's an element to you need to get playing the way you want to play to facilitate the comeback, right? You're not going to play a massive comeback by playing only orchestrated, structured rounds. You have to have moments, and when these moments arise, you need to be there, able to take them.
And so, a better economical round, an eco round, 4 FUT. Lying in wait here for the Fenerbahce players, hoping to catch one off guard, and they do. They're actually ready for a little more as well. The shots are landing. WTEX will clean things up with the Marshall, but still, one in the favor of FUT brings it to an even round, 4-4, and all of those picks are so valuable in a round like this. Mr. Fallon holding the back sight. Shock Dart doesn't quite get as much done as he would have liked, but Slaughter is down to 2 HP.
He's going crazy.
He's playing amazingly with the space somehow. Cat and mouse around the corners. He's just led them on a wild goose chase here. Crostali can't find anything as he enters in towards sight. Mapizi will clean things up with that one rifle in the hands of this team.
Yeah, Baha now. Classic in hand. Disrespecting the game once more. But honestly, great work from Mr. Fallen there. Running circles around the bomb site with a classic. If he had a better weapon there, he honestly could have won the round all on his own, but was not to be in the end. But just shows FUT are still so dangerous, even on these classics. Fenerbahce can't be resting on their laurels at all here. And they must be going absolutely all out to get every single round.
Yeah. Yeah, it's important. You just keep your head down and keep working. I do think, you know, this isn't the kind of series where these teams are going to perform horribly on map 1 and then suddenly come out of their shells in maps 2 and 3. However, I do think that Fenerbahce can give themselves some way back into things. WTEX has not managed to find a kill off the back of his TP. That was the gamble that didn't work out. But again, in a bonus round, sometimes you need to do that kind of thing.
Yeah, Yetegje seems so well prepared for that one. Like, even starting mid-site on the chamber, you have to make these decisions now, obviously, because the TP is so limited. If he goes for aggressive peek, he's going to be stuck off the bomb site, but seems fully ready for this. Fenerbahce, 3 players on the site. Yetegje could go crazy here. Gets one, gets taken down, though. Classic coming in from Mr. Fallen. Ooh. He's so proficient on it. Slaughter, though, gets the trade. 2 versus 2 now. Zeus is wildly out of position. Both players stuck on the bomb site. He's coming on the massive flank.
Yeah, still a little bit of time left, and it's not the end of the world. Crostali is holding things down by himself towards sight here. Zeus with the off angle, though. He'll get in towards sight, and Slaughter needs to hold both of them down. He gets the first, turns around and can't quite find his ex-teammate through the edge of the wall. It will be around 4 FUT that will send them to 11 by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, got very close there. Zeus opted for the flank. I wasn't sure if there was going to be enough time, but Fenerbahce all stuck on that bomb site position. not the optimal after plant that you want.
No.
Bomb went down though pretty safely, so they had no option at this point, but Crystali doing the business versus his previous team gets the win. Footballist 11-4 now. 2 SMGs on Mr. Forward and Baha, but Fenerbahce going all out, trying to bring things back in their way.
Yeah, they need to at this point. I think they have proven to themselves that they can fight up against FUT. It was just, you know, it was a tough half, but they are not an infallible team. Again, FUT is still testing things out as well. They can be exploited in that way. So Fenerbahce have that advantage of being, you know, only with one change to their team, well drilled already. Yet it hasn't worked out quite as well as they would have liked so far.
No, especially with such limited time. Obviously, it's only been, what, 2 weeks since the qualifier? I'm not sure if the Turkish one was at the same time as us, but either way, not had too much time to get this new player adapted in Mapizi, and maybe this shows him by playing the Vice. Maybe it's something they worked on, maybe it's something they knew, okay, we're playing versus a potential VCT team. We need to look in maybe more of a gimmicky way to win, starting on the defense, having this Sentinel double controller setup. But so far, doesn't look that fluid to me.
No, not quite. Hopefully we'll see something different on the next map, but for now, that's a good start as well for this round. They do get those 2 opening picks. I'll get the spike down. And again, Zeus is going on that long rotate. Oh no, he's going to join his teammates up towards...
Set up here, up, down.
CT here. Oh, that's unfortunate. Ivanata finds one through the smoke. Yigox with the next. It's all up to Zeus in a 1 versus 5. He'll probably give up here. No.
Yeah, I'm going to say, if he goes into that double up-down setup after 2 of his teammates get taken down to it, I can only respect the confidence, but opting to chip away a little bit at the economy here. Doesn't want to get Fenerbahce too carried away. Gets spotted out by Ibanata. Ooh, wide swing. But Slaughter gets the kill.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what they needed. Of course, again, it was not the best buy from FUT, so they'll come into this next round a little better prepared, but regardless, that was a good setup there from Fenerbahce to get themselves in on site and just give themselves the lay of the land to start things off there.
Yeah, it shows the difference in having map space in the post plant. You're able to get things done, you're able to be in these more advantageous positions, give you a higher chance to win the round. And they get the rewards for it. Now Footballist on an eco. Does have a Sova ult in hand, but probably not going to come into play here unless things start to go their way. But a bit of an early read from FUT, leaving the B bomb site open, not too worried about it. I think they understand Yigox is not going to walk up B on his own as a Viper, right? So, bit of an educated gamble there. We'll start to get some information.
Both of these teams are, well, I mean, they've probably played against each other enough times that they're respectful of each other regardless. But playing things slowly, really not giving a lot over to each other. You can see Fenerbahce not just running into the pistols, playing it as well drilled as possible, though WTEX will still be trapped out there in towards A, and an outlaw will be gained for FUT to try and help with this retake. I'm sure they've caught on at this point that the plant will go down on B.
WTEX, more like LTEX on that one. Gets taken down. Poking the A-bomb site. Fenerbahce though do get the bomb site in trade of WTEX's life. But Baha, I don't think he's going to be ready for this. And yeah, Yigox, nice little off angle. Takes him down. Fenerbahce building a bit of a foothold into this game now. Footballist, I wouldn't say running out of momentum, you know, it's been 2 low buys so far. But,
Yeah.
definitely what Fenerbahce want. They're building confidence. These rounds are going pretty well. As I say, they're building confidence. Yigox whiffs on a guy with a classic. So, you know, commentator's curse, I'll take the blame on that one. And it looks like Mapizi's going to go down to the spike.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the confidence they need. It's like, we don't even need 3 guns. We only need 2.
Sure. Yeah. No, that might be the way it's working out. Like, I think this is good actually. It's nice to see from football, from FUT, that they're not, you know, they're not worried that they're losing these rounds. They know they've got them in hand. I think a lot of the time, especially when it is a team that is expected to win, playing against a team that is kind of the underdogs, there's this desperation to win by as big a margin as possible, where I think FUT don't really care. If they get the win, they get the win. It doesn't matter if they win 13-11 or they win, you know, 13-2. So I think there's the fact that there is no real desperation to get these rounds by investing everything into them, I think is a good thing. They're just playing their game. And while Fenerbahce are taking rounds away from them and closing the gap, I think footballers still feel in control. Oh, that manages to get him.
Yeah, FUT definitely in control though, but excuse me, those B hits working out really well for Fenerbahce. Yegor's nice shots though. Fallen, ult comes into play, gets nothing from it, and now Fenerbahce really building their way back into the game. Only thing I need to mention is this B hit, right? They're consistently using it so far. If FUT are going to get caught off guard, like Baha is there in the smoke, like essentially 1 versus 5 on the B bomb site, he's going to get util dumped. It's not going to pay off for him. And that can easily allow Fenerbahce to get back into the game if they're getting access to these bomb sites, right? So footballers now really need to start thinking, how are we going to approach things? What are we looking to do? Do we have any ults on play that allow us to play retake right now? Because so far from Fenerbahce, this B hit has been working wonders.
Yeah, really, really good. They are looking a lot more comfortable here on the attacking side when they can set the pace of play and not have Zeus running down their throats every single round. I think they're a lot more able to implement the plans that they have in mind. And right now, here's a little bit the Zeus show on the FUT side. Not to a worrying degree just yet, but certainly, well, we need more of that, right? Yetijay waking up.
Yeah.
Would be a very, very helpful thing for them, and that's a good start. Now they have a good idea of where that spike is going to go down. They can bring everybody back there. Crostali good with the trade. Picks up his teammates' weapon. And the retake can happen sooner rather than later. WTEX gets a little too comfortable there. Flashing around the corner looking for a kill. Gets taken down by the classic of Baha. And there will just be ults coming out now to try and get this round under control for FUT. Send them to map point.
Yeah, but he's slowed down a little bit. Yegor can actually go crazy here. Ibinata runs out. Shocks onto the bomb. Yegor gets one. Fallen again with the classic double dink. But Yetijay gets it done. This is much better from FUT. And I really wanted to mention on in this round, and I'm so glad they've done it, you have to be proactive as double initiator, right? It's somewhat like a double duelist where you can't just sit back and wait for things to happen, right? Information is the key. And if you get aggressive and make plays, obviously you have the Sky as well. That's what is going to suit you very well, because if you sit back, you don't really have that much stopping power. You're going to just rely on winning your fights and hopefully not getting util dumped by the other team. But as we've seen from Fenerbahce, they're really content with just doing a massive execute on this B1 site.
Well, one more left to go for FUT. The hard work that they did in the first half coming to fruition, as they don't quite have to get as much done here in the second. And Fenerbahce looking towards A to implement their plans. The drone does not find anything, but Baha is going to be walking around this corner trying to stop them from getting a foothold here. Crostali gets the first and second, and Baha cleans up. And that should be it for the first map. Really, it is just up to Yigok's left. He has a Viper's Pit, but he does not have the spike.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about there. You need more to do on the bomb side. Baha can't do it on his own, but this time he's backed up by Crostali. Sky Flash comes in, blinds his teammates, enables both of them to swing out wide, get the kills. But Mr. Fallen overextending a little bit here. So does Yetijay, but takes it down in the end. Footballers, 13-7. A bit of a comeback there from Fenerbahce. I don't think they'll be too pleased with the overall result, but a little bit of momentum came in there that they can be proud of and use that really to build into the second map.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy that they, you know, put up a good fight on that one. They made FUT work for that win. And obviously they're going on to their own map pick moving into the next one. So yeah, there's stuff to work with there, which I think is more than CGN had to work off of in our first series today, where they really just didn't get a single part of that first map and had to build from the ground up there. This is slightly different. They, I'm sure, feel a little more confident moving into the second. But I think the thing is, the difference is FUT kind of didn't really care. Those rounds went in the favor of Fenerbahce in the end. And I'm interested to see now if that will carry over into map 2, whether they will still feel confident there.
It's kind of like a calm and reassured playstyle, isn't it, right? They're not having to do anything too much. The double initiator, getting all that map space, that information, allows the game to develop for yourself. They're not having to do crazy executes, you know, they're enabling Zeus to walk up, take his fights, and he hits them like we know he can do. So nothing too crazy from FUT, but Fenerbahce looking to adapt this a little bit sooner, maybe come in with a different game plan for the second map.
Right, we're not done yet for today. That's just the first map of very possibly 3 here between Futbolist and Fenerbahce. So we'll be back with map 2 very shortly after this break.
İçinde zor bir clash pozisyonu ama Berkteç oyuncuyu vurdu, arkayı da vurdu. Son kalan bir anda. Rooney mesafede ve crossları 4 kill ile beraber harika bir clash oynadı ama
Hello everybody, welcome back to Intel Monsters Reloaded. It's FUT Esports versus Fenerbahce Esports, and so far FUT coming out on top with a 13-7 scoreline in the first map. We're on to Fenerbahce's map pick of Corrode, however. This is one that they feel quite comfortable on. Obviously they've made one change since FUT Esports picked up Crostali, but I'm assuming will have slotted quite well into the team, especially on their home ground map here.
Yeah, hopefully so. We see WTEX on that Waylay is probably his most proficient agent, so seeing him on that is going to be definitely exciting. Also, we all get to see Mapeasy on the Vice once again. Didn't get much going last time, so hoping to see he can do more. I think Corrode is a map where Vice can work out extremely well, so I think it could be a lot more at home here. But yeah, another exciting matchup. FUT looks in so much control last game, but now onto Fenerbahce's match pick, it could be a completely different story.
Must be cold on that stage.
I'm cold.
I'm cold as well, yeah.
Everyone else cold.
Anyone else cold? Chat? Cold? Get our engagement
Cold in the
up?
chat. Can we get some colds in the chat?
Okay, dude. I'm begging now. Fenerbahce should feel a lot more comfortable here, but obviously you're still up against FUT Esports. There's no changes there. While they have been comfortable on Corrode before, this is a completely different test, you know?
Yeah, completely different test, but that is what you're here for. That's what you play for. You want to play versus these caliber teams, right? Where you wake up, turn on the PC. That's what you're there for. That's why you're grinding so many hours into Valorant, because you want to be on stage, you want to play in front of the fans, and you want to show everyone why you can be the best. So it is a big challenge for Fenerbahce, but one I'm sure they are relishing in. Maybe the first map didn't go to plan, but now in more of a comfortable setting on their own map pick, they can get something going here and, you know, get a little momentum and get, like, you know, the real experience of playing a footballist, right? Putting them right to the limits and seeing how that can go.
Yeah, precisely. I think that is definitely kind of the idea, is let's actually get some experience out of this one. CGN Esports, they got plenty of experience out of theirs. They're into the grand final, so why can't we do the same, right? Fenerbahce in a situation where they are the more drilled team currently. That's not going to be the case when you come up against a tier 1 team most of the time, but here in the off season, with only one change to their roster as opposed to the 3 changes to FUT's roster, that is the situation they find themselves in. Got to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I agree, and I love your green jacket here, Twiggy.
Thank you.
I gotta say, it suits you so well. You know, a lot of stuff to think about here, but I'm more interested. I've seen that they're playing with laptops on the stage. If they're connected to those strongly powered Intel laptops, how they do in this LAN environment is actually quite impressive. Such a small device delivering so much power to the players to be able to play at the best of their abilities.
Yeah. You're good at that. You're good at that. That's
Thank you.
Yeah. You're natural. Right. Well,
someone's head's been chopped off here on screen.
Yeah, oh my god.
Not quite the matchup. I kind of like that though, you know? Like the cut across.
Yeah, we're just going to need to
player
flip,
versus player
flip
cam.
the people on the bottom one upside down so you can see their heads, I think.
Yeah,
that's the
that
best
could be
way
fun.
to do it. Yeah. We'll have to
I'd be
come up
down
with a
for that.
different format for that.
Yeah, but it looks like maybe a little bit of a tech pause coming in. Things just aren't quite right, you know, at the moment. So just waiting for teams to get ready. Some people more active. Mr. Fallen likes to talk, likes to get his team prepared. Some people prefer to chill out. And this is where you get to, like, read into players, see how they deal, you know, with a little bit of downtime. Like, what do people do? Who's the ones who are sat back relaxing like an Aspaz? Who are the ones who can't sit still and, like, fidgeting, going crazy? But this is what happens when you come to LANs. This is just to be expected.
Yeah.
They should, if anything, they should invent a
He's
LAN
playing in
that
Japanese.
doesn't have delays. He is playing in Japanese. You know you get more FPS if it's in Japanese.
Come on.
That's not bait. That's not bait. I've learned this from all the pros. I'm not baiting. Guys in
Right.
chat,
Are the
change
pros
your
that
game
you
to
learned
Japanese.
that from Weeaboos? I don't like it.
No,
There's
no,
no-
they're not. They're not.
Okay.
It's simply for the FPS.
Uh-huh.
Even like as far some people, you know, remove friends, especially on tournament client, removing friends, make sure you have as little as possible, gets you more FPS. Because that is just the world we live in.
Isolate yourself right now. Do
Yep.
it. There are.
Become a hermit and play Valorant.
There are Valorant points under your skin. There are Valorant points under your skin. Spend them in the store. No, this is, yeah, I mean, look. I don't know about all that. I don't know if we need to be optimizing the game so much that we're putting on a different language to try and get more.
Must be good though for like learning the language. Maybe
Sure,
my Spanish class would have gone better if I had it in Spanish, because I'd be able to tell the professor that I'm faking being going.
Yeah, yeah. You'd be able to bring out some voice lines in that regionalized language. Yeah, it's a good idea.
I can ask her to drop me a vandal.
Good idea.
Oh, I love it when people have the keyboards behind the monitor. You know what I mean? Like that is like they're that locked in.
Yeah.
They still care about the ergonomics of the elbow, but they want the screen still in their face so they're sniffing the pixels. That is a true dedicated player right there.
Have you run into anybody like with weird enough setups when in your time as a player? Like,
yes. So one of our players at Maryville, for lack of a better word, had a tumor on his mouse. So you know, like when you go bouldering and rock climbing, right?
Yeah,
and you have those like little holes.
Yeah, the holes.
He got one of them and put it on the outside of his mouse so he could rest his pinky finger on it.
What?
Yep. Each to their own, you know what I mean?
Unreal.
Each to their own.
Yeah. Fair enough. I mean, I guess, yeah, if you got like a claw grip kind of thing going on.
He's got bandages on.
Yeah,
But maybe that's not for playing.
Yeah,
maybe
I
he's,
think
like,
that's
injured or
probably an
something.
injury.
Guys, I've got new meta. Bandage
Break your
fingers.
index finger. That'll help.
Potentially.
Yeah.
People do some funky things to gain an edge, you know what I mean? So like you have to respect it. But the thing is, I wonder if this was all around, like, you know, back in like, you know, the early gaming days, you know, before technology was like that crazy. Because obviously now these days you have mice with holes in them.
Yeah.
You know, mice with like tape on them, all this kind of stuff. Like, was this a thing back in the day? Is this only like new generation technology?
Yeah, maybe. Look, I remember. So I've always been part of the rhythm game community. I remember back before the technology came through that you could speed up the lane in rhythm games. People used to put a towel over the top of their screen to make it look like it was going faster. It's that kind of thing.
Right, that sounds interesting. Maybe that works for Valorant. Put a towel on top of your screen so the game moves faster, so then you're quicker.
Yeah. Yeah, you could block off all of the edges of your screen.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean now. So
you're
you really
focused on what's
dialed in
going
then.
on in the center. Yeah.
Wait, you might be onto something.
You think?
Yeah. No, I might try that next time I hop on.
See what happens.
Like, oh my, you know those funnels that dogs get when they go to the vets.
Yeah, cones. Yeah.
Get a cone on your head, and then you're focused.
Yeah, you can't look
on
anywhere
only
else.
the middle on your crosshair.
Exactly. Once again, this is how we feel. I mean, we saw it from Starkso in the last series, getting into a zen
it didn't go well for him though.
Oh, you can see they're restarting the map. No, it didn't go well for him.
No.
Don't fall asleep. Don't fall asleep.
Hey, sometimes. Oh, I thought he was doing rock paper scissors. Never mind.
No.
That would be one way to kill the time. Yeah. They're looking around. They're in disbelief too. Like, guys, what's going on? I feel bad for the admins, bro. Working overtime. Start chilling. Oh, looking at the camera. Hey, mate. How's it
It
going?
just worked out that there's a camera there.
That only took a map.
Yeah.
Here's the magnificent trophy. We're all here waiting to see who can lift that. I wonder how big it is, because perspective is like, it looks pretty tall, you know. Like
Yeah.
in player
It's a couple
sizes,
of
I
feet
reckon
tall.
that's like 1/3 of Mapeasy, I reckon.
Specifically that. We're measuring things in Mapeasy now.
How many Mapeasy's in a mile?
Yeah. Oh,
See,
he found that funny.
Yeah, Jay laughed at my joke. Yeah, yeah, Jay loved that one. But I'm here to entertain the masses.
Yeah. Oh, man. Sorry, I'm just stretching now.
Yeah, make sure to stretch, guys. I mean, especially when you're playing Valorant. Trust me, a little 5-minute stretch routine a day is going to do yourself wonders. We could do a stretching session right now, but we're not on camera. I'm stretching my wrists out. Make sure to stretch, guys. Make sure to hydrate. You know, we've got a banger matchup coming up, so you need to be ready for us, okay? Stay stretched, stay hydrated, and we'll be good to go.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It is a,
not wrong.
It's a good idea. Have you ever thought about becoming a performance coach or something like that?
Yeah, I just tell them to win. It's the easiest
True.
job ever.
True.
Just win, guys.
Just win.
I mean, I'm one of those, right? Okay, this might be a hot take, right?
Okay.
But if you need a performance coach to win, are you actually that good? Think
you don't
about
think
it.
being in a, you know, damn, that's a glare. It's looking out at the crowd. You don't think being in a good mental state, you know, having somebody making sure that that's the case is helpful?
I play the best when I'm angry, so no.
Well, okay. Yeah, might be different for
It's
you in
true.
that case.
It's
Oh, they
true.
are playing. They are playing it now.
Yeah.
What are they playing it for?
Get
do
in
you
jail.
reckon? Oh.
Need to get these two on the TikToks immediately. FUT, you have some content
Şimdi
on
zor
hand.
bir clash pozisyonu ama Berkteç oyuncuyu vurdu. Arkayı da vurdu. Son kalan bir anda.
Welcome back. Apologies for the wait once again. Audio issues for the players. Unfortunately, this series taking a lot longer than we anticipated. Not for the reasons we wanted it to, but either way, we're now in to Fenerbahce's map pick, and I think you can tell that it's their map pick so far.
Yeah, great start coming in from them already. WTech getting some space now as well. Going double down for the 3K. Flawless pistol for Fenerbahce. Futbolists look a little bit lacking since the tech pause.
Yeah, indeed. Well, wonderful start for them. Of course, it's just a pistol round. Yes. WTech's getting on the board. He, did not have the first map that we kind of expected as well from the linchpin of the team there in their finals to get to this stage, but hopefully we'll see something out of him on a map where he's a little more comfortable.
Yeah, especially on the Waylay, it really does suit him as a player. I think, oh, well, that's one way to start the round. Nice opening pick from Ego. Slaughter now. Gets the jiggle, goes hunting though. Maybe overextends here, takes it down with the Guardian though. 5 versus 3, 5 versus 2, 5 versus 1. Just like that, all down to Yedije on the Viper. Maybe looking to get an orb here if possible. But blocked off by the wall.
Yep, just going to have to bide his time here. Head all the way back round. And Spike's still not going down for Fenerbahce yet, but there we go. I managed to get that one done. Yetishé should be dispatched of relatively quickly here. One shot, in fact. And FUT will have to come back into this one with the 4x.
Yeah, 4x. Waylay one off the ult here, so they're going to have to be ready for this one. They one of the main. Don't want to allow Fenerbahce to get, too much momentum early on by winning the bonus round. So really need to be ready for this one. Mr. Fallen already has the Odin out. Not a single kill on the FUT side though. So something they're going to have to, work on if they're going to get themselves back into this game.
Possibly. That'll be the case. Odin board up is definitely useful on this map from what we've seen so far in the off-season. But it's a full-on default from these guys, not wanting to give anything away to the Fenerbahce players, who it seems like are happy to just work with the space that they're given. They're going to back away now.
Yep, great KO knife coming in there from Krostali. Really shuts Fenerbahce down. Looking to reset now, but this is the danger. When you go all 5, all these deep angles are now question marks. Can Futbolists be there? And they are aware that they could be, but opting to take it dried because used a lot of utility in that failed B hit, but opting to go towards A now. All down to Baha. Has Paranoia in hand, but they might hear him re-smoking here and they could catch him off guard.
It's going to be displaced there by the ult. Hopefully, for him, he can stay away for long enough. Oh, it doesn't look like it. No, he's going to get dealt with. In the end, Fallen has that Odin in hand, manages to get one in their favor, but well, maybe this is just going to be exactly the same the other way around. Fenerbahce making Corrode their own.
We have seen it before. We saw the Gentimate CGN game, 2 maps going complete opposite ways, but yeah. Fenerbahce having a good opener here, but the power of that ult coming in is crucial. And that is where on the FUT side, like, do you risk it? Do you fight into all 5 there to try and deny the Waylay ult? Or do you sit back and accept it and just try and deal with the circumstances?
Oh, man. Well, they've lost that Odin. There's only one weapon left, and I don't think Yetishé thinks he's going to get much done with this one. Picks up the Odin, picks up the Phantom once again, and he's fighting for his life over here, but he's going to get taken down eventually, whether by the Spike or by the players. Slaughter finds the kill, and he wants to pick up that Odin for himself. Fenerbahce definitely in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, great start for them. Great overall game plan from them so far, really. Just playing together, getting the ult orb there, converting the bonus, really taking things away. Mr. Farland goes down there from the spam. Odin not always the best solution. Seen a lot of people use it, Mr. Fallen being one of the early adapters, but not going to help them now. Falls into Abanata's hands on the attack side. A little attack side Odin here could be brutal.
We'll see. Ooh. WTEX gets a little too comfortable in mid, and somewhere on the map, Baha has taken out one with the Bucky. Maybe they can make an eco work for themselves. Vandal picked up by Baha.
This is what you need in these types of rounds. You need to get an early pick, get a Vandal in hand, and then all of a sudden Baha can make stuff work. Unfortunately, he is isolated right now. Fallen, though, getting good mid-information. Maybe pressure could maybe force Fenerbahce away back into Baha's Vandal. Double up on B main, though. Zeus gets forced back, but the split's already come in.
Useful stuff. Back down to a 2v4. Baha really does need to go hero play with this one if they want anything out of this round. Of course, the investment not heavy, so you can just run into this one and hope you get something done. All of these players low enough that, you know, from any distance, shots with either of these weapons are pretty effective. Fallen will open things up, but a high-low from Slaughter will get things done, and only Baha left doesn't even manage to fire a shot, let alone land one. Fenerbahce on 4, and not just 4 good rounds, but 4 dominant rounds.
Yeah, really in control right now. Mapizi also has an ultimate to come into the next round as well, so if they convert these rounds where they have these ultimate advantages, they're really going to get away with things. FUT not getting that many kills on the board. This is why their ults are so late to come online, and they could easily be 0-5, maybe even 0-6 down, and we've not even been in the server that long yet.
Yeah, Zeus yet to awake so far. And he really was a linchpin for the team for a lot of Abyss there. Picked up a lot of kills. And, you know, we were saying we needed maybe a little more out of some of the quieter players on the FUT side last map, and maybe this is that coming to fruition, right? When your star player isn't awaking, nothing gets done.
Yeah, missing the shot there in middle, that could have been crucial. Baha now on A with all to do. Fallen, good spam versus this Viper War. I see the idea. If Easy gets taken down though, Fenerbahce, not the cleanest round so far. The fake not really working, but they have taken space towards A. Zeus back online though with the operator, looking to take down WTEX. He is stuck in a corner, but Baha as well. Weird positions going on right now.
Yeah, definitely. Zeus still waiting for that kill. BO3 still doing that work. Maybe that will force WTEX to try and find something here. He's still peeking that corner. He baits out the first shot. Zeus is going to have to back away from the angle for that one. BO3 goes insane. 4 on the board, and Zeus will take that as permission to turn around the corner and get that final kill. FUT back on the board, and maybe you just need somebody else to wake up and push you towards that victory.
Yeah, Yedijay has been looking so sharp so far in this map already. On Abyss, he was struggling a little bit, not getting the kills. We saw him celebrating when he got his first a couple rounds into the game, so nice to see him really, really fast and sharp here. So doing a good job of going big for his team, and probably in one of those moments where they really need it, right? 0-4 down, you need this type of round. So Yedijay going big here, has his ultimate online for the next one. Things can really snowball from here for FUT.
If you're a FUT fan, you definitely hope so. If you're a Sleep fan, you also definitely hope so. Zeus, great shot onto Mapizi, but one is found back in turn over towards mid, onto Fallen. And just evens things up and raises more questions for FUT, which are going to be answered by Yigox. Trade is there once again. Yetijay is not going to get out of that position. That will leave it in a 2v3.
Yep. Great ability there from Waylay. Slowing down Yetijay. He really had the momentum there. I could see him doing crazy work, but shuts him down. Fenerbahce clearing spawn side. Enables so much space. Get the angles consistently walking up. The time is not favoring Futbolist at the moment. Zeus, though, does get one. Looks like he's looking to get away. Oh, little fake dash. It is land, though. Not sure if they will be able to hear. They did mention audio issues before, but don't think he's going to get much done here. Better to save it for the next round, but nightmare scenario for FUT. Winning the round, then getting instantly reset like they have. Looks like they will have enough much money to buy in the next round, so things aren't too bleak, but Fenerbahce really putting them in a tough position right now.
Yeah. Absolutely. Answers yet to be found here for FUT. Back on the board in terms of kills, but not quite enough to really turn them into converted rounds at the moment. And a couple of unforced errors as well that round, you know, peeking towards corners with the knife out.
I agree. It is not what you want. Especially, it's frustrating to see it from a player's side, because it's one of them, you don't need to pull out your knife, you know what I mean? And like every time you do die with your knife out, you feel like a bit of a silly person, to say the least. So, not the best thing to happen, but they do happen. And it comes a lot with confidence from players as well. Like, it is just more of like a feel for the game. If it helps them, it helps them, but I was never the biggest fan.
Well, another chance here for FUT to convert around and make something happen here. Fenerbahce just kind of letting them, you know, marinate in it for now, though. Both Waylays find kills with the ops. When in moves, WTEX trying to make space in towards sight. Isn't going to give up that position either. Baha in very close here. Is not going to get punished for it either. Finds the first, gets traded out, and Zeus is too close for comfort. WTEX makes full advantage of that position too, and we may just be seeing a dominant map in the other direction.
Yeah, it's probably one of those where they just weren't that comfortable on Abyss, and it really did show. Corrode now, they're a different beast. They're really showing that they're much more comfortable. WTEX, I mentioned it, is very, very proficient on the way lane. He's proven that now. Ult in hand as well to come up in the next one. Forcing FUT into attack pause. They really got to go back to the drawing board here, because only Yedije has shown up so far.
Yeah, right now, as it stands, very likely that we're going to go the distance. No answer for FUT so far. Nothing that they could really stick down in the server at the very least. You know, isolated kills for them is good, but they seem disjointed is the only way I can put it at the moment, and maybe a little confused. Zeus peeking out of the smoke there, unsupported. Don't really see what's going through their heads at the moment. Apart from bullets.
Okay. Well, I think it's more of... I feel like it's a positional thing. When they're getting in awkward situations, they're not getting enough information on the other side to enable themselves to be in good positions, because it's Baha out on an island towards A consistently on his own, then Zeus or whoever coming through connector, whether it be him or Mr. Fallen, is trying to make a play happen, but you can't be reliant onto plays. Plays aren't something that's a consistent thing. It's a moment in a round, right? So they need to get in a position where they're not relying on this. They're able to shut things down nice and early, but so far, only Yedije has been able to do that for FUT.
Well, it's a whole new round. Zeus still has that operator, so they're banking on something happening here. Baha almost gets his head taken off by WTEX, and eventually the kill is found, and a round that they invested into already not going in their favor. Yetijay up close with the hero rifle. This one's a little painful to watch so far.
Yeah, it looks like everything's not going FUT's way, even if it's like the small timings when they're walking up on angles, they're getting put down. You know, Baha going down through a smoke. It's just one of them where you're struggling to get a foothold into the game. And I feel for them, right? I've been there before. It happens. Sometimes it's just one of those things in Valorant, but they're looking to get stuff done here. Cristali, good flash. Lazy execute for a second, but that waylay ult is just too strong. Once again, Yenergy trying to come through connector, gets taken down. This position is not working out for them at all. Some changes do need to be made here.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff from Fenerbahce, though. They seem well drilled. A lot of these executes are very impressive. And FUT just don't have an answer at the moment. Again, this is, you know, a Fenerbahce home ground map. They're very comfortable here, so you can see why those strats are working out. But you would hope that for FUT, you know, the pure skill, the individualistic skill, would be enough to kind of even out the playing ground on that front. But it isn't.
Well, it's kind of like the style from Fenerbahce. They're just playing heavy together and it enables the trades. But FUT aren't really playing for the bomb site, right? They're more playing for the choke point, the deeper space, right? They're playing for A main, or the choke point of A main to be more specific, right? They're not really falling back onto the A site and holding it there. So the fights come in a little bit too early. And they're not able to show that individual prowess, right? Because Fenerbahce are using the abilities to get out of the choke point. Then they wouldn't have any for the site, but because FUT keep fighting for the choke point, they're getting util dumped, and it's making things so hard to deal with.
Round timer ticks down once again. Fenerbahce still very, very, very securely in the lead. One round in the favour of FUT. Well, sometimes things just happen. I think for Fenerbahce that one loss was really not in their hands whatsoever. We thought maybe FUT had come up with an answer, but I think we're going to have to wait at the very least until the second half for that to happen properly. Or a standout play from Zeus.
I couldn't find the lineup there, but makes do with a little bounce flash instead. Zeus though misses the shot, goes peeking on his own. Crostali leaves him for dead. WTEX though, great pressure into middle now. They're going to think he's deep in spawn. This is going to provide so much pressure. They're going to force the issue of FUT. They're going to push B main. Baha, a lot to do here with Yenergy. There's a Viper ult in hand, but it's going to be too late to pull anything off here.
Yeah, Baha lying in wait. Oh, sprays down one. WTEX somehow survives that. He's going to get traded out by Yenergy in the end. The Viper's pick goes down. Yeah, and the Hunter's Fury does a bit of damage too. Yigox needs to find this kill if he wants to go and get that spike. Has the shorty, so it's possible. But there's a good off angle from Crostali. It's all up to Yigox in a 1 versus 3 here. A difficult situation to be in against these players. There we go. FUT find a bit of stabilization. Maybe they can convert that into some semblance of a good first half.
Yeah, you could say FUT have found their feet now.
It's so funny.
Nobody's
ever said that one before, I bet.
Really? This is my first time.
You came up with that.
Thank you so much. Yeah. But no, they do well. Great ult usage here from FUT. Really allows them to get back into the round. The Silver ult causing the chaos. The Viper ult to slow down and contain the round after using Zeus on middle. Something really, really important. But WTEX 14-4. He's really lighting up the server right now. Fenerbahce going to stick with this very direct style, playing heavy together, allowing the trades. Omen ult, Viper ult in hand. If they get the bomb site, FUT can be in big trouble.
Zeus gives up the angle, and that makes him have to peek in and get... He's still watching the angle by the time WTEX is behind him. Fallen, fortunately, gets a trade, but round comes Slaughter and nobody knows he's there. Everybody deafened up. And FUT, it does not look like 5 is going to be on the cards for them. At best, 4. They're going to back away from this one.
Yeah, Mr. Fall in their court, trying to get the recon out. The waylay is just so fast onto the bomb site. You don't have time to wait for that recon. By the time he's already coming out, it's too late. Gets punished there, along with Zeus on the operator. Not getting much done here, and this playstyle from Fenerbahce, while it doesn't look too fancy, it's just so effective, and you have to give them credit, right? They know what's working, and they're going to keep abusing that fact until FUT make them change, right? They're not going to respect their opponents. They see that they're struggling to deal with it, and they're not going to change things.
Yeah, exactly. If FUT are going to give you these rounds, you might as well take them. And there it is. Another one to them. This really just could be a day of VCT teams getting removed from competition here in the off-season. Getting sent back to the drawing board. And no less in this circumstance by an affiliate team that you have poached a player from.
Yeah, what a story that could be, by the way. Surely that's going to cause some feathers to be rustled in the steam. A few comments are going to be made about this one on socials, I'm sure, because, like I said, these tier 2 teams are good, man. Like, they don't get enough credit, and an open system could really change the whole dynamic, because you have players like this come in essentially out of nowhere, right? An average VCT viewer isn't going to know any of the Fenerbahce players, and that's no, disrespect to them, but that is just the truth, right? They just don't watch all the leagues. So then you see these players who are competing in these leagues, they get a chance versus the tier 1 teams, and doing what they're doing to them now, 8-2, full control of a map. Sure, it is their map pick, but still, FUT shouldn't be, struggling this much versus a team that they just dominated on the previous map.
No, you wouldn't think so. I think a large part of that here in this second map, WTEX. Obviously, there was no room in the FUT squad for him to get the call up, because you've already got Zeus. Why would you want another standout duelist? But right now on this map, outperforming his counterpart. It's a good start to the round for FUT, or a good entry to try and retake that one, but Fenerbahce do not let them in. And again, the same thing going on. We've seen some wonderful stuff from 16-year-old players so far. So many names, I think, coming out of this off-season that people are going to be really looking towards in the next couple of years to make a call-up happen to these bigger teams.
Yeah, like I said, the way Valorant's going, these young players are getting so good so fast. It's almost ridiculous, So, getting to see Fenerbahce here, an affiliate team, doing so well versus, a tier 1 team, or one that, they're affiliated with, and no less, is quite remarkable. But Mephizi there getting to Fenerbahce, just absolutely dominant right now. FUT can't get anything going. He gets his third of the round. All coming in just for good luck as well. Going to be a 10-2 half here, and FUT really have nothing much to show from this half whatsoever.
Oh, Peasy is so locked in now as well. This is what happens as well if you give them the opportunity to warm up into it. I mean, look, we have such a wealth of mechanically talented players that if you give them a chance, they're going to be just as good as you in terms of aim, or in terms of, the way that they play 1v1, right? It's what we expect from a team such as FUT, a team that is going to play in VCT, is having strategical genius, having that backing, a great coach, a great assistant coach, a wealth of kind of support for these players to come up with a strat book and be able to implement it in the server. Fenerbahce don't have quite as much of that, and yet it's still working out because they're just shooting better.
Yeah, and WTEX on the Waylay is doing so much damage on that operator. He's opening things up, and Peasy here, great shots, but the Waylay ult was there to secure things if they got a little bit out of hand, but showing his mechanical prowess right now. Ebenata still in the ace there with a wallbang, but yeah, it's one of them where Valorant is very momentum-based, right? You can easily lose halves 10-2, but then it's so easy, well, not easy, but it's so plausible to do the same back to them, right? Yeah. So, as FUT, they know this, they have the experience, they're not going to freak out, they're not going to worry, they're going to be like, okay, all right, guys, first step is the pistol. Bring me the pistol, we can start working from there, of course, right? So, it is something where, even on the third map, even if you're looking at this, it's like, okay, right, they have a good corrode, they played really well, we lost momentum, we made a few mistakes, that's fine. But third map, that's where it's all to play for, if it gets to that. But, yeah, of course, FUT are going to do their best to prevent it from getting there if needed. Mr. Fallen taking off his headset, giving himself some time to think, maybe. Give his head a little bit of a breather, preparing everything for this comeback.
Maybe FUT should have done their homework a little more. allowing Corrode into the map pool here. That means either they thought Pearl was going to be even stronger from this team, or they are not comfortable on Pearl. And if that's the case, that means their map pool right now, which is not incredibly surprising in the off-season when you're building a new roster, is not looking so good. Is not massively hopeful for the team, but of course this is kind of the time when you want these kinds of results. It will help the team learn. I mean, look, NRG, the off-season before this season, were losing to tier 2 teams left, right and center, and they're now world champions. So,
yeah,
you know, I think you do have to keep it in mind. Look at these results with a pinch of salt. Losing to a tier 2 team in the off-season before is a learning experience, not a sign of things to come necessarily.
Yeah, these tier 2 teams are exposed to more matches than a lot of the tier 1 players, and I've mentioned this before. It's to a point where they're more ready to play these types of tournaments, right? They're amped up, they're ready to go. They've got a massive point to prove, and I'm not saying, you know, the tier 1 teams don't have a point to prove. Of course they do, but just for different reasons. And the hunger of these young up-and-coming players are really, when they get the momentum going, they're going to be doing all they can to show their best. And you see with the hand warmers, he's not stopped shaking them since he's got on the stage. That's how eager he is, you know, to be playing. So it's something where the talent on display in Valorant is so tight. Like, the top players and the not top players, the skill difference is so close, and it comes down to a lot of small mistakes. Even in this round, right? Just a lot of small mistakes not going FUT's way, and next thing you know, it's a 10-2 half, right? So it just shows how close and tight things can get.
Well, we're back into things. Looks like we may be going to a third map here, as it stands. 10-2 half to start things off for Fenerbahce. I mean, WTech's going absolutely insane so far, 17-5. If this map went to overtime, like, I would be on 30 easily.
Very easily indeed, but he's got to keep things up. Keep up the momentum. A little bit of a break in between halves now. More of the VCT style. So maybe the momentum for Fenerbahce could fade away here, but obviously opting to not let that happen. Do you spot out the waylay towards middle here? It's in a common short position, so might not think too much of it, but if Ibanate does not get checked here, it could be serious danger for FUT, and he gets 1 and 2. Baja gets the trade. Sloppy start from FUT. Continuing this half like the last. WTech is repositioned into the angle that he was once spotted.
Still on top of things here, Fenerbahce. Obviously, if they get this pistol round, it should be relatively trivial to close out the map. Oh, but knife out.
Pulling out your
from
knife!
Once again,
I
thought he had a
you.
little more time there. It does not work out, and the spike will go down here on B.
I told you, it's just not needed. You see it too often. These bad habits from ranked will creep into games there. Even just pushing there, not needed. Just jiggle for information. Your team has the advantage already, but now 3 versus 3. It's going to be a hard retake for Fenerbahce, but the WTech is alive. He's the man that wants to do it forward, though. Takes down Mapizi. Doing great work. Recon comes in to slow things down. Slaughter comes in, though. Late lurk coming into play now. Tex gets taken down. Baha and Yutterjay playing well together. The lineup, the dink. Does it come into play? Yetterjay wins it for FUT. This is the pistol they needed to build a comeback into this game. And they do it in style.
Yeah, it's now possible, obviously, for them to actually get something back into this map. Likely? Maybe not, but that's not the point. They're going to be more than happy to take that opportunity and run with it. But it's a long road now to trying to get this to a 2-0.
Yeah, long road, but like I said, one step at a time, they can get there. Starting off with the anti-eco here. Fenerbahce, interesting, not opting to get the orb there, but had a bit of a timing with the classic. Oh, wow. this could be bad for FUT already, but fortunate enough, Yedej Ibanata walks into his crosshair. Could have been a little bit dangerous there, but gets away with it. 5 versus 4 now versus the Eco. Fenerbahce rotating through spawn, moving towards that B side. Looking to take a gamble here to get anything done, which, to be honest, probably need to with 4 classics. Oh.
Hey. Well, it's a marshal gained for Slaughter. FUT's still looking for a way into this round, get the spike down. Oh, that's a good shot from Crostali. That'll open things up. WTEX is lying in wait there. Long range with the classic. Re-peaks. Takes a good amount of damage. Baha doing good work. Down in the middle of sight though. And even finds out where Slaughter is. A couple of shots to the body there. Retaking 1v3 going to be very difficult. You thought for a second it might just slip away from FUT there, but it doesn't.
Yeah, Baha blasting through the smoke. Gets a 2k.
Okay.
Your laugh makes me laugh. I was straight facing that one.
Right.
Yes. Slaughter. 1 versus 3. Time's running low. Not going to get much done here. Looking to do some more economy. Damage to FUT, but don't get it done. Keeping 3 alive here is very important for FUT. They can build off this. This bonus round is going to be crucial. Probably the most important round of the whole series for them at this point. No ults in hand and none close enough to affect this round, but Fenerbahce, sorry. Odin in hand on Ibanata. WTEX not on the operator, so but 2 ghosts for FUT. Gonna lean a lot on Baha and Zeus here. The big rifles to open up the round.
Yeah, this is the opportunity now for Fenerbahce to make their job a lot easier and close this one out in a timely manner rather than making a meal out of it, letting FUT back into things. Yigox takes a lot of damage to start things off. A headshot through the edge of the wall there. It's going to give him food for thought. And he's even suppressed. Caught out in the back of sight. Mr. Fall in. Being cautious over towards mid saves his life there. WTEX is on the hunt.
He is indeed using the Wailey to his advantage, but once again, FUT getting caught off guard by this mid aggression. Not checking the angles correctly. Yedej as well. Looking the wrong way, and it might be the same story here for Baha. Yigox in the corner, doesn't get checked, and FUT disappointing round from them here. Getting caught off guard by things they should be expecting. They're going to hold themselves to much, much higher standards, but Crostali, 1 versus 4 versus his old team. Looking to get something done here. Does check the angle, but his teammate didn't. Flash in hand could be all the difference, but doesn't matter when Ibanata has the Odin. Full blind span comes in, takes him down. Fenerbahce doing well here, and looks like things might be getting away from Futbolist.
Yeah, it's going to be time for some buys now, of course. So the game is not over. But this is important now. FUT need this round. This is their investment. If they don't manage to get this, you might as well call it quits. It'll be map point and you won't have any money. So Zeus needs to pop off with this attacking operator. WTEX moves in, but might have been a bit too overzealous on that one.
WTEX with the W slow doesn't pay off though. Futbolist, good start to the round. 5 versus 4, taking down the most impactful player on this Fenerbahce side. But slow things down. Don't look to move too quickly. Don't need to react to opening picks. Can poke and prod, feel out what's going on. Drone comes towards middle, doesn't see anything, but their presence is known. Crostali on the off angle here. Slaughter takes him down though, a little bit of a whiff there. Opportunity now for FUT to speed up towards A. Have to wait for the smoke though.
Yeah, definitely not speeding up by any means. But they're making a move. Yetej holding down the back here. Finds the first and the second. It's easy pickings for him. Does get traded out in the end. but that makes their job a lot easier now, and that advanced flank is coming round from Baha. He doesn't need to get the kill. He knows where this final player is, and he can just lie in wait, get that chase going. Zeus finds a kill in the end. FUT, it's a well-worked round for them. It's exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, exactly what they need. Economy of Fenerbahce might not be too hot now. Can't exactly see it, but could be potentially on a bit of a low or half buy. And this is what FUT needs to build momentum, build those ult orbs to allow them to scale up into the round. Because obviously, yeah, if they win this, it's 11-6. They're gonna have ult in hand. Could be potentially 11-7, and things get a lot closer than you think.
Not over yet for FUT. And you're going to find yourself in this situation next year plenty of times where you're almost down and out at the end of the first half. You need to stage something, and you're not in a situation where you can just go, okay, let's go map 3. So they need to treat it like it is that kind of situation. They need to treat it as if this is an unlosable situation. And right now, that's exactly what YTJ is doing. 3 in quick succession. Now knows exactly where that final player is and will connect the shots.
Yeah.
The slowest body shooting we've ever seen. And hey, look, yes, it's against bad weaponry, but we've seen so many eco rounds over the course of the last 4 maps that that's still something to celebrate here. And I'm sure if YTJ gets himself the ace, that'll be a confidence booster for FUT that will hopefully propel them through the next 5 rounds. There it is. YTJ on his lonesome, works his way through A, takes down every single player, and FUT are back into things. You can see the smiles are back on their faces.
Yeah. And YTJ's done so much damage to this Fenerbahce side this entire game. He was a little bit non-existent on the first map, but Abyss is really showing that he's much better on Corrode instead. So, YTJ, 17-11, only player positive on the FUT team. Trying to really drag his mates over the line here. And doing that ace is one way to start it.
If they manage to get their way back into this, then that is certainly a statement. From 10-2, making it work on Fenerbahce's most comfortable pick. Definitely. Well, should they have got themselves into that position? No. Getting themselves into a 10-2 position? Probably not. But, regardless, getting yourself out of it, I think is more impressive.
Yeah. Interesting ult here from YTJ. Gonna put good pressure in, but I feel like it's one where you can't really use it that effectively, right? They do have flashes on Kostali, but nowhere to be seen. But doing enough pressure now that 3 of Fenerbahce is still staying towards A here. And it's going to allow Zeus to walk up mid with this operator. Yogos has the angle though. Can he make it happen? Nice shot from Zeus. Big opener.
It really could have just been that confidence boost from last round that is going to get them back into the swing of things here. They've been clawing for rounds up until this point. But getting an opening is completely different. That's an entirely different story. And still that Viper's Pit is locking down 3 players. WTEX finds the first here as they move in towards B. They can't find any more, and the spike will go down. And once again, FUT in the driver's seat for this round. Oh, YTJ can't get out of there, though. 2 players hunting him down. Drops to a 3v3.
Yeah, great work from YTJ there. Holding so many players for so long. Zeus now gets ulted, stuck in a bad situation.
Oh, I don't know about that.
It's taken down, yeah. Maybe a bit of an overextension there from FUT. A lot to do now to make up back into this round, but time is ticking low.
Yeah.
Nice shot out of Baha. Combines with 4, and Baha gets 1 more. 1 versus 1 now. No paranoia in hand, just has to go dry. Big round out of Baha. FUT now, players really stepping up when they need to, showing that experience, showing why they are the team to beat today. 11-7 now, and things are getting much, much closer.
Yeah, this is wonderful from them. Look, was the round clean? By no means whatsoever, but I don't think we're in a situation where a clean round is what we're expecting from FUT at the best of times. What they need is to scrounge out every single round they can and claw themselves back into a position where they can actually take the win in this map. Because it's becoming more and more likely every round we see. Fenerbahce now taking a timeout, they need to discuss this.
Yeah, maybe even just a momentum killer, right? Sometimes there's not much to say. I don't think things are going too wrong. Yeah, I think if anything, all the situations that have been creative have been because of FUT. So maybe that is something where Fenerbahce can look at it like, okay, right, these guys are pushing and pulling, they're moving people on the map. Maybe we just don't rotate. Or maybe we just fight them. You know, something like that just to throw off the rhythm from FUT could be good here from Fenerbahce. But for me, so far, what I've seen, they've not been doing too much wrong. So maybe a bit of a take a breather, relax. We're still in the lead, guys. We have control of this game. Let's just focus on the next one. Let's talk about what we want to do with our ults. Are we going to play retake? Are we going to use them aggressively? Get on the same page because I'm winning the next round.
Yeah, round by round I think is the way to do this now. I think FUT are playing it about as well as they can.
Free spotted early.
It's a good start. Oh, Crossdally takes a shot through mid. It's going to be hoping that they don't walk their way down. But every pick is so important right now. Zeus finds the first and gets out of there. Almost found a collateral too. It doesn't work out that way.
Does not. Could have easily, but not sure it would have changed things too much. You go though towards B with the Guardian. Only weapon really on Fenerbahce's side. Abanita. Stuck in a sticky situation though. Gets bailed out by his Viper's teammate's wall. But opts to push anyway. Zeus didn't hear him though, I don't think. Not gonna pay off though. Ambitious to say the least, but WTEX looks confused, spinning around, not sure where he is there. Even I was confused. Yigo could go crazy here with the Guardian. Make sure to check your corners, FUT. Mr. Fallen does very well. Securing the round for his team. Yedeje been left a little bit towards middle here. Gets taken down though. Backed up by Zeus, but 2 versus 1 now.
Yeah, Slaughter. Can't tell if he wanted to TP up there or if that was a fake or what, but regardless. Should still be around for FUT, but I'm sure they would have liked to have got it done a little more cleanly. Slaughter. Still not unwinnable for him though. Time is ticking away. Gets himself on the spike. Stick the half hit, but he's revealed and he's sprayed down. And FUT, I mean, they're good rounds, right? These are not, you know, they're not, of course, they're not all one-sided. They are definitely close rounds, but they're well worked from them. They're cycling ults well. The engagements that they take are measured. They're not going for anything that's too ridiculous. And it's working. The fundamentals are there. Trades are good. I like what I'm seeing. It's just they put themselves in a situation where, unless we're seeing exactly that, things can go wrong very quickly.
Yeah. Technical pause. Speaking about things going very wrong very quickly. You know when we mentioned owls? Like how many hours in a day it'd be weird?
Sure.
How many tech pauses in a day do you think before something's not right? You know what I mean?
Ask Pansy and High Park.
Yeah.
And I think they'll give you an exact number.
What's the record?
Quite a few. I don't know. But I do recall there was like a day that was like...
Yeah. Nothing worked.
Yeah, it was like 5 hours worth of... They were still going at like 2, 3 a.m. I recall that. That wasn't too long ago, actually. Fortunately, this time, nope.
Oh, this is a quick one. A great setup here from Fenerbahce. Free in position. Great paranoia, but I don't think it'll be enough. Yedeje, though, doing great work. They've not spotted Slaughter, though.
No!
Gets one, gets two, gets three. Just like that. Fenerbahce. What a setup there. Catching footballers completely off guard and back on 12. Match point for them.
Oof. No, you cannot let that happen in this kind of situation. And now, as you say, Fenerbahce on that map point here. No mistakes left to make for FUT. It's not over yet. They've still got money. They'll buy up into this round, but they cannot lose a single other one. Of course, we will be heading to map 3. However, I don't think FUT want to go there, you know. You've already seen what Fenerbahce can do on their own map pick, and you don't know what maps they're proficient on just yet.
You also saw Gentlemates go down to CGN, right? It's
Yeah.
the third map. Tier 2 team was able to set in a way. David versus Goliath situation in terms of game, funding, all that kind of stuff. Because all that matters is how you play in the server, right? This is why esports is so great. It only matters how you perform.
Well, shot missed for both sides there. Both of them are getting a little bit jittery at this point. FUT getting chased down now by WTX, who gets blinded at just the right time by Crosstelli and misses the shots by a hair. Definitely deaf in his right ear now, but
Guy's
apart
gone
from
out.
that, not killed yet. Baha pays the price on that one. It's not over yet. WTX dealt with does make things significantly easier for FUT, and they're going to take advantage of that, move in towards A, get the spike on the ground. Again, it's not over. Yes, they can't make a mistake anymore, but, well, they got 4 rounds in a row before. Why couldn't they do it again?
It's easily done. Happens all the time. But Mapeasy here has ult in hand, could really change the outcome of this round with this. They are at a disadvantage. I'm not sure if they're going to use it, but they do opt to use it now. Actually puts FUT in a really awkward position. Farland, though, has the ult, actually. Forget everything I just said. This is the win condition. Not much can be done when this is in hand.
Now, Zeus
Gonna give it a
finds
best
that.
attempt, but
Yeah, it's already over. And Fenerbahce are going to have to try again. Not a lot of money in their bank, so maybe it will be a half bite for a couple of players. They'll have to give it another round to get things done. Oh no, I can see a vote for a pause. More
It's attack
pauses.
pause. It's
That's
attack
attack
pause.
pause.
It's fine,
Yeah,
it's
that's fine.
Yeah.
And
Maybe
yeah.
an accidental vote to surrender.
Yeah.
Map restart.
Get him gone, yeah. Oh.
But no, it was kind of awkward there with Fenerbahce not really going for it. They commit the ult, but then Mr. Farland's ult is just going to negate that regardless of what happens. Yeah. But on the third tick of the ultimate, you need to be sticking that bomb to half. Just tank the 80 damage because you need to play against the time because it's not on your sides. But no one really went for it and they kind of like hesitated themselves out of it. Wasn't really sure if it was winnable potentially. So opted to, you know, wait for fights and see what can come. But Fenerbahce now looking probably to take an eco. Bit of a thrifty coming up. But then conceding that round 2 FUT, it's going to be 12 to 11. Down from 3 to 2 chances. See things out here where I think it's one where if it gets away from them, they're going to be quite disappointed. But let's see what happens. Vandal purchase on Abenita, but sold away quickly. Thinking better of it, going for the Guardian instead. Looking to preserve economy here for the final 2 rounds.
It may just go down to the wire at this point. Things continue as they have been. Drone goes through. FUT. Just testing the waters now, but he's going to be caught in the corner. Still manages to find 1 or 2 kills, 3 kills! You can put Mr. Fallon down in that corner. It does not matter. That was what they were banking on to get this round. So it will probably be 12-10 from here on out unless some heroics can be done by these 2 players. FUT survive just a little longer. And as Fenerbahce now, of course, you're the team that could lose the series in this map if you do lose it out. Especially from a 10-2 position. That's a really tough place to be.
I've got another pun. Are you ready for it?
I'm so ready.
Mr. Fallen, more like Dragon.
Yeah, it's not your best. It's not your best.
No. It would have been better if it was closer to the time, but
Yeah.
it wasn't
I
that
know
good
you
to
can do
cut
better.
over everything.
I know you can do better.
Yeah.
I'm not disappointed because it was bad. I'm disappointed because you can do better.
Okay. I'll work on it for the next 2 rounds.
Okay,
I got another one to come up with.
Right. 12-10. 2 rounds so far have gone to Fenerbahce in this half. Oh, damn. We got the Avengers CG going on there, yeah.
Well,
Jarvis, shoot this guy's head.
we've got the Avenger teddy bears assembling around the octopus thing there. Not sure what's going on there. I've not seen that before. Slaughter takes a little information play on A main at the start. Doesn't quite set up WTEX though. Misses on the drone. Maybe Jiggle came out from Yereje that I didn't see there. Spam comes in though, Yereje. Got a bit of a read onto WTEX. Has to be careful now. Only 60 HP. Forced him away. FUT looking to take a lot of map control, as they don't really have any ultimates to convert now. So they're going to be looking for this opening that Zeus gets them so often.
Yeah. And Yetige has just been doing so much work over towards this A site, keeping the players occupied while that wall will be activated. Fenerbahce aren't sure yet how many players are there without checking, and they don't want to check at the moment. Again, this is such an important round for them because if they lose this, it's probably going to go to overtime.
Yeah, it could very easily go that way, but FUT getting in a position they've not been before. Slaughter, though, is aware of it. This off angle could be brutal, but he opts against it.
No, yeah,
good wall time in there from Yereje. He's not too sure, but could catch him off guard.
He doesn't get that first kill, and Zeus is just going to completely take advantage of that. 2 players remain here on this site. WTEX can't find the first and has to back out of there. They're going to be flushed out of this position eventually. WTEX taken down here. Banata gets 1, but that's it. And it looks like we may just be going to 12-12, or at the very least 12-11. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Because Fenerbahce trying to save weaponry, but oh, if he got 2 whilst not looking at them, that would have been embarrassing.
That would have been amazing. But not great money on Fenerbahce's side. FUT should be throwing absolutely everything to get this gun out of Yugo's hands. We talk about maximizing your advantages. This is one of these exact cases here. But they do have him locked in. He's going to be stuck towards here. Cristali gets the flick onto him. FUT, one more opportunity. Fenerbahce, one more chance to see it out. All comes down to this. Twiggy.
If you had one opportunity, would you make it count?
I mean, I'd do my best.
Okay, thanks, Eminem. Real good. Oh, man. Well, Fenerbahce put together the best buy they possibly can. They've got 1 Vandal. The rest, Guardians, Spectre. It's all they can muster up here. And FUT opting for a second... Well, I mean, let's be real. Yetige could have dropped, but he's opted for the Outlaw anyway.
Yeah. I'm not really sure what's happened there, but... Hit 3 half armors on the Fenerbahce side. The weapon can still be effective, looking to just be passive, holding space. And just allowing time for Zeus really to get stuff done with the operator. But 3 defenders from Fenerbahce kind of poised towards A now. They've got him in a deep line, but not really moved anyone out of position. Mepizi taking space towards B, but he's not going to overextend. And this is going to be crucial here. Knife comes in. They spot both of them out. Cristali gets his first one. Takes down his ex-teammate now. 5 versus 4. Advantage to FUT. K-Walt coming in, pressure coming in. Yedaje gets one up and through middle. 5 versus 3 now. WTEX has been a standout player so far, but he has it all to do here on this B-bomb site.
So important, and he just doesn't get a single shot landed, and that must be it now. We're going to be moving to overtime here. FUT have fought their way back from a 10-2 scoreline after the first half. Yeah, of course that means both teams did equally well on their attacking half, but I think just the ability to get yourself back on your feet, pardon the pun, is
really
indicative of a team that, you know, we're expecting big things out of.
Yeah, and it's one of them where I called it early on with, they're a team that are very composed, and you can easily do this back to your opponents, and I think maybe the tech pause helped break the momentum a little bit on the side of FUT here, but well worked to get back into things. Instantly into overtime, FUT taking a pause now, and they're looking to capitalize on this a lot. They're looking to see this out. Yeah. The momentum's with them, the control's with them. Let's just finish this now, boys. Take the early tech pause, get things sorted, and we can move on till tomorrow's grand final.
Yeah, I'm sure this is very much a we shouldn't have been in this position to begin with, let's just close it out now kind of thing, right? We should not have been 10-2 down, right? We fought our way back from it. Good job, but you shouldn't have been there to begin with. And I think that has very much let them know, or you know, solidified in their minds that second half that they are the better team out here. They are the better team on paper. They should be winning this game. And hopefully, they can come into this overtime with a little more defensive prowess.
You would hope so, right? There were a lot of time to think about it. A couple of solutions brewing up in the back of their minds, but they've still got to focus one round at a time, right? You can't get too carried away in these situations. They've done so well to bring it back now, and to lose focus could be a mistake. But here they are now. Zeus, operator in hand. Big investment in overtime. Gonna have limited utility.
Zeus with the glass cannon holding down mid. Fenerbahce looking to walk their way up for the time being, but they're not taking that space. They're not heading straight towards A. Oh, and Zeus finds that opening pick. Something that he didn't really find a lot of on his defense in regulation time. Suddenly in overtime, makes it work. And that gives them such an advantage here.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. He goes and takes the B line as well, enabling the rotation to come in for Mr. Fallen. You can move more towards the A side, but Rosali did spot the play towards middle, so Fallen's rotation is delayed now. He has to be careful. Player could be in this donut area while the A split is coming in.
Yigox moves up, all the way up. Did not want to get hit by that blind. And the plant is down on A. But I'm sure they're aware that they are surrounded right now already by FUT players. 2 on the rotate, but 3 are already lying in wait outside. And they want to go full-on retake on this one. Hey, if the attacking rounds were so good for them, maybe play defense like it is an attacking round, and you might have a little more success. And right now, Fenerbahce really just don't have anything to work off with. They're just throwing utility down. The time is ticking. We do need to get things going, and Yigox finds 2. Everybody is in one spot on the site, and the shorties are going off here for Fenerbahce. I don't know what the plan was there. I do not know what the plan was there for FUT, because they left it until the last millisecond.
They waited so long to double team flash each other. We talked about the composure. They did so well up until this point. That opening pick had control of the round, you could argue. Had space on the bomb site to even speed up the retake, but somehow leave it too late. Great smoke, by the way, onto the bomb site there from Slaughter. That is so painful to deal with, but due to the fact that FUT didn't have anyone towards middle, that they had no other angle to take it from. They had to come through the bomb site, right? And that could have been a massive mistake, so might regret that one later. But Zeus once again on the operator, He's got so much value out of it so far. And there he is once again. Taking down the Viper, though. This is massive now for the entire structure of the round as a whole. B is going to be easy to walk into. Mid's easy to walk into now. But Meepy gets in close. Does he get spotted out? Yes, he does, but gets taken down. Kristali, big kill. Yedeje on the lurk, gets taken down by Slaughter.
That's good
4
info,
versus
though.
3 now. Great info and great space to be taken here from Zeus. See if he can get anything done, but thinks better of it. Opts to take a more passive line instead.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's all on the line here once again. No mistakes can be made. And while they did look a lot more comfortable on the attack, you don't want to get too overzealous, and Zeus plays it correctly. Finds the kill onto Ibanata. Now it's only 2 remaining for Fenerbahce, and again, time getting low. Suppressed here, Slaughter. Inside of the smoke, has to make things work right now. Gets the first headshot, but there just isn't enough time to get this defuse, even if they stick it right now. Yeah, that's it. It's all over for Fenerbahce. It really was a great retake, but there was just too much to deal with and too little time.
Yeah, and that is often in the case in this map. The rotation can be that long where if you're not quick enough or you are delayed by a lurker, even just taking down Yedeje there, the time difference can be so impactful that it leaves these late round situations in almost unwinnable situations.
Well, back we go again. Second overtime. It's turning out to be one hell of a series so far. Fenerbahce fighting tooth and nail for everything now. They let themselves slip from 10-2 all the way to an overtime scenario, and now it's more important than ever that they keep themselves in here. Keep in mind, the Turkish qualifiers were far more grueling than the EMEA qualifiers as well. So for CGN, who really only had a couple of games to get through, that's a good shot from Baha, does get traded out. The Turkish qualifiers was so much longer. Fenerbahce had to fight so much harder to get this spot. Losing it in the first game on the stage to FUT would be a real punch in the gut.
Interesting to see how they're going to approach the retake here. That kill is massive from Yedeje. All of the players coming from CT. No one through middle. The plant is slightly angled against them. Slaughter, though, taking a massive risk there. Doesn't pay off. But it does for WTEX up close.
Doesn't get it done. It's just Mapeasy left, but he's left in a 1v2. They line up. They don't get it. FUT, their second time of asking, make the defensive round happen. And they put themselves in a situation, keep in mind. Don't take off your headset now, come on.
They thought it was over. They thought it was over. 2 of them, I think, went for the headsets.
Man, well, I mean, keep in mind at this point, out of 13 attacking rounds, 11 have been won on the side of Futbolist. So, all likelihood definitely does point towards this going in the favour of FUT, but oh no.
Oh,
Not
tech
another tech
issue.
pause, not right now. Come on.
Hey, so basically what happened is I thought we won. I stood up and janked my computer off the
I
stand.
think
It fell
genuinely
over.
the chair is... I think...
Chair is broken.
Chair broken.
I mean,
man.
this is a new one. A tech pause for a chair.
Back on
Or maybe the
headphones?
headset was wedged underneath it.
Yeah, maybe.
Something didn't
wire
work
caught,
out there.
wire caught on the
Yeah.
armrest, maybe. It's a classic.
Potentially.
I think we should be good to
Now
get
we-
back underway.
We are the record holders for the most tech pauses in a single series.
Very possibly at this point, yeah.
And we still could have a map free to come, depending on what happens next.
Yeah, it'd have to be 3 rounds in a row for Fenerbahce at this point to get that done.
Yep.
But anything is possible, is what we have learned over the course of today. FUT just need to close it out now. It's been a grueling second map for them. One that they definitely did not want to get themselves into. But they could end the suffering right now. Send themselves to the grand final against CGN ESPORTS. And look for that $20,000 first place prize.
A lot of money. A lot of pressure comes to be able to get that money. But FUT here, composed. A lot of the players have competed for prize money similar to that, if not more, in the past. But not really dealt too well with WTEX here in middle. Once again, taking this deep position. It's going to allow him to potentially get a fast flank in, which could be massive, obviously due to FUT not having a sentinel. The gap will be there.
I mean, FUT are just letting them sweat now. I mean, this did not work out for them on the defensive round in first overtime. Playing this time. Oh, WTEX.
Great shot.
Yeah. By a hair's breadth manages to get that one done, and FUT now choose this moment to enter towards site. And again, I think it's too late. I just don't think they're going to have a chance to get in towards this site now. I mean, it was well read by Fenerbahce, of course, but I think this definitely is not going to go in the favor of FUT in the end. And once again, leaving it to the last second has come back to bite them.
Yeah, it really has there. I mean, maybe too reliant on Zeus to get opening picks, I think. You know, Fenerbahce not really giving them an opening at all, to be honest. And essentially running out of time. They got good information, realized where Yedijay was on the lurk, enabled them to lean a little bit more towards B, use that counter utility at the perfect time to shut down the FUT hit, and then 10 seconds running through the Viper wall. They're never going to get anything done there.
We go again. FUT once again back on the defense. Third time of asking for them to get this round. I think at this point it really is just about playing things by ear here. Yetijay lying in wait. Gets the first two. Taken out. But Baha is ready for a trade. Oh no, but he doesn't get anything. Snakebite in the corner. He's forced out of that position. Back to a 3v3.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Baha stuck in the corner. Yedijay did so well for him.
He's running for it, Crostali. Yigox is ready for this peek, and oh, Crostali is just not looking at the right corner. And now the advantage is in the favor of Fenerbahce. Where's WTEX looking?
I'm not quite sure.
Oh, that could have given it away. That could have sold the round.
I'm
Where's
not
WTEX
sure
looking?
what's going on.
He thinks maybe that the two remaining players have flanked round through mid and gone for a full... He's got his knife out anyway.
I'm speechless, Twiggy. I'm not sure what could have happened there. Maybe a false calm.
CT.
Wow.
Nobody's watching CT. They're CT side. You're not defending WTEX. Okay.
It's been a long game. It's been a long game.
It has been a long game. It's late at night now. It's very late at night, in fact, over in Istanbul. Well past midnight at this point over there. But it might just be over. They might be able to go to bed now. Fenerbahce get the first. But there's Mr. Fallen. Trades back and forth. Yigox does not check the corner this time. 3v3 once again. FUT again. In the position to win this game right now. End it all here. Fenerbahce head back through their own spawn. They know that the spike is headed B. Can Yetijay get anything done with this luck?
It's going to be interesting because he's lurked so often. How aware will they be of this? And will he doubt himself? It looks like he's opting to go the opposite direction.
He's going to need to go quick then.
Yeah, very quick.
He's leaving his teammates in a 2v3 on site.
Fallen has the recon. Comes in early though.
Yeah.
Doesn't get too much information. Knife could be huge.
Well, one's suppressed. Oh, but they're both caught in backside. That keeps them well out of harm's way. But, oh, they're just going to find the kills. This might be it. Slaughter finds one. But now he's got two left to kill. He TP's right into Crostali. FUT managed to get it done. 16-14. It was not an easy map. It was not easy whatsoever. But they managed to close it out. And unfortunately for Fenerbahce, a couple of mistakes in the last two rounds many mistakes in the second half is going to knock them out of this tournament. 10 Turkish players in the server, only 5 will be moving to the grand finals.
Yeah, but what a great account they've given to themselves, really pushing FUT to the edge there.
Yeah.
Kind of heartbreaking in a way, right? They had control over the map, such a big advantage, but just not able to, close things out. But maybe that is just a lack of experience, but it's going to be a great learning experience for them, something they can look back on. Where did things go wrong? How can I change it for the future? And this is what these off-season events allow these upcoming tier 2 teams and players to be able to test themselves versus the best of the best in the world and really, really look upon that to improve themselves.
Yeah, if nothing else, I mean, Fenerbahce push with a roster where they were still testing out a new player, push them to a very difficult situation. FUT Esports, again, FUT Esports also testing out a new roster here, 3 new players for this side that they're looking to bring into 2026. And yeah, there's a lot to go. And of course, they're going to have another game, a best of 5 tomorrow against CGN Esports, who look really, really good right now, to test themselves a little further. But that's what this off-season is all about, is testing yourself out, being able to get that comeback done. So yeah, I'm impressed. I think in some ways, I think other ways not so impressed. But hey, that's what it's all about. So I'm excited to see how this grand finals will turn out at the very least.
Yeah, I think it's one where both teams play really, really well, right? It's not just like full mechanical skill. A lot of it is a lot of good team play. Oh, look at that. That's what you love to see. Celebrating with the fans, giving them their plaudits, respect amongst countrymen is always great to see. But yeah, I'm really excited for the final. I think the matchup of CGN and heck, he's a bit young to be playing for Fenerbahce, isn't he? Maybe he's their 6th man. But but yeah, CGN versus Footballers, I think it's going to be a banger matchup. 2 teams that play so well, they do so well tactically. So I think it's something where the styles really mix up, and it could go to like a full 5-map best of 5.
Yeah, I think it definitely could. I mean, CGN is one of those teams where they build up momentum quite slowly, but when they're in the swing of things, they're a force to be reckoned with. So I'm interested to see if they can keep that up, because if they dispatch of 2 VCT teams, one is a great performance, could be a fluke though, right? You're against a completely new Gentlemate side. It was a great series, but you can look at that and go, well, it is what it is. You can discount that. 2, winning against FUT as well. That makes a great case for CGN Esports' continued success in towards 2026, right? This is a team that are looking to get through Ascension.
It reminds me of the owl analogy, right? If you beat one tier 2 team, like, oh, could be lucky. You beat 2 tier 2 teams, you're like, oh, maybe they are pretty good.
We need to go to bed, man. Wait, it's not even like close to bedtime for you. You got plenty of time left in the day. You're over in America. I don't know. Either way,
I'm the delirious one as well.
All right, guys, that'll be it for today. Apologies for the amount of tech pauses today. It has been absolutely insane, but that's LAN. That's what it's like there on stage. I've been Twiggy. I've been joined by Eccles, and we will see you again tomorrow. Best of 5 CGN Esports versus FUT Esports. It will be very exciting. I hope to see you there. Same time tomorrow. Goodbye, guys.
İçinde zor bir clutch pozisyon ama Berk'teki oyuncuyu vurdu, arkayı da vurdu. Son kalan bir anda. Rooney mesafede ve crossları 4 kill'le beraber harika bir clutch oynadı.